after having a knee injury earlier in the week. He was a full participant on Monday and Tuesday, limited on Wednesday. Let's take a look at some other injury updates around the league. The Cowboys could be without cornerback Deron Bland for a couple of weeks because of a right foot injury he suffered during Monday's practice. Bland notably missed the first 10 games of last season with a stress fracture in his foot. The team assured this is a completely different injury and it's not as severe as last year's. And the 49ers, their head coach Kyle Shanahan, he said it's a long shot for quarterback Brock Purdy to play on Sunday. That means Mac Jones, who the 49ers signed to a 2-year deal this past offseason, is in line for the start. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
With the back of my hand.
What up? Might help if I turn this up.
Yeah.
Try that again. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. It's 9 a.m. B. Mitch and I living in the past.
Oh, boy.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. Good morning, Brian.
What up, Jay? What's happening?
The travel business, the travel industrialized complex.
I hate the damn travel business.
Dude, so I had the show last night, and I shout out to all the people that came. It was a lot of fun, man. We did this all years live outside of Lambeau, and we had a good crowd of people. And a couple Packers people would roll through and talk some S, but in general, it was like very positive, very fun. Drew and Sherry that we know well were there, and it was just a really fun night.
Drew and Sherry everywhere.
Dude, they're everywhere. But everybody kept asking, hey, where's B-Mitch? Hey, where's B-Mitch? And I was like, I don't know. Like,
B-Mitch is probably still in D.C.
I was like, I know he's traveling here, but I know, he wasn't getting in till you were supposed to get in around 9 or so, right?
Yeah.
Because we had talked about.
Well, I was supposed to get in right at 10, 9 something, 10 o'clock.
We had talked about some fellowship when you landed.
Yeah.
And then I got done with the show. We had to break all the stuff down, came back here with Derek and Kerwin. And then Derek and Kerwin and I were going to go out for some fellowship. And I texted you. I was like, yo, are you here? Are you close? And you're like, no, I'm in Detroit. What was your travel like, dude?
Well, I got to Detroit rather quickly. I think I landed like 7 something or 6 something, whatever it was.
Okay.
I left at 5:30, so I got there 6 something. And as I'm about to land, when you're landing, and I turn on my phone and bing, your flight has been delayed. So I was in Detroit for about 4 hours or something. So I know every nook and cranny of that damn airport. I had several restaurants I visit. I know that the lady from the bar, she was her daddy wanted to go to law school. The bartender, but she decided to do this when she had a kid.
That's how long you were at the airport?
Bro, listen, I talked to a lot of people. The guy that I ended up sitting on the plane with, before we even got there, we were talking. He was like, man, hope the rental car place don't close. Oh, they're not going to close, dog. They waiting on us. I just talked to him. I would talk to everybody under the sun, dog. So, but the thing of it is,
and you were calling people too. You get in that mode, you're calling.
I'm calling. I'm checking to find out what's the problem. They didn't say one word when they gave us the little thing. They didn't explain anything. But then all of a sudden, I see these people start coming off a plane. That same plane, we were back in the air within 20 minutes, bro.
Yeah,
just gone. But they could have said that it was delayed from somewhere else. They didn't say anything. So it wasn't weather, so guess what? You can get something. So I'm about to call the expert, Bria Mitchell.
Yeah.
And she's going to write a letter to Delta, and I'm getting some damn miles or some money.
She did that. Didn't she do that with the Erie flight when that got canceled?
She's good, bro.
I believe that.
She's an expert.
Bria doesn't mess around.
Yep.
Yeah, man, I traveling, and all these people want to tell me they only flew into Milwaukee because they didn't want to deal with a connection. Like, I get it, but the drive to Milwaukee also kind of sucks too, and we also get to experience that, Brian.
You could have waited till later on to say that. You didn't have to say it right now.
Yeah,
I just dealt with some torture, and now you're gonna bring that crap up.
It'll be fun. We'll sing songs. 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
But it's not as far as people think it is.
Especially at the time of night, we'll be driving it.
Yeah. But you gotta watch those popos at that time.
Yeah. A little bit of news to start the show here via Spot Track, and Spot Track is like the leading contract, like sports contract site. Spot Track and Over the Cap.
Mm-hmm.
Per Spot Track, and maybe I'll see if we can get him on the show. The Commanders are restructuring Laramie Tunsil's contract by converting $18 million of his base salary into a bonus and adding 3 void years.
Does that mean cheddar in the pocket?
It means cash in his pocket, and it means they get to spread that out over the 3 void years. So you know what happens? Washington all of a sudden has a lot more cap space, and Tunsil's got a bunch more cash in his pocket. That's a win-win. This is the same thing they did with Debo.
People get happy.
Same thing they did with Debo. Makes a lot of sense. It will. There was already a possible situation with Tunsil next year where he doesn't have guaranteed money on his deal, but that's a problem for future us. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we can't worry about that right now.
A guy of Tunsil's stature probably isn't playing without guaranteed money on his deal, but that's a February issue.
Yeah.
That's a July issue.
Yeah.
Like, what's going to happen tonight? Tunsil's going to be out there blocking Micah Parsons.
And that's all that matters at this point.
It was funny, B. I went on Clinton Yates' show this morning, and he was kind of asking what the vibes are, and he asked me a question that I thought was really interesting. He was like, "Can you describe Dan Quinn to me?" And I thought about that for a while, and I met this really nice kid last night. He came to the taping of the show, and then we went to this bar right here afterwards. His name was Jordan, and he was from South Dakota. And he said in South Dakota, most people are Vikings or Chiefs fans because those are like the closest stadiums. But when he was a kid, his mom passed away. He was 5 years old, and his mom passed away. So it was just him and his dad. And his dad's like, all right, you get to pick whatever you want. And he put all the logos out in front of him. And for whatever reason, he picked the Skins logo and has been a diehard Skins fan the rest of his life. And he's only 25. He's a young man. And just couldn't be nicer, more sincere. Had a great conversation with him. Had a lot of great conversations with a lot of people. But he was asking me to describe Dan Quinn. And I realized he's a hard dude to describe because he has a level of sincerity in all of his actions. Like, I always think about this. When he sits down in the media room and does those pressers, now he's not always the most forthcoming, right? But that's in his interest. But he's always locked in. Like, he takes that time seriously to fulfill the task. And I think he's like that in all capacities of his life.
What he does, the one thing he does that I think makes a difference to the people that cover him, when he's talking to you, he mentions everyone's name. That little thing right there. Like, when he's talking, you don't just answer your question, well, JP, that was a good question.
Right.
Or, Candy and all these different people that he talks to. That little thing right there, that little tactic makes you, oh, wow. He should know your name. It's with you every day.
Right.
But when a person says your name, it changes things. I was talking with Mike Florio this morning, and he was asking me about the team, and I was like, yeah. I say, you know what? What I noticed, I say the owners and the front offices, they don't have to necessarily have a relationship with the players. That coach does. But that coach also has to be worried about what the front office and the owners think. So it takes special people to do that. And I was with two damn good people, in Andy and Joe. And I say, Dan has kind of that same knack where he expects a lot out of his players. But every player to a man will tell you they know he cares about them. And that's hard to do in this league. Because some of these coaches, they don't give a damn. They fall into the line of whatever the owner says or the GM says, not understanding that you are the person that's in contact with that player every day. But Dan has found a way to make every one of the players, look, everybody's going to eventually move. Everybody will have to go through some stuff. But you know that the man gives a damn about you. And that makes a world of difference.
Even, I wanted to read this to that point. Micah Parsons has been traded in the last month, 3 weeks ago, whenever that was, right? Parsons was with Dallas when Quinn was there as the DC. Now Parsons is in Green Bay playing the Commanders tonight with Quinn as the head coach, and he was asked about Dan Quinn earlier this week. Micah Parsons says, Dan's my guy. Even going through the process over the years, he's always reached out, just checking on me as a person. Never really cared about football, always telling me how much his wife missed me and how he wants me to see me in Hawaii one day. Mm-hmm. That's just my guy. He knows it's just like a father figure, uncle, however you want to put it. That's my guy, and we're going to go on forever. We're in this for the long run, and maybe our journeys might cross again one day.
There you go.
Maybe they won't, right?
Maybe they won't. But if they do.
But, B, you know this better than me, but even in my time covering the NFL, one thing I've learned is the relationships you make, you're going to see these guys again. Mm-hmm. Like that's probably life, not just football life.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, if you're an accountant and you work with somebody at an accountant firm, 5 years later, you might be at different firms, but you run into each other at a conference or something. Mm-hmm. Like, that's just life. And there is something to be said for treating people the right way, and I think DQ does that. Yep. And whether that means they win tonight or not, I'm not sure. I think Matt LaFleur is a similar dude. Matt LaFleur has a little more of that, like, kind of cool smoothness that DQ, I don't think, is as interested in. Mm-hmm. And then...
Well, DQ has his smoothness.
Sure, but LaFleur's like, they're different types, you know what I mean? Like there's different people on this planet, and that's okay. But B, I got another question last night that I had never thought of, and I wonder if you've ever thought of this. Somebody last night asked me, how come DQ and Joe Witt never wear burgundy and gold? And I was like, I never thought about that. And then for a second, I'm going through my brain, which has its holes, obviously, but one, I'm sure they have worn burgundy and gold at some point.
They have burgundy and gold on their black stuff.
But most of the time, those dudes are wearing black. Yeah. And I think
when he started when the big hoopla started was that burgundy and gold on that black?
Yes.
So let's be real.
In general, I don't know if you agree with this, but DQ and Joe Witt particularly have a mindset of like, we're on this football field to be badasses.
They're in a dark place.
Arrive violently. Yeah. And I think that's part of it.
But see, that's where the fan mindset can screw up some stuff. Do you have to wear burgundy and gold?
No, and that wasn't even the connotation.
No, I understand, but I'm just asking. Because, like, for me, I'll be honest with you. Like, if I'm not working, it's hard as hell to wear burgundy and gold.
You always say it's a tough color combo.
Those colors are very tough to bring together. But when you're dealing with football, it's damn good looking. Put on a suit and try to throw it on. When Deion walked in here with that burgundy suit on, that was some ugly-ish. Let's be real.
I know you love
it. Was not cute.
I know you love when Mitch wears that burgundy jacket.
I don't know what Mitch Bryant is trying to pull right there. Oh, Mitch Bryant.
Yeah, man. So I think it's very cool having the national attention on this game. And I can't wait to get to Lambeau. That place is going to be rocking. You can't. Just being in this little-ass town, and it's a nice place.
We are a rock throw away from the stadium right now.
Dude, I told you I was psyched when I got this hotel.
I'm like, damn.
So when I got a little birdie, let me know. So the problem with Green Bay, and it's not a problem, it's just part of the charm of this place, I guess, is this is the fifth game I've now covered at Lambeau. I've never been able to stay in Green Bay because it sells out immediately because it's tiny. Now, they've done a hell of a job here. Like, if you drive down Lombardi Avenue, like, there's a million now B&Bs. All those houses have been turned into Airbnbs, and a lot of them are really cool. So maybe that has opened up a lot more possibilities to stay in the town of Green Bay. Mm-hmm. But for you and I that do this traveling a lot, like, we're hotel people, and, you know, I can't – a lot of it is, like, simple expense structure. I don't know that I could expense an Airbnb and, like – NBC be like, I don't know how to make this work on the floor.
To be honest with you, you don't know till you try.
That's true. But I got tipped off about this game.
How about you, Kerwin, Derek? All y'all do the same thing. You could probably get a good one and be the same price as the damn hotel.
Yeah, but then I don't get the Marriott points, dog.
Dog, if I would have come in there, I could cook better than what you ate last night.
Definitely. But actually, you know what? I went to a bar called the Stadium, and the best kind of comp I could give it would be like the Bullpen.
Was it like the Stadium?
No, not like that one. No. You'll walk. You see it. Like you can see it from my window. It's between us and the stadium.
All right.
It's called Stadium View, actually. And B, I've been eating nothing but like bread because I've been living out of this hotel. Like I've had like the food they give me at the continental breakfast is what I've been having. I had yogurt, but then I had like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, whatever. And I was like, man, I just need some vegetables.
You really, really act like you've been here for like a week.
B, it feels like
you got here Tuesday night, dog.
Dog, it's been a while. So I got a chicken Caesar salad at this bar last night with very, very low expectations. It was banging. It was delightful.
Yeah, the food I ate was good, too.
What was open by the time you got in?
I ate it in Detroit at the hotel.
Right.
And then I just had breakfast this morning.
I like that Detroit airport. It's nice.
At the Walnut Room. That's the name of it. It was nice. It was very nice. Nice breakfast. The Detroit airport. I had some Cajun grilled salmon. Fish. And she's like, "Do you want a salad or you want some French fries? Give me some French fries."
So I
was like tired of damn salads.
I ate a salad last night, but then Derek had surprise. He's like, "You could have some, dog." I was like staring at him like a
I just saw Derek and Kerwin downstairs. How old is Derek?
I don't know that.
It looked like he's about to have one of them stadiums like what's in Ohio State got the U?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he's starting to look. He's like 35, isn't he? 35, 36?
Probably.
Yeah, he's already losing all that up there.
I said to him yesterday, I was like, I feel like, and I didn't say what you said, but it was kind of on my mind. I was like, I feel like you're always wearing a hat. I don't know that I've ever seen
I see
your
why
hair.
now. Yeah. It's Derek and Jeff. No, both of them like in their 30s, but both of them, this is gone.
I think Jeff's younger. Jeff's only, 31 or something,
Yeah,
right?
but Jeff stuff started leaving
Jeff's
when he
been
was
bald
like
for a while.
16.
Jeff came on home a long time ago.
Yeah.
Derek just catching shrapnel, man.
Derek needs to go in and just cut that and they let me shave it for him because that's a mess.
All right, I want to get into specifics for this game. We're going to open the phone lines up at 11. We got a great show. Peter Rosenberg is going to join us at 11:45. Antonio Freeman played some great football at Lambeau Field, a really fantastic Packers player. Antonio Freeman's going to join us at noon, and then Sean Merriman.
Call him FF when you talk to him. He know what you're talking about. Freaky free.
Sean Merriman's going to join us at 1 o'clock. Sean Merriman knows a thing or two about rushing the passer. I want to ask Lights Out how Washington slows down Micah Parsons tonight because everybody seems convinced that Parsons is going to individually wreck this game. Obviously, though, yesterday was a tumultuous day in our country. Today is the anniversary of one of the worst days in our country. I do think, Brian, tonight I would expect – I don't know, but I would expect a flyover of some sort at the game.
Probably will be.
And I think the national anthem tonight will be emotional. And obviously we're thinking and wanting the best for everyone. And just hope that as a country we can all just get through the darkness. And
that day – as bad as it was, showed how great this country can be.
How we can come together.
And I think right now, with all the ish we dealing with, we need to think back to that day and come together and stop trying to be so separated. No individual should be able to separate a country as strong as this one.
I agree.
But we're not going to let you forget either. Your birthday is the day. Happy birthday, buddy.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I know it's a tough one, but happy birthday.
Yeah, it was nice. Drew and Sherry brought me a cake last night, so we all had cake.
You're almost 50 now.
I tell you what, my John Riggins year, that's a big number.
I'm skipping all that. You're almost 50. That's what I'm going to say from now.
You always say round up or down. You can't round up yet.
Well, looking at you, we're going to round it up. That's what we're going to do. We're going to round it up for you.
Yo, don't walk in front of B-Mitch today if you don't want to get insulted. Derek, me, everybody's catching heat. We're going to break down what the Commanders need to do to beat the Packers when we come back. It's B-Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan.
All right, Brian. All right, Brian and JB here coming to you live from Green Bay. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, I told you yesterday, this Spring Hill Suites has a dope location, but it does not have rude systems running the HVAC. What do you think of the temperature in here?
It's kind of so-so.
Yeah, dude. And your options are for it to get really hot or really cold. What would you prefer?
In between.
Yeah, I don't know that we're going to get it. You know why? They don't control the humidity. That's what Rude systems do. They can control the humidity. They'll give you comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Plus, you can save a bunch of cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in a DMV, and they need it in Green Bay. Remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66 Express Lanes. The San Francisco 49ers have been bitten by the injury bug already this year. Tight end George Kittle was placed on the injured reserve this week with a hamstring injury. And now it's quarterback Brock Purdy. He's expected to miss multiple games. Head coach Kyle Shanahan told reporters on Wednesday that Purdy is a, quote, long shot to play in week 2 against the Saints due to a toe and left shoulder injury. Ian Rappaport is reporting today, though, that Brock Purdy could be out from anywhere between 2 weeks to 5 weeks with a variant of turf toe. Mac Jones looking like he's going to get quite a few starts for the 49ers. And an update after the Cowboys hosted Jadeveon Clowney for a visit yesterday. Ian Rappaport making tons of news today. He's reporting there is no immediate signing between the two, at least for now. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is your answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley live, Green Bay, Wisconsin, holding it down in advance of tonight's big-time Commanders-Packers matchup, Thursday Night Football, Amazon Prime TV. B, you don't want to get too caught up in a Week 2 matchup, but damn, this feels like the biggest game, regular season game, Washington's had in a while. Now, like last year, we got to Atlanta in Week 17, and that was a win and in game, and it was Sunday Night Football. Like, that's bigger. You know what I mean?
It is.
But this feels different because it's like it has low-key, like, Clash of the Titans NFC Championship game preview kind of vibes.
It feels like that because the year Washington had last year, okay, and then Green Bay is that team that people have been talking about for a couple years now. You have two very good quarterbacks and the addition of Michael Parsons going there to Green Bay. The national media and people, football fans, get involved with this one. So for Green Bay, they proved last week, okay, they beat Detroit. I had to remind Mike Florio this morning, Detroit's the same team that Washington knocked out the playoff last year. You didn't know that?
Right.
Because they keep telling me, well, they dismantled Detroit last week. Did you see what Washington did to them in the playoffs? And I believe this football team of Washington is better than it was last year. So you start to get that early stuff. And listen, man, you can learn a lot by them winning the game or how they play the game. Sometimes things go different ways and you don't get the results you want, but you can go out there and still, after this game, people go, well, this is a damn good football team. Because I think last year we played Tampa, then we played the Giants, right?
Yeah.
And everybody was like, they felt the team had something. Week 3, when they went to Cincinnati, people knew they had something.
Right.
And the same things will go down this year. So we'll see.
In a lot of ways, it feels like that Bengals game last year where expectations were zero. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Washington lost the opener, barely survived the Giants Week 2. The Giants didn't have a kicker. Right. This feels different because I think there is some feeling that Washington could play nationally, but people still think – you said this earlier, and I don't know if we were on the air or not, but like the Micah Parsons trade, if you just look at the eyes of Vegas, the Micah Parsons trade changed the Packers' win total by a half a game.
Yeah.
And then you look at tonight's line, which is, I believe, still sitting at 3.5, right? Like it hasn't really moved. 3.5 to Vegas is home field, and so on a straight up neutral field, this would be a half-point game.
Yeah.
It looks like it's down to 3 actually now. Depending where you're shopping, it's 3 in most places. It's 3.5 at the big places still, but like Vegas moved the Packers win total by a half game because of Micah Parsons. This game on a neutral field, Green Bay would be favored by a half point. Vegas sees these teams fairly even.
Yeah.
Playing in Lambeau at a night game certainly brings complications.
You understand?
But it doesn't feel like that is the national viewpoint of this. I think the biggest thing that's hard to reconcile for me for looking at tonight's game is how well the Packers shut down the Lions' run game last week. Yeah. And the Lions are a team that not only run the ball really well in the Dan Campbell era, but like it's also their identity. Didn't
they lose one of their main
two?
So
two offensive lines.
I was just watching this just a moment ago. They showed about 8 plays right here on ESPN from that game. It looked like nobody was blocking.
So the Lions lost. Ragnow retired, and then they lost a guard. In last week though, David Montgomery, who runs hard as hell, 11 carries for 25 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, who torched Washington. Honestly, I don't know why Ben Johnson got away from it in that NFC divisional game, but I'm very glad he did. Jahmyr Gibbs went 9 for 19 in that game. As a group, the Lions ran 22 times for 46 yards for 2.1 yards.
Yeah.
Washington last week ran the hell out of the football. Bill went 10 carries for 80 yards.
You talk about how hard Montgomery runs. I'm watching Jared Goff hand him the ball, and instantly he was hit. The block, just like last year, I made the comment with Brian Robinson. He was having to make people miss in the backfield. That's what that happened to them. If Washington offensive line could come out and block like they did last week, this is going to be a different ball game for Green Bay's defense. They had an advantage, a distinct advantage, it seemed to me, what I just saw from those plays. And it's a small example, small sample size. But in this game coming up, offensive linemen get a better feel of themselves. They begin to have a better confidence when they know that they ran the ball like that. So they're going to be coming off that damn ball. It's going to be a different ball game coming up. Because the guy they had that was their run stopper, he's in Dallas now.
Kenny Clark.
Yeah, so we're going to, listen. As I talked with Flory, I told him straight up, I said, listen, bro, Dan Quinn has said this. Quan Martin said it last year to you. I mentioned your name, Jay. This team is good, too. But this is what I still believe.
I love that line from Quan.
Fans, media people, especially national, still don't look at this team as to what they saw last year. They still got remnants of what they saw prior to last year. Because he mentioned it. Talking to him this morning, he mentioned that. People still can't see this team as the team it has become. They still see this as a Dan Snyder-led team with those coaches that were trying to promote themselves instead of coaching the damn football team.
For me, two huge differences in the Commanders' run game tonight. One of them is a stat. So to your point about Montgomery and Gibbs barely are getting out of the backfield, if you look at offensive line performance from week one, the running back rush yards before contact, in general, Washington's running backs, we're not even talking about Jaden here, but the running backs did not get contacted. There was no hit. There was no action. There was no traffic at their feet until 3 yards downfield.
Yeah.
That was the second best in the NFL last week. Mm-hmm. Detroit's running backs were generally hit about a tenth of a yard past the line of scrimmage. That's a massive difference because then the running back's talent takes over. Ideally, the running back breaks a tackle or makes the first guy miss. Mm-hmm. So when that's happening 3 yards down the field, ideally you're talking about a gain of 4 or 5. When that's happening basically at the line of scrimmage, that's a huge factor.
Makes a world of difference.
And then the other side of this, I am no mathematician, but who would you consider the better runner? Jaden Daniels or Jared Goff?
JD.
Goff's a really good quarterback, and I think he doesn't get the credit he deserves in a lot of capacities. Mm-hmm. But he is a zero threat to use his legs. Yeah. Jaden is, whatever your scale is, 10, 100, 1,000, he's a 10 out of 10, 100 out of 100, 1,000 out of 1,000 threat to use his legs. That also changes the run game.
Totally.
So I just, if you look at one of the reasons I think Detroit was so ineffective last week was they couldn't run the ball whatsoever. So then they're completely one-sided with the pass. I don't think – we'll find out tonight if that's who Green Bay is and they could just shut down the run all season. Or if last week – I think week ones are really hard because a lot of teams are figuring stuff out.
Yeah.
But I also think Washington comes into this game with a much better ability to run the football.
I agree.
Like Detroit last week's figuring out a new offensive line down 2 players, 2 key players. Washington's coming in with the old – now, granted, a month from now maybe it's Cosme, but, like, they're really excited about Tunsil, Coleman, Biotish. Allegretti played well.
Yeah.
Connerly was pretty darn good. And I think, you got to maybe help Connerly out with Parsons. You know who helps? John freaking Bates.
To be honest with you, people help out guys that have been in the league forever with Parsons.
Right.
So for those people that had the narrative of stuff about Connerly, if he's been helped out, it's not like nobody else goes and block him one-on-one by himself all game. That's just a part of it.
Interesting question for you. Last week, Bill only played on a third of snaps.
All right.
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt played 33% of snaps. But on those 33% of snaps, he got 50% of Washington's carries.
Okay.
Do you see the snap count going up, the carry count going up? Because Eckler was great last week, and Eckler, I've said this throughout the offseason as people were trying to figure out what's going to happen with the Commanders' running back room. Austin is always going to have his role. Mm-hmm. He is a savvy veteran. The play he made on the 2nd and 16, the individual effort on that little screen pass was phenomenal. He's a good blocker. He's a smart player. Eckler's going to have his role. Do you think Bill's carries will increase?
I think they might increase, and depending on how well he's running it. You know what I mean? I also feel that it could be just like it was last week. If Eckler is balling like he's been balling, and Debo is doing the things, and Bill doing it, you keep them off balance. But if you just see where Eckler may not be getting it like he's supposed to, but Bill is just cooking them, keep running him. And I think that's the thing about it. Cliff doesn't have to go into this game with a mindset, oh, I'm going to run so-and-so this amount of time in this game. He can still go out there and just start playing this deck of cards and find out which one is on that day. If everybody's on, that's better for the offense. If 1 or 2 people on, you go to them. But you never, ever stop putting the other one out there to make sure that you keep putting thoughts in their heads and make them think something else is going to happen.
Totally. I also think the Commanders' rushing attack is so varied. Like, there's so much variety for how they can throw stuff at you. And Detroit, there's certainly variety because Montgomery and Gibbs are different runners. And Gibbs is super talented and Montgomery's super tough and physical. But that said, like, these are different teams running different offenses. Mm-hmm. And I do think, especially at this early portion of the year, Washington's got the better O-line going into this game than Detroit did last week. I just think when you really start to dig into some of the numbers, there are things that make a really big difference. And if you look at that running back contact rate from last week, mm-hmm. and then you juxtapose that with the pressures on the quarterbacks, Goff was under pressure throughout that game. Mm-hmm. Jaden got his pressure rate in this game, which honestly the pressure rate on a guy like Jaden's probably a little inflated because of his ability to move. Jaden was pressured about a little less than 30% of the time, call it 25% of the time. Goff was up close to 40%. Like, if you look at those differences, maybe Green Bay's defense is the difference, and we will find that out. But those numbers are dramatically different. Mm-hmm. And I think that is really something to consider tonight when everybody wants to tell you how much Green Bay shut down Detroit last week, and they did, undeniably. That doesn't mean the same thing's going to happen tonight.
Totally.
Rarely in life or pro football does the same thing happen week after week.
100%.
What I can tell you, football is finally here. And if you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to sports betting. Bet with legal sports books only. Know the odds, stick to a budget, and lastly, keep your cool, man. The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or coach online. Please go to haveagameplan.org. I think Joe Maloney is a key cog in the American Gaming Association. I think we're going to have him on next week. I am hoping there is data that shows people have relaxed with the online Twitter nonsense towards athletes and coaches. Maybe just by listening to us, B. You never know. The haveagameplan.org brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. Shout out to Weezer. Landfill knows how to make me happy in that way. What you think about the Blue album, B? Put this on, just let the bangers flow?
We're not going to play that tonight. I'll be asleep with this song right here, dog.
Nah, it's about to let it play. It's about to get loud.
Yeah, but I fall asleep before it gets loud.
That's true. It takes a minute to get loud, but it does get loud.
You need something to come sit like a headbanger right off the bat.
Like some Nirvana? Just get it going quick?
Get you going. So by the time you start thinking about getting tired, hell, you're too hyped.
One of the funniest things about your birthday are all the like random ass corporate emails. Bow, 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 bow. Say it ain't so. Whoa, whoa.
Stop that. Because if you're going to do that, we're not playing this song for sure. Ears are going to crack.
Like, I've gotten like 6 emails from banks today wishing me a happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Come give us your money.
Yo, it feels so sincere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not like they randomly have my birth date in their database and just send out 1,000 emails.
They're just happy.
Yeah.
They're happy that you're getting closer where they think they can get your money.
It really means a lot.
You better check closely. It may not even be a real bank.
Shout out to all the banks out there. Undeniably, one area Washington has to be better tonight to get the win. Because I've said I think the way Green Bay shut down the Lions' run game will not be as similar as what they'll face in the Washington run game.
Uh-huh.
Washington was really bad on third down. They went 4 of 11 last week.
You know why they were that bad? Because they had too many penalties. And so a lot of them came on third downs.
Well, and even when they didn't come on third down, they came on first or second, and then it was 3rd and 12.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Got to be better on third down. And I think last week we saw 2 definitive examples of DQ and Cliff last year were aggressive on 4th down.
Yeah.
Every time they had a chance, not every time, but most of the time they went.
Yeah.
Against the Giants, I think there was an element of they can't move the ball. Our defense is playing great. We're going to trust them. There were two spots where they had 4th and short about midfield, and they punted.
Yeah.
I don't think tonight you punt.
Well,
I think tonight you got to sustain long drives.
The thing about that is they basically told you last year when they go in the game, they understand when they're going to try stuff, when they're not. Maybe, just maybe, the game plan that game was, look, we're going to play this one here, figure things out. As the season goes on, they'll get back to that. Because they know right now everybody expecting it. So why give them what they're expecting?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think last week, and for Green Bay, it was a more dominant performance, and they were playing the Lions, so there was more expectation because Detroit has been really good the last couple seasons. But I think for Washington last week was, let's get out there, let's get this win, let's just do what we have to do to get the win and maybe not show all that much.
Yeah.
And I think you saw, not that they didn't pull stuff out of the game plan, but like, I don't think you saw a heck of a lot of the creative stuff they could do. I did love, the Debo jet sweep, the blocking on that was pretty creative and pretty damn thorough, I would add. And then when they ran,
everybody was
kind
blocking.
of that fake jet sweep that went the other way was a pretty cool little wrinkle. But Cliff's got some wrinkles coming tonight. Cliff's wrinkles are going to look like my forehead. Like he's got some stuff coming tonight.
Like you can go into a game sometimes you have a lot of stuff drawing up, but all your first things are working. Why show everything? Keep doing what's working. If they can't stop it, keep running it. You know what that does for the next week? Make the game plan a lot easier. Because you already worked on it the week before. So now, hey, we didn't have to get to this stuff last week. We still have this stuff in the, in bag. Let's see if we can do it. So I think that there are things that they had ready they didn't use. And that's a combination of that working on game plans a week ahead sometimes.
Yeah.
I
think and remember when DQ said going into cuts, he's like, yeah, what's nice is as we sit down with Adam and the scouting staff to get to our final roster, it allows our coaches, knowing there's a short week, to get a little advanced work on Green Bay. And people are like, oh, they're looking past the Giants. No, dude, that's just the operations and how it works. but I do think a lot of that you'll see tonight. Like
I'm looking for it.
How much of an advantage do you think, Brian, getting the short week early in week 2, rather even just from a physical standpoint? Like you saw the injury reports for both teams. Both teams had double-digit players on there. Having a short week 2 versus week 11, is significant.
Because guys are worn down by then,
right? Like just the
right now,
the
you're still fresh.
Tear,
and it's the excitement of the season just starting. You can gut through some stuff. You know what I mean? It's just week 1, week 2 now, and you're like, oh man, I'm still fresh. Week 11, nobody's fresh.
I think it's really going to be interesting this evening. I keep going back to the McLaurin deep shot. What do you figure? That was 4 or 5 feet off?
Yeah, about that.
Maybe 2 yards?
Yeah, not very
6
much.
feet?
Yeah.
Like you were 6 feet from a 70-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
And I don't expect Jaden to miss many of those.
I don't think I'm going to stop throwing it.
No.
I think they're going to keep going for it.
Yeah.
Because look, that cornerback can run and do what he wants. You were cooked.
Cooked.
You were cooked, dog. You had nothing to do with that incompletion.
I think Washington has got. We'll see, man. Like we'll see if Green Bay's defensive dominance last week is who they are, or if that was a situation. We'll see if Washington's defensive dominance last week was who they are, if that was the situation. I mean, that's part of the fun with all this stuff is to see, kind of find out what is real. Here's what I want to do. Let's talk keys to the game, specifics to this game. What needs to happen for Washington to get a win? We'll check in with the Aquarium boys. I know Jeff has a song coming up for us. Maybe we play Jeff's song at 10:45. Or what the hell time is it? It's at 11:45.
Yeah.
I don't know. The time zones are hard for me to figure out. I got to be honest with you. I'm telling you the truth.
Anytime we got numbers, I know it's hard for you.
Yo, can you imagine when we're in Madrid and we're ahead, me trying to figure that out?
Don't try to figure it out. Just talk. Landfill, before you start every segment, just say 10 o'clock, 10:15. Just help him out a little bit.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines open. What needs to happen for Washington to get the win tonight? I want specifics. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key. They're your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. PFF just posted their defensive line rankings ahead of week 2. Now, unlike their offensive line rankings, in some cases they're going to consider previous season rankings. These rankings based purely on 2025 play. The Steelers were the top defensive line heading into the season, but we saw how much they struggled on consistent pressure on Justin Fields, so they dropped down to 21. Okay, so who is the top team? The Washington Commanders. They have a defensive line grade of 80.1. If you're wondering where they ranked in 2024 for Pro Football Focus, Washington came in at 29. Now, not only were the Commanders the best overall D-line, they also topped the rankings for the best run defensive unit. Micah Parsons is one of several Packers players who is questionable for the Thursday night matchup with the Commanders. Nate Hobbs, Aaron Banks, Zane Anderson, and Zach Tom are the others. Parsons, though, was limited all of last week as well. He was considered questionable before he ended up playing in the season opener, though in week 1 he played just 30 of the 67 defensive snaps. So we will see what questionable means for him, but you have to imagine he'll play based off of last week. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, you can visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Feeling this song, Landfill. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We're live in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Getting the vibes. Big game at Lambeau Field tonight. Commanders, Packers. The eyes of the nation upon you. We've given you keys we've been thinking of. I think, the run game is going to be vital tonight.
Yes.
Green Bay completely shut down
Both
Detroit's
sides.
run game last week. Yeah, for sure.
Running it and stopping it.
Well, dude, for all the Green Bay dominated Detroit last week conversation, Josh Jacobs finished with about 70 yards, 19 carries for 66 yards. He averaged 3.5 a pop. It wasn't exactly like you've got to commit to the run in that situation, especially when you have a big lead and the other team is completely ineffective offensively. But Green Bay finished that game with 3.1 yards per carry. It's not like they were killing dudes on the ground. Mm-hmm. And if you look at Washington's run dominance last week, especially if you only look at the running backs in this game, if you look at the backs, because Russ was able to do a little bit with his legs, but just take away Russ's rushing ability, Tracy, Singletary, and Scadaboo ran a combined 15 times for 30 yards. And Scadaboo ran twice for -3.
Scadaboo think he can run over everybody. That might have worked in college, dog. You better change your mindset. Give him a little something. You're not running through everybody, dog.
Tyrone Tracy ran 10 times for 24 yards. And Tyrone Tracy kind of killed them last year. So if you're betting on which run defense you think continues that performance, that's a huge, huge part of this game. I do want to get some calls in. I think we're going to have the phone lines open pretty much all day. Just let people let people chime in. Is this dude's name Dr. Knickknack? Do I have that correct? Hello, Dr. Knickknack. What does Washington need to do to win tonight?
Greetings. First of all, JP, happy bleep you birthday. And
Thanks,
Mitch, thank you for the birthday message from a couple years back on Cameo. It made my day. So
appreciate it, man.
The question is, what are the keys to the game? Correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to run it down the throat of their D line. They had Micah Parsons is excellent. He might go into the Hall of Fame, but his run defense is suspect because he's trying to make a home run play all the time. Now, we had 200-something yards rushing, and they had 78 yards rushing. If we can beat them in the run game and keep Jordan Love in the pocket, we'll have enough pressure to hold him to like less than 200 yards. The guy doesn't throw a lot. He really does not air it out because I believe they're like a West Coast offense with LaFleur. So I feel like in the trenches, as Sheehan once said, if your front end ain't gangsta, your back end will not reach the full potential. We have to do that. We got to beat them in the trenches.
Sheehan once said gangster like that?
He did.
Kevin
There's
Sheehan?
a promo cut. It was excellent. He really did. I promise you. Just a real quick thing. I'm an expert in Ashburn syndrome. I treated Rev T for hearing loss and blood pressure issues, and Tomato Tequila is on my list for rehab. So, with that, I bid you adieu, and I concur. The music selection is excellent.
Thanks, buddy. I guess Dr. Knickknack has pronounced himself the foremost leader in treating Ashburn syndrome.
Yeah, Jeff, give him a call.
Eventually, we're going to get to Jeff's X factors of the game, and I'm just going to set it at over under 9.5 players. Let's keep the phones going. Let's go to Jonesy. What's up, Jonesy? What do they need to do to get a dub tonight?
Well, first of all, good morning and happy birthday, all ears. How you doing, man?
I'm good, buddy. Thanks for the birthday wishes.
Indeed. And B. Mitch, you too, buddy. What's going on? How you feeling?
I'm good, bro.
All right. Here's what needs to happen tonight, fellas. Defense has got to get off the field, third downs, keep the penalties to a minimum. Offense has to advance past third downs and keep drives alive to score. You know what I mean? And Dr. Michael Mann did say in Kevin's promo, because that's the interest promo when he comes on, you know, if your front end ain't gangster, your back end can't prove its full potential, that's his come on promo. So with that said, that's what's got to happen. This thing is about the players. Jaden is going to do his thing. He's going to come to play, but everybody else going to have to come to play with him. And I think this is the night that you're going to see the return of Frankie Louvu, because he was quiet last week. We're going to make a lot of noise tonight with Javon Kinlaw. I'm out, fellas, and hopefully next time I talk to you again, we got the W sitting on our side. I'm out.
All right, bro.
Thank you, man.
Yes, sir.
I do have a funny story since Jonesy there mentioned all ears.
Uh-huh.
So we were outside of Lambeau for a while yesterday. And there were Skins fans just walking around all day. It was really fun to see. I think there's going to be a legit contingent of
There's going to be a lot of folks.
Like, you know how we always talk about at FedEx, 80-20, 70-30? I think you're going to be looking at the same thing tonight, 80-20, 70-30 with Burgundy and Gold representing. But this dude, it was a big group of guys, and they were all real cool, and they had been having some beers. Which is cool. Like, you have my full support. You're on vacation.
Have fun.
And these guys were like, don't worry, we're not going to let this guy around during the live show. And I was like, that's all good. I don't care. And he's like, I do have to ask you a question. I think his name was Mike. I was like, what's up, man? He's like, the show name, All Ears. How'd you come up with that? And I was like, just a little self-deprecating, no big deal. He's like, I have a friend that's got big ears too. And I told him, I was like, you got to handle it like that. And I was like, thanks, buddy. And then all his boys are like, yo, shut up. It was so funny.
But he was telling the truth.
He was telling the truth.
You got big ass ears.
It was just so randomly awkward. Our guy Drew is on the line. Drew Cohen live from Green Bay. What's up, Drew?
Hey, this exciting day, and we showed restraint last night, so we're ready.
Well, don't sound like it in that voice right there, Drew.
No, he did. I told Drew I was going to the bar. He texted me, "Hey, man, I'm going to lay low."
Seemed like he had a few sips in the room.
I don't think so. No, I got my wife here with me. We're being good.
Hey, D. Mitch, I'm keeping him on the straight line.
I got you. All right.
But key to the game. So first thing is last week when Green Bay played Detroit, I think Detroit's offensive line was kind of depleted. And I think our offensive line is stacked. And I think that's going to let Cliff play with all his toys. Debo, McLaurin, Jaden running, and our running backs and tight ends. So I think we're going to see points. But I think the difference in the game, the X factor that I have for tonight is our defense I think they're going to come after Love. And then what I think we're going to see that we haven't seen in a while, we got 3 badass cornerbacks. And one of those guys is going to score a touchdown today. So that's my prediction. And that's going to be the difference in the game.
I think this thing will come down to the wire, so one play could make all the difference. Drew, appreciate you. Thanks for bringing that cake last night. It was very sweet.
You're welcome. Happy birthday, JP.
Thanks, buddy. B, the total for this thing, kind of low, honestly. For two offenses that performed at a pretty high level last year, and the total I think is 48.5. Now it's up at 49. Almost all of the action's on the under, which is interesting.
You look at last week, we scored 21. They scored what?
27, 26. I'll pull it. Last week, they scored 27-13.
And they're looking at the defenses on both sides.
And short week. These Thursday night games are usually kind of a slog.
It normally does. I don't think this is going to be a dud tonight, though.
I kind of think to win this thing, you got to get to 30.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. If somebody gets to 30, that over's looking good. Because I don't think the final's going to be 30-18. Keep the phone lines going here. Let's go to Sean is on the way to Green Bay. Sean, where you at, man?
What up, JP? Happy birthday, man. What up,
Thanks,
Mitch? I am an hour out from Appleton, but I think we're just going to hightail it straight to Green Bay and get the party started.
I love it, man. You might as well start tailgating now. There's a famous bar in Fells Point in Baltimore.
Out here, but
go ahead, dude.
Zion, his phone messed up.
These
out here in
Wisconsin
Appleton,
roads.
Green Bay. You know what I mean?
Appleton's not far. Appleton's like a half
not far,
hour
but
away.
you got some little spaces out here, dog.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It gets rural in northern Wisconsin
very quickly.
Let's go to Mike in Virginia. Mike, what's the key for Washington to get the dub tonight?
Oh, man, I'm so excited to finally be on the phone. First-time caller, but I've listened like many, many years, so I'm excited.
Appreciate it, man.
I think people are underrating our defense a little bit, and I think it's going to be the key. And the reason I say that is because in the past with Washington defense, even when we had good defense, they were on the field a lot of that game, and usually the offenses that we play against still manage to score some points in the second half of the games because the defense is on the field for so long. And I think the fact that we were able to lock them up all 4 quarters with the defense, I think is a key thing that people maybe are underlooking.
I like it, man. I like it. Washington's defense was really good.
Overlooking it.
Yes, I think the defense is going to be able to stop them. And I think with Jordan Love looking shaky against the Lions defense is not a good defense. So I think we have a better shot than people realize. And I honestly think we're going to win by at least a touchdown tonight.
Wow.
I'll take it.
We'll take that for sure. Thanks for calling, dude. Call more often if you enjoy it. Let's go. Our guy Rusty is on the line. Rusty, live in Delaware. Rusty, what do you got for tonight, man? What's the key to win it?
Fellas, thanks for taking the call. Happy birthday, Mr. Finley.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, this is my key tonight. We kind of been talking about it this week about, running right at Micah. But a buddy of mine, big Eagles fan, said the best way that they neutralized him was the RPO and the screen game. And I think we got a quarterback that can run the RPO and the screen game pretty good. So I'm looking forward to seeing that maybe as we come out, which will open up things down the field later in the game. I'm going to say it every single week. McLaurin must score. No predictions at the end of the half or anything for me, but I'm predicting a Commanders dub. Wish I was there with you boys. We had plans on going to Green Bay, but our youth football schedule didn't allow that. So we're playing football this weekend. Hopefully a dub on Thursday, a dub on Saturday.
I like it, man. Good luck on Saturday. Speaking of Terry, I saw this tweet from Pete last night. McLaurin has played the Packers 3 times in his career and has a receiving touchdown in all 3 games.
Okay, 2 tonight.
Including 2 here at Lambeau. Do you remember that catch Terry made when Haskins was the starter, the one-handed behind him? That's one of Terry's best catches of his career, man. And I don't know. You get Terry working, man.
Get Terry cooking.
You think about last week, you didn't really get Terry cooking. He was quite open on the one deep shot. But outside of that, he had a couple catches. I think Terry McLaurin shows up tonight. Big game.
That's one thing about this offense, though, and Cliff has said that many times. The same players are going to be every week. This offense is one where when you try to take one away, the other one can explode. So we'll see. And he started off slow last year. Then he exploded. I'm expecting the same.
Totally, man. Totally, man. We're going to keep these phone lines open. Our guy Blake is in Wilmington. What's up, Blake?
What's up, B-Mitch? What's up, JP?
What's up,
I think two things. You got to win time of possession. I think you guys talked a lot about not being able to show everything against the Giants. Well, that should be good. I just want to see Jaden Daniels on the field tonight. I want to see second and third down conversions, and I want to see long, sustained drives for touchdowns. Second thing, I think we need to get a turnover or two tonight. I don't know, if that's going to be on Jordan Love or if that's going to be the D-line. But I think we need to keep Mike on the field. I think, he only played 30 snaps last week. He could get tired. Win time possession, long sustained drives. I want Jaden to have the ball most of the game, and then get a turnover or two. I think it's pretty easy key to victory. 2 keys to victory. Thank you, guys.
All right. Gotcha,
Thanks, buddy. Sure. It's not hard to figure out how they win. You know what I mean? Like, it's their job to get it done.
Go out there and get it done.
Right. Our guy Jupe is on the line. What's up, Jupe?
What up, Jupe?
Fellas, first of all, happy birthday, big homie JP. Happy birthday. But no problem. This is my keys. I need the violence on the field to continue. The toxic behavior to continue. I don't know who did what to who, but somebody needs to pay tonight. And my theme for the night is Mortal Kombat. I want these defenders to tie out these players so hard. You see the word fatality popped up in the air. I want these offensive players to chuck the players, to break their ankles, that you see the dude pop up in the corner and say, whoopsie. And look, so here's my specifics. I need Louisville. I need to hear his name called a couple of times a night. I need my DBs to seatbelts to give me a pick tonight. I need Connolly. Listen, this is a test for you, big homie. I need you to dig deep, deep, deep. Pull that dog up out of you. I need Eckler. Kill him in the screen game. And I need Bill. I need him to give him the Scooby-Doo. If y'all don't know what I mean by giving him the Scooby-Doo, you know how Scooby and Shaggy get scared and get up out of there? Yeah, I need him to give him the Scooby-Doo. Let's go get this W tonight, fellas. Let's go.
All right, brother.
I love it, Jupe. That's a hell of a call. A lot of different references in there.
Yes,
Mortal
indeed.
Kombat,
Scooby-Doo. Droop all over the damn man.
All over the place. We're going to keep these phone lines open. 800-636-1067. Antonio Freeman joins us at noon.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Falcons are pretty banged up at wide receiver. Drake London, who injured his shoulder in the fourth quarter on Sunday, had a limited practice on Wednesday. Falcons coach Raheem Morris said that London does have a chance, though, to play against the Vikings on Sunday. The Falcons played without wide receiver Darnell Mooney on Sunday. He is still continuing to work back from a shoulder injury. He was injured in the first week of training camp. He continues to be limited with his work on Wednesday. And the Bills, they also have some injury concern with one of their key offensive players. Running back James Cook was limited in Wednesday's practice with a hamstring injury. As of yesterday afternoon, there is no word on the severity of Cook's hamstring issue, including whether or not it will cause him to miss any time. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Let me go wild. High as a kite, not just might stop to check you out. Let me go wild, like I blister in the sun. B. Mitch at Finley Live, Green Bay, Wisconsin, baby. If you're watching on the stream, this is what a Spring Hill Sweets looks like. Shout out to Spring Hill. You can have it cold or very hot. Those are your options.
Yep. Not in between.
Nothing in between. All right. We got the phone lines going. If I can properly tell time in the Central Time Zone, I believe Peter Rosenberg will be joining us next, then Antonio Freeman. When we don't have a guest, the phone lines are going to be open all damn day because I want to hear from you. I met some guys last night that flew up from Raleigh. Take it easy, landfill. Dudes flew up from Raleigh last night. I don't know that this is one of them. Will is in Raleigh on line 8. What's up,
Will?
Will?
If he flew up from Raleigh, he's not in Raleigh, though.
Well, maybe he's
Hey,
Raleigh.
boys, how's it going?
What's
Will, are you in Raleigh or Green Bay?
I'm in Raleigh. Actually, Fuquay Varina, but people can't really pronounce that quite right. It's 30 minutes south of Raleigh, but
I have seen. Hold on, real quick. I have seen the sign for that city my whole life off 95.
Say the name, JP.
I never knew how to say it until he said it. Fuquay Varina?
Fuquay Varina, yes.
That sounds like a city in Costa Rica, not North Carolina.
Varina.
All right, shout out to Fuquay Varina.
Well, thanks for taking my call, boys. Well, I just went to run some errands in the Raleigh area, and Redskins country is still alive and well down here. There's a ton of fans out in the area still, and they've been showing up more and more. I felt like I was the only one for a number of years. I'm 26 years old. Had my dad telling me about the glory days my whole life, and now I get to see some winning in the burgundy and gold, so it's great to see. But I think the keys to the game today is really going to be hitting on the deep shot to Terry McLaurin, and I think Dan Quinn is going to have a plan for Micah Parsons to make sure that he doesn't have a big impact in this game and that we don't turn the ball over.
I think that's a good call.
You know, one thing that Micah Parsons always says, Dan Quinn knows him better than anybody. And Dan has been very coy. He didn't talk about Micah extremely a lot this week. He has a game plan for him.
The best was Dan Quinn said, what would you like to happen with Micah this week? He said, for him not to play.
Yeah.
I'd sit him.
Yeah, I'll sit him. Sit down, dog.
Hey, Jeff, Fuquay Varina yourself. What are the keys? What are Jeff Walker's keys to a Commanders victory tonight?
How many you have?
Look, man, I just want them to protect Jaden, dominate on both sides of the ball. You asked for my keys.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I want them to dominate on both sides of the ball, and I really want them to cut the pre-snap penalties out. That's all mental. Be confident in you knowing the play and knowing your skill, and we'll be just fine. I also last thing, I just want to see them get in rhythm. I want the car to start up smooth this time. I don't want that little rough idle.
Yeah, I mean, I like those, Jeff. I do. I think they had their first drive was a little ugly, had the penalties, but the second drive was an 8-play touchdown drive.
Although they had the penalties, they still could have gone and Zach pulled that ball in.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, Ertz had the penalty. Last week they had 12 penalties, and that's too much. You're not going to win many games like that, but they played a hapless Giants team. I told you this. Bees, if you're listening, and I know you are because you're always giving me a hard time, give me a parlay of Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler not to have a false start because I just don't see that happening 2 games in a row.
Do they have those out there like that, Jay?
Probably not, Brian. But that doesn't mean Bees can't handicap it himself. He's a talented man. I like 2 of those penalties I just don't see happening again. The Wagner roughing is such a tough, bad call. You know what I mean? Like there's a number of calls there that I don't see happening again.
They're roughing right there. I didn't see that as a roughing, but whatever.
The B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll question of the day. Who will win tonight? It's a simple question, folks. Simple. Commanders or the Packers. You can vote at B. Mitch and Finley on Twitter. All of our B. Mitch and Finley AAA polls of the day are brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership.
AAA.
Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Let's keep the phones going. My guy G is in Sterling. What's up, G?
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing?
Doing good, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Happy birthday, Mr. Finley.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, look, the keys of the game is our guys performing the way that we know that they can perform. Whatever the coaches, whatever the game plan is, we need to do that. And if we're not doing it in the first half like we always do last year, we adjust in the second half. That's what we're going to do. We coming out of Green Bay with a win.
All right, bro. I'm with you. That's what I want to happen.
Yeah.
I'm pulling.
It's going to be fun. The reason they play the games, folks. Deacon is in D.C. What's up, Deacon?
What's up, Deacon?
All right, first of all, happy birthday, Mr. Finley.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, my birthday is in the same month range yours is. We're Virgos.
Same cosmetology, baby.
Mr. Mitchell.
What up, bro?
Mr. Mitchell. I just want to say, keep up the good work.
Appreciate you.
All right. Now, as far as the game is concerned, guys, let's just get a ditto on everything we did last week.
A what?
Ditto.
The key.
Throwing those on the field.
Ditto on everything that they did last week except the penalties.
Yep.
Okay? They did a good job last week. They won. But the bottom line is you got to stop the penalties and we don't care nothing about the Parsons kid. You know, he's still in limbo. He's questionable anyway. Got a back problem. Somebody need to hit him in his back for real. No, don't do that. All right. Have a great day.
Yep.
Thanks, buddy.
Make him have to have a backiotomy.
Doctor said I need a backiotomy. Can I say something that's really, really funny?
Go ahead.
When I was a young man.
It better be funny, Jay.
When I was a young man, like 23 or something, single, living downtown, met a young lady, quite cute, but she had a scar on her back. And my roommate said, that girl needs a backiotomy. Dennis is in Reston. Dennis, what's the key to the game tonight?
We got to take care of Mr. Parsons. And, after watching Green Bay last week, they do have, there's a few other people on that defensive line that really, they concern me dearly. And we need to take care of that. But I predict that we win tonight. I think it'll be a tight game. Something has to be right. We got to completely eliminate 13 penalties for 89 yards. That's got to be completely eliminated. And just a couple small things, and I think we take this game tonight, guys. I really do.
Thank you, buddy. Let's do this. We're getting ready for Peter Rosenberg to join us, but before we run, right now you get this weird weather where the days are warm, but they're chilly nights and mornings. It's that time of year. Time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love them. They're so helpful whenever we have a problem. But if you act now, you won't have any problems because for just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star tech will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smooth, efficiently, and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at you this season. That means boosting your system's performance, lowering your energy bills, and catching any small issues that could cost you a ton of money down the road or make your system break down in January or February when it's cold as hell and you don't want your system to break down. Take it from me. A quick call to Crop Metcalf is a small move now that could save you big when the temperatures flip. Do yourself a favor. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. Congratulations are in order for Bill. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt named the Pepsi Rookie of the Week.
Oh, shucks.
10 for 82 with the tutties gets it done, B.
Hell yeah. 8.2 a carry.
A lot of people wonder if I've had a zillion people ask me, what do you think for Bill tonight? Because, the carries wasn't that significant. I think he gets more work. I think if they had longer drives, Bill would have gotten more work.
Yeah, but the thing about you watch him, man, he just has a knack. He's very smooth with it. Great balance, great vision. Because that little play started way on the left side, was going inside, boom, bounced outside. The run, when he jumped in, he made the linebacker jump inside, and then he was able to get outside. But like the thing of it is, he was 10 for 82. He was effective. They gonna bring him along. They're not gonna just throw him out there and give him 30 carries. So if he were to get more tonight, would it be 12, 15 carries?
Like I was gonna say 14.
Yeah. So I mean,
now I am gonna say something, Brian, that I hope isn't controversial. I think it might be a little unrealistic for him to maintain eight yards per carry. So let's all try to measure our expectations.
You know what, though? It probably will be, but we can hope for it.
Sure. YPC of 8, pretty darn good.
YPC of 8, hell, he'll be walking to the Pro Bowl. Walking right in.
Dude, Tischler had this stat. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Now, most of this is Jaden driven from last week. If you remember, I think Jaden won the Pepsi Rookie of the Week like 10 out of 17 times or something.
Yeah, like every week. But everybody thought somebody else was going to win it.
Commanders rookies have now won the Pepsi Rookie of the Week 13 of the last 19 weeks.
Hey, man, that's what we do.
Jaden won it 11 times. Mikey Sammer still won it once, and now Bill has won it
Mikey
once.
did win it, yeah.
But Tischler points this out. It's a good juxtaposition. People love talking about how old the Commanders roster is, and they've won 13 of 19 Rookies of the Week.
Yeah, because the young players they have produce. But listen, you know how I think about that when people start throwing out, the old roster thing. Who gives a damn? If your older dudes can play, it's all that matters. Wouldn't Bobby in the top 100?
Yeah. When we had Bill Huber on yesterday that covers the Packers, and he's been covering the Packers for close to 20 years, I believe, and he said, as I was doing my prep this week, I was looking up Bobby Wagner's stats, and the fact that he's a 10-time Pro Bowler. I mean, dude, he has made either the Pro Bowl or All-Pro every year for the last 10 years.
Yo.
You know how hard that is to do?
It's difficult. I mean, but the thing of it is, it's this new age of people that are around the sport of football that want to just tell you that means everything. Doesn't mean a damn thing.
No.
If you have older guys that can play with a combination of younger guys that can play, you win. I'm still waiting. Listen, bro. There are people in the analytics world that I can't stand and people that I like. I'm going to ask one question, and I want somebody to bring it to me. Please tell me the team that was the youngest in the league that won it, or the team that was that had all young guys. All I need to know, when did the youngest team in the league ever win a Super Bowl?
I don't know.
I want the people that want to make it important. I want them to tell me.
Let's see if AI can find that. Youngest NFL team to win a Super Bowl.
No. That's not the story. When was the team that they had the youngest team that year go and win the Super Bowl?
Based on, just what is Google's AI called? Sahara or something? The 2013 Seahawks had an average roster age of 26 years. 26 years old in 4 months, or the youngest team to win a Super Bowl. If you remember, they beat.
But they were 26 years and 4 months.
Right.
They weren't the youngest team roster that year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because ours was 26 years and something.
I see what you're saying now. Our guy Peter Rosenberg joins the program now. Peter, what's up, man? How are you?
Guys, it's Thursday Night Football. I've been waiting all week for Thursday night. You know what I mean?
I bet, dude. I'm curious for you, a guy that is a legit, national media member. You are not a local guy, right? You're ESPN.
No.
WWE, you do all these things. What do you think about tonight's game, and what have you been hearing when you bring up your Commanders?
It just seems to be that I think the national feeling is, ooh, great game. Okay. Which by the way, that alone is a pretty cool. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
We're in a game and people are hyped who don't have any rooting interest. They're just hyped to watch. That is so crazy. The years of putrid play and people are like, oh man, Green Bay and Washington, this is a game. And, I feel bad. If you guys were in my position, I think you do the exact same thing. Every day when we're talking about how bad the Giants offense has been, I always have to be like, guys, I need you to know, I've been there. I get this. This pattern of, it's not working, we're going to fire the coach. Oh, when can we get in the next quarterback? What's the next draft pick? What's the next GM? I did all of this. I actually legitimately feel for you. And I think they can't help but think I'm always trying to, dump on them. But really, it's just no, I know what it's actually like. It is a terrible way to watch football. And I think the main thing I took away from week one, guys, was to see Jaden naturally just be the exact same guy you remembered was it's like in a movie where the guy finally gets the girl that he loves, and then in the morning he wakes up and looks over and she's still there.
Yeah, and she looked like she did when he met her that night.
Exactly, and she looks the same. That's what Jaden on Sunday was. I was like, oh man, he's the same guy. Look at him. And then the other piece that I loved is we did not play well, not particularly well.
Yeah,
and won easily. That's as rare. We could talk about all the rarities of what we've seen recently, guys. I would really ask you, when was the last time we played a game against anyone, let alone a team who always plays us close or beats us, and we didn't even play particularly well, and still you never felt the game was in question? That has been a very long time.
Yeah.
When was the last time you heard the fight for Sloppy? It's interesting. I mean, seriously, you're so right. And that was my takeaway leaving FedEx or Northwest week one was, all right, they didn't play their best. They beat down a division opponent, won by 2 touchdowns, and I was in that locker room, and they weren't thrilled.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
They were pissed.
That shows you got a real team.
Real team and growth. That shows growth in them, too.
Yeah, it's such a real football team thing to have, and I just can't believe that's us. Now, on the flip side, tonight, one of my best friends, a big Packers fan, so he's been on my neck all week. Oh, but it's going to be a long night for Jaden. And listen, I absolutely, I'm a huge Micah Parsons fan, and I have to imagine that week by week he will get better as he learns what he's actually doing in Green Bay. But the thing is about a real football team is you just don't go into games scared. I mean, I feel like the only team, I don't know how you guys feel, as of this moment, the only team that I kind of fear in any way has been Philadelphia. They're kind of the only team that they shake me up a little bit.
Super Bowl champ. Yeah.
Yeah, and remember, we have a couple experiences last year that were the win we got was without Jalen Hurts, and it was still tough and all that. And then the loss was, it seemed like we were there for a moment, and then in the end we fell apart and got blown out. That made me start, questioning everything in that moment. I was so down on Dan Quinn that day. I remember calling you guys. I was so mad at certain decisions. Maybe he's not the guy. I don't know. And then you get to the playoffs, and you play a really good half of football with them, and in the end you give up a 50-burger. So, they have the right to scare you, I think. But I don't think anyone else has the right to scare this football team.
I don't think they're scared of anybody else out there, to be honest with you. But the whole thing of it is, the one thing that kind of gives me solace with Michael Parsons, he says it all the time. Dan Quinn knows me better than anybody. Don't you think Dan Quinn been talking to Cliff Kingsbury how to attack him?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Peter, what is kind of your prediction for tonight, bro?
Well, we're a 4.5-point dog.
It's 3.5.
3.5. I heard 4.5 yesterday. You know, man,
that was your Green Bay fan friend.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, man, I really I'm so apprehensive about doing it. I'm like an abused animal, but I like us tonight. Like I know Parsons is going to be tough. I know that defense will be good, but guess what? I think our defense is better, and I think we're going to keep them in check. You know, I had Booger McFarland on my show yesterday, and he doesn't think that Jaden's going to be overwhelmed by the situation, but he said the reason he thinks the game favors the Packers, that he thinks there are more scenarios in which the Packers can win. And I understand what he's saying, because he was basically saying that he thinks that in order for us to win, it's basically like Jaden balls out or bust. But what I think he's not hip to yet, and what maybe the whole league isn't hip to yet, and maybe we as fans aren't even hip to yet, is I think there's a version of this team where it's a heavy dose of running, and Jaden doesn't do quite as much, and they can still win.
Yeah.
You know, I think that between Bill and Debo and then Jaden running the ball, there's a chance.
Don't forget Eckler.
Oh, sorry, and Eckler. That's right. There are a few different ways that I think we can be a problem for teams. So I like us tonight. I think we're going to go out there and win. I think we're going to be 2-0. I think we will head into next week the toast of the NFC. That's what I think.
Dude, the way I look at it tonight, I wouldn't touch the point spread in this, because this is a home game at Lambeau, prime time, all of the things, right? Green Bay's defense looked dominant last week. There is a chance Green Bay wins this thing by a touchdown or 10 points.
Sure.
But if this is close late, I trust 5 to win it. Mm-hmm. And I think the bet tonight is the Commanders' money line. Like, I don't think you mess with the spread. I think you take, depending where you're getting it, it's plus 150, plus 160. Take the juice.
Yeah, that's a great point, and also respectfully to Jordan Love, who particularly over the last 9 games has been really good, and I think he is finding who he is. But this game comes down to a possession. I don't know if there's a player in the league currently who you trust much more than 5. So
He's proven
it comes down to it. That guy's energy level is sometimes straight up scary. Like the way that he walks around, the calm that Jaden Daniels has in a high pressure situation reminds me of in a Halloween movie when Michael Myers, instead of sprinting after the people to kill them, he's just calmly walking. That's Jaden.
He knows they're going to fall.
Peter, we got to run, brother. Thank you for the time, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
All right, let's get him. Talk tomorrow.
All right, bro.
Antonio Freeman joins us next.
Free.
This sports update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical. Some huge news potentially for your fantasy team. Coach Kyle Shanahan told reporters on Wednesday that Brock Purdy is a long shot to play in week 2 due to toe and left shoulder injuries, but it's that toe injury that could really keep him out. Ian Rappaport is reporting that Brock Purdy is out for anywhere between 2 and 5 weeks with a variant of turf toe. Backup Mac Jones is in line to get the start for San Francisco this week and potentially beyond. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be without wide receiver Chris Godwin for at least another 3 games while he's recovering from a second ankle surgery. That is per a report from Ian Rappaport. The procedure may speed up his recovery time, and the Bucs could see Godwin return to the field as soon as Week 5 when they take on Seattle. And it is a Commanders game day Thursday night football on deck. So there is some injury news to follow for the Green Bay Packers. Their pass rusher Micah Parsons, he was very solid in his debut on Sunday. He's officially been listed as questionable for tonight's game. Parsons has been limited in practice all week leading up to the game, but if you remember, he was limited all of last week too. He was listed as questionable, but he still managed to be very effective against the Detroit Lions. So we will see what he is able to do tonight, but you have to imagine he's going to play just basing off of last week and now this week. When your HVAC's breaking down like a struggling defense, call Foley Mechanical. They are the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. It was funny. They're playing Freebird there last night when I left this bar last night. I guess, I'm sure on game day it goes a lot later, but I think because this is such a small neighborhood, the bars have to stop. They all had bands, and the band stopped last night at noon, and somebody was screaming, "Play Freebird! Play Freebird!"
Stop at noon?
10 p.m.
Okay, there you go, dog.
Yeah, Doug, I don't know. I'm going to be joined by Antonio Freeman here in just a few minutes. Excited for that. Antonio Freeman, I mean, he had a tremendous career in the NFL, obviously, but the catch I think everybody always remembers is that Monday night game where it like bounced up, he rolled on the ground and grabbed it. You remember that?
Yeah, he just texted on man. Text me that number, I forgot it. 636-1067.
Yeah, 800. Of course, part of that 1998 Super Bowl champion with the Packers, Brett Favre. I was walking on Brett Favre Way yesterday. Nice little statue for number 4. From 97 to 99, Freeman went over 1,000 yards every year. In 97, he had 12 touchdowns. In 98, he had 14.
Oh, man.
That is serious production, man.
I gave him the wrong number.
He doesn't even know the number.
No, I hit the wrong button. These big-ass fingers of mine.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 1067 The Fan. We're going to talk with Antonio Freeman, then we're going to open these phone lines all the way back up. Let folks chime in for the rest of the day. Congrats again to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt for winning Rookie of the Year. Rookie of the Week, rather. It'd be a little early for Rookie of the Year. It's going to be a really fun night at Lambeau tonight. I think the energy will be excellent. I've been walking around town. There's a ton of Burgundy and Gold fans here, and my buddy just sent me. The one direct flight is leaving DCA shortly, coming into Green Bay, packed with Burgundy and Gold fans. Joining us now via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. Is Antonio Freeman. Antonio, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us.
How's everybody back in the DMV? Did I just hear you say there's a direct flight from D.C. to Green Bay?
I think they put one in today for the game, basically.
Nah, it's one because that's one tandem zone, I think.
Right. I think it's not always there, but they put it in today.
Well, I told Free last night I'm getting in tonight. He said like 10 o'clock because he know all the damn flight schedules.
They haven't changed them in 30 years.
Dude, Free, I wanted to come to Anduzzi's last night. I saw you were holding it down. It looked like a pretty fun crowd in there last night.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. We had William Henderson, our fullback, also from the Super Bowl 31 team. So, it's just a good time to just stop by, hang out with the fans, and, quick 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and go have dinner.
Very cool, man. So, obviously, we got a huge game tonight. Packers-Commanders. I mean, this game seems like it's going to have all sorts of
glitz and glamour.
Yeah, I mean, national implications. Everybody's going to be watching. Well, what are you thinking about tonight's game?
I just have an ill feeling about Thursday games altogether, but I'll put that aside. I think this game, definitely you see two young up-and-coming quarterbacks at the head position. Talent all around those guys. You guys signing Terry McLaurin and getting him back, adding Debo. So it's going to be a great matchup. Two teams that are aspiring to get back to the NFC. The Packers have to get past the Lions, and the Commanders ultimately have to get past the Eagles if they want to advance to championship play.
When you look at this game last night, this game coming up tonight, two quarterbacks that can put a lot of pressure on the defense. They both can move around. I think Jaden moves a little better when it comes to running the ball. But when you look at that, how much pressure you think is going to be on the defenses to have to step up?
Well, when you talk about defense, I look at it both ways. The defensive line is definitely going to be counted on to get pressure, just so you can take some of the pressure off those defensive backs, and they don't have to cover so long. So I think initially pressure from both teams. Either you look at the Commanders or the Packers, they both have to get pressure because, as you said, Mitch, two guys that are elusive, can move around in the pocket and generate plays moving their feet.
For sure. As we look back on last week, the Packers had a dominant defensive performance against the Lions. Do you think that carries over tonight? The effort they had last week, Detroit could get nothing going on the ground. Do you think that was a unique situation, kind of these week one woes we see where teams aren't really ready to play yet? Or is that who Green Bay is?
I think that's definitely the week one effect. None of these guys pretty much play in preseason games after the first one. Their practices are set, so they don't practice in the heat. So they practice at 7 in the morning and then 6 at night to avoid all the sun. So this is probably these guys' first opportunity to play and practice during prime time hours, meaning 1 through 7 o'clock. They avoid this for player protection throughout training camp. And as you mentioned, just week one woes and the effect of, I think Detroit has two new coordinators. So I think you got to get the kinks out, with these guys not playing in preseason like we had to play Mitch back in our day.
Oh, yeah.
I think it throws off the rhythm of the offenses and the defense. So definitely had something to do with maybe them adjusting to their offensive coordinators, finding out what their strengths and weaknesses are, and moving from there.
When you look at a team, I think just like when we were with Andy always looked for matchups. If you had to say that there was a weakness on the Packers right now, what would that be?
It's hard, man. It's week one just passed. The weakness, man. I would really try to run the football. I wouldn't say that that's a weakness for the Packers because they have guys that can stop the run. But just with the new addition of Micah Parsons, and maybe you can get some miscommunication between the defensive signal guys. But you have to establish the run in a game like this. As dynamic as these two quarterbacks are at making plays and extending plays, neither team can rely on that quarterback to win the game for them. So I think running the ball, whether it's 3 yards to carry or whether you're getting 6 yards to carry, that's going to be the real key to tonight's winner.
For sure. We're talking with Packers legend Antonio Freeman here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Antonio, it's been crazy. I've been here in Green Bay since Tuesday, and walking around, like the history of this place and Lambeau, and my hotel's on Tony Canadeo Drive. Like it's just how much, in your experience over the years playing for the Packers, how much of a difference did Lambeau make for you guys? Just not that it's necessarily intimidating, excuse me, but it's so iconic that maybe opposing teams like take a minute to just kind of look around early on in games.
Well, to be honest, Green Bay is not a stadium that you typically visit. So if you're a player and you attend sports games, this still is probably your first time at Lambeau. You've heard so much about it, and playing in Lambeau, I think the mystique is always going to be there. But for us, back in our days, and I'm guessing it's carrying on to today's generation, when you pull up in your car, you're going through that gate. You got to sleep in your bed. You got to be on your time. A lot of times when you're on the road, you have scheduled meetings that pop up and different things that kind of throw you off your game. So I think anytime you can play at home and continue your normal routine and daily routine and have the support of this fan base of Green Bay Packers, which is amazing, I think that's a good recipe for winning.
What do you think for... I know you watch football. What have you thought watching Jaden Daniels now for a season and a little bit more?
To be honest, I really don't watch a lot of football, but I have been keeping track with Jaden Daniels. I remember him when he was in college, just making plays, extending plays, great arm, great accuracy. And I was very, very, and this is not in a bad way, I was surprised at how he just came into the game and picked it up so fast. And took a lot to do with his athletic ability, his smartness, his ability to know where to go with the football. And I've watched this kid, and he just seemed in control. And you don't get a lot of rookie quarterbacks. They're nervous. They're not ready for the moment. This, that, and the other. But he always is Joe Cool, man. You kind of like never see him sweat. And when you're a teammate, man, and you can look at the head guy on this team and know that this guy will not be shook, man, that rallies the troops right there.
Yeah, that's one thing that we noticed about him, man. The dude is always on the field, laughing, joking, smiling. I think it was a guy from last week with the Giants, Burns. He was like, man, the dude talk a lot. So he's on the field just chopping it up with people because he's having fun, and they think he's trying to talk trash. But, when you have that type of mindset, bro, you can go out there and do some unbelievable things. And, you're right. When you're looking at a quarterback, he looks nervous. Hell, you're nervous. If he's not nervous, you're okay.
Absolutely. And, I mean, the kid's got a bright, bright future. And I don't mean to call him a kid, but he's got a bright, bright future. And I'm
Free, you're 50-something years old. He's a kid.
So you saying we unk status, man?
No, I'm saying you unk status. I ain't saying I'm unk status.
Hell, B-Mitch is now G-Mitch. He's got grandkids, dude. He's past unk.
B-Mitch was a couple generations before me, so.
Oh, Lord.
Free, with one thing the Packers have always had in this kind of Jordan Love iteration is they have just a bunch of receivers they roll out. Like just Jaden Reed, Dobbs, they drafted the kid Matthew Golden. Of these receivers, who do you think is the most dangerous and will have the biggest impact tonight?
I think Jaden Reed. I think he's the guy every week. I think his versatility and his ability to just move all over the field and play all positions. And primarily when he's in the slot, he's a force to be reckoned with. I had a chance to spend some time with him last year at an event. And, we just talked about some of the nuances and, because I played the slot. So I just wanted to pick his head and, find out, man, how you so good so early? But when he had all those college reps playing against elite college competition, he was saying that already prepared him for the NFL. And once he got here, he just had to pick up a few other things and add to his already skill set. So Jaden Reed is always my guy. I think anytime you can isolate a possibly two receiver on any other team and you isolate him against your three nickelback or your safety, I think that's a win-win for the Packers.
Yeah.
So what do you think happens tonight? Obviously, this is Jaden Daniels' first time in Lambeau. Washington had the really good season last year. Green Bay's been good for a while. Green Bay makes the big move to go get Micah Parsons. How do you see this thing going down?
Man, they're going to have to score a lot of points tonight, man. And whoever's going to win is definitely going to have to score 32 points to win tonight. If this game can start off fast and these guys can get in rhythm fast. A lot of explosive players on each team. They're going to throw the football. They're going to run the football. And, man, I just think Josh Jacobs is going to be the key. If he can get 100 yards rushing tonight, I think the Packers win. I think if he struggles to get going, like I said, I don't think either quarterback is really built to just carry a team, throwing the ball and scrambling around in the pocket. So whoever wins the rushing battle wins the game tonight.
So you're saying it's going to be a Thursday night game unlike the ones we saw last year, because most of them were duds.
And I'm hoping these guys, hey, B. Mitch, I'm hoping, man, because the Thursday night games are horrible. I mean, these guys have such a short turnaround to recover their body, to practice, to regain that cohesiveness. And then before you know it, man, they're banging shoulder pads again.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, these Thursday nights are just brutal on the players. Do you think it'll help tonight that at least it's week 2, like it's early in the season?
That's where I'm getting the scoring from, because typically it's a 16-9 game on Thursday night. But I'm imagining with the ability of both quarterbacks that there'll be some blown coverages, there'll be some missed tackles, and just different errors that's going to make the score run up a little tonight, because I don't think either one of these teams are going to hold back tonight. It's prime time. It's Thursday night football. This game is going to come down to playoff seeding in Week 17, because we're going to have an NFC versus the NFC part of the schedule, and now you're going to have power rankings and all of those things. So I expect an exciting game. I'd be really disappointed if I saw the team score under 21 points tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, I agree with you. Week 1 in this era of 17 games and only 3 preseason games, and nobody really plays in the preseason. Week 1 is such a crapshoot in the NFL.
Totally.
But I think both these teams kind of have their legs under them now, and we'll see what is real tonight. At least that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a quick turnaround for everybody. DC had to get on the plane and travel here. So it already puts you guys at a disadvantage, either a day less practice or a day less whatever, because you have to travel here. So these guys are young. You got a young team. So when you're young, you can recoup faster. You can rebound faster. So that's the exciting part about tonight's game is just the youth factor, and just how the youth is just coming alive and being present in today's game. So I'm really excited about 2 young quarterbacks, a lot of young wide receivers running around, and some pretty good running backs out there tonight.
Totally.
And
Absolutely.
the tight ends. We haven't even talked to tight ends, and we won't get to that, but we've got some really impressive tight ends on both sides of the football.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you, can you do us a favor? Because our audience is certainly familiar with Zach Ertz. He's been in the league a long time, an established vet. But this kid Kraft for the Packers is legit. Can you just share a little insight on him?
Yeah, opportunity. He was ready for his moment. He wasn't the starting tight end for the Packers this year. They had drafted big. They had drafted a big tight end to be there. And when he wasn't there, Kraft was ready for his moment. He's a versatile guy. You can flank him out. You can use him a whole bunch of different ways. And, for all the kids out there, listen, man, you always sit around and say, man, when I get in, if I get in, I'm going to do this. And then when you get your chance, you don't do anything. This guy was ready for his moment. You only get one opportunity a lot of times in life. And Kraft has just stepped up. He's a very athletic tight end. He's really helped our passing game a lot.
Free, who's your son playing with? His son plays soccer.
He plays for Orlando City, and he's a member of the U.S. national team.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool, man. Congratulations.
He's on a flight to D.C. to watch him play the United.
Oh, that's so
they
cool.
play DC United on Saturday.
What's that got to be like for you as a dad that hit the highest levels of football, then to watch your son hit the highest levels in his sport? And
I look at him like when he first got into the MLS and signed the contract, he was 17 years old. So, he was still a kid in my eyes. And, we lost those years in raising him. And the soccer system had to raise him from age 17 on.
Yeah.
And, man, he's just really bought into the system, worked hard. And he just had a chance to he was ready for his moment. The guy in front of him wasn't playing bad. They put him in for 30 some minutes on his first MLS game. to give him some action. And he started it next week and never came out. He's a young kid, 21 years old. He plays 90-plus minutes every night, man. And, man, I still think I'm watching a kid because he's so young. And to see him out there playing with grown men that are 30, 28, I'm like, hey, don't push my kid like that, So, man, it's just been an exciting, different ride than I expected. Man, but I'm just so happy for him that he's able to reach those heights in only his first year as an MLS pro, MLS All-Star, U.S. national team. Man, I'm just so happy, that he's happy and he's doing well.
You get the experience what your parents would tell you. Like your mom always say, you will always be my baby. It's always going to be your baby, dog.
And then I understand my dad's, when I was playing, I was like, damn, why does my dad act like that, man? He's just like over the top with it. And, now some years later, I find myself being my dad. So, that Allstate, whatever commercial it is, say, don't be your parents. I'm my dad.
That's awesome. Free, you played in the NFL, the highest levels, won a Super Bowl. You think you could run straight for 90 minutes?
No. He told me one game that he ran 6.9 miles the entire game. They have this digital calculation that tracks every step they take. And I'm like, you did what in 90 minutes? No, just the amount and the speed that they have to run with. Man, I might give him the edge.
Oh. Hey, man, thank you for your time. We'll see you tonight.
You, man.
Already. All right, guys. Y'all be good, man. Go Pack, go.
All right,
peace.
That is Antonio Freeman right there. Going to open these phone lines back up. Commanders didn't score a ton last week. Why, and how did they get back on track this week? Nobody go anywhere. It's P. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Lions began somewhat of a new era in 2025 as Coach Dan Campbell lost both offensive coordinator Ben Johnson and his defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn this offseason, and the Lions definitely missed them in Week 1. But up next for the Lions, coincidentally, is former architect of their offense, Ben Johnson, who now leads the rival Bears. Campbell does not want to fall to 0-2 in his home opener. In fact, he called this game a must-win for them. And the numbers back that up. Teams that fall to 0-2 have made the playoffs just 12.2% of the time. So it is an absolute must-win for the Lions, not only to defeat Ben Johnson, but also to help their playoff chances. Not your path? Fast track your career instead. Continuing Education offers in-demand, fast-paced job training. Train for tomorrow's jobs today at pgcc.edu. Register now. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Freezing in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
So B just asked me, he's like, damn, dog, it really is cold in here. I just went and put on a vest. I offered B. Mitch a sweatshirt. Jimbo, if you are listening, send your salespeople to the Spring Hill Suites in Green Bay, man. You need to get some rude systems in here. It is not what do we say? Comfort meeting performance?
No.
That is not the case here. It's cold as hell.
It's cold meeting cold.
So then I turned it off, and it's going to be hot as hell in like a half hour. All right. Sometimes, part of being a member of the media is knowing what you don't know and then trying to rely on experts.
Mm-hmm.
And often when you're reporting a story, you can lean on academia for expertise. You know what I mean? Like if you're doing a story on the economy, you talk to a finance professor, right? So we're lucky enough on this program, we have our own professor, Professor Jim Mullins. He's got a PhD in BSology. Professor Mullins, I'm curious your keys to tonight's game. What does Washington need to do to go to Lambeau and get a dub?
Thing number one, they need to give Bill the ball so he scores a touchdown because I bet on that. So that's number one. Number two, they need to clean up the penalties from last week. I felt that was kind of one of the reasons that they didn't score. It looked like they were kind of dominating the game, but the offense still seemed a little bit disjointed. There are defense penalties too, but it just seemed that there were so many penalties that they were constantly shooting themselves in the foot. And if they can, even cut those in half, which would still be kind of a lot of penalties if they cut them in half, I think they could easily score another touchdown and 28 points. That seems like a pretty good number to win in the NFL.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. What is Bill's anytime touchdown number?
It was like plus 230.
That's pretty good, dude. I think that's pretty reasonable. Do you think his role grows tonight, B?
I think it does if it seems like he's having a better game. I think they're going to start it off with the same type of mindset they had last week. And if Austin is doing the things he was doing, they'll have a rotation of those guys. But if Bill seems to be more effective running the ball, and that's what they all of a sudden notice that they can't stop the run, they're going to run the hell out of him.
Totally. I was glad Antonio Freeman, when he was just on with us, if you missed any of our interview with Packers legend Antonio Freeman, you can check it out on the Odyssey app or iHeart or wherever you get your podcasts. Wherever the content is, we're there, baby. I asked Free, the Packers were dominant against the Lions last week in stopping the run. I mean, the Lions' run was terrible. If you just look at their running backs, it was 11 carries for, I don't know, 19 plus 3 is 22, minus 1. No, it was bad. They averaged 2.1 a carry. It was bad. I think the Lions were out of sorts. And I think they've got to figure out what their new old line is. I think Washington.
That probably was the problem because you hear the big trade. They got rid of Clark, sent him to Dallas. He was their run stopper. He leaves, and all of a sudden they got that much better. I don't buy it.
Totally.
I think those Ragnow and the other guy leaving Detroit was the problem in that game.
Listen, man, if you're looking for a place to go watch the game tonight, hang out, you can join Linnell and Denton at Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. They're starting at 6:30. That'll be the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. If I know those boys, they're just going to stay and watch the game there. I think they will. That will be a fun scene. That Honor Brewing Company is a cool spot. I think wherever you are in the DMV tonight or wherever you are as a Commanders fan watching this thing should be a lot of fun. I do believe Jaden in this offense. I just, in general, believe in this offense at a pretty high level. I believe in Kingsbury's ability to call the right plays. A huge difference last night is last year, Washington was among the best teams in third down conversions. They converted about 45 of their third downs. And then last week against the Giants, it was not the same, right? It was significantly lower. I'm going to see if I can pull that up. 4 divided by 11. Last week they were about 10% off their average last year. And I think you get a couple more sustained drives that will create more opportunities for the run game.
True.
And I think they're going to get there tonight. As much as I think Detroit was kind of clunky and out of their rhythm, I think Washington was too. And if you look at like the drive chart, the second drive they scored, then their fourth drive they scored, then their second to last drive they scored. There were a lot of short, ugly drives. The first drive was 6 plays for 21 yards with a penalty. Then the end of the half was just a killer because if you get at least a field goal there, your final's 24-6. You probably feel a lot different. On that end of half drive, they had 10 yards in penalties. Their first drive coming out of halftime, they forced a 3-and-out on the Giants' first drive. Then they get the ball. They get the ball, good field position, 5 plays, 30 yards, punt with another 10-yard penalty. And what I do find pretty remarkable, on the touchdown drive that sealed it, the Deebo Samuel touchdown drive, they had 15 yards of penalties on that drive. And Jaden got sacked at least once, if not twice on that drive.
I think it was 2 times.
Dude, they had a 2-sack and 15-yard penalty drive and still scored a touchdown.
Yeah.
You don't want to have to overcome that stuff.
If they clean up the penalties, they're going to put pressure on anybody they play. It's going to be tough for them, for any team to just destroy them if they don't have penalties. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. They have a great chance every game.
Green Bay was not as heavily penalized in their opening win against the Lions. Green Bay only had 4 penalties for 40 yards, and Detroit turned it over. So you keep your game clean. You have a clean sheet on the turnovers, only 4 penalties, and you get one from them. That goes a long way towards a 27-13 final.
Totally.
Washington did not have a clean sheet. They didn't turn it over, but 12 penalties is almost a damn turnover in and of itself.
Not turning it over is the best thing for you.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
So.
All right, exciting news. When we return, our guy Jeff Walker has his Week 1 song. Jeff does a great Week 2, rather. Jeff does a great job with these songs. I know you can listen to all of last year's. Is it on Spotify, Jeff? We're going to let Jeff introduce his song, the inspiration to it, and you get to hear it next on B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here, and the only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch and I are trying to figure out our parking for Lambeau Field. B, it looks like we're like that way. Is that helpful?
No. Hell no. Is it close to the stadium? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, it doesn't. So that's it right there. 17 stadiums right there.
Okay. So what do you mean that way? Where are we?
We are.
You don't know where we are?
I do know where we are. We're behind this Don Hudson Center. We're like down here.
Okay.
Don Hudson Center is their practice facility. It's definitely cool. It's funny, like all the legends here. There's Lombardi Avenue, obviously, Mike Holmgren Street or Mike Holmgren Road, and everybody remembers Holmgren here. There is Mike McCarthy Way.
Really?
McCarthy won a Super Bowl here.
Yes.
It's just funny because I don't know if it's like the Rodgers always kind of dogged him or that he went to Dallas and dealt with Jerry, but like Mike McCarthy's star is not what Holmgren's is or was.
Yeah.
Well, and Holmgren then went to
Holmgren's cool as hell, too.
Well, Holmgren also went to Seattle and went to a Super Bowl. They didn't win one, but like he had more success in his
I told you
second
Holmgren
stop.
played golf with us when we were in Tampa.
With Arians, too, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah. No, that was Arians. That wasn't Arians. That wasn't Holmgren. That was Arians.
Okay. Because Arians
is just a guy.
His reputation is full dude.
He's a dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know who else is a dude? Our guy, Jeff Walker. He's made a commitment to getting himself in really good shape. We're proud of him. But even with losing the weight, he maintains his musical ability. Jeffrey, we are fired up for Week 2 Commanders-Packers song. You want to take us through your inspiration here?
Yes. So this inspiration actually comes from one of my songs I did in year 1, but the sound quality was completely trash. So what I did was I was like, you know what? I'm gonna remix this because it goes with my theme from last week and what we had to do for the keys to the game this week. I got to shout out my boy Sean Minotti. He is the producer. My boy Cross, he's the engineer. And my man Jake Vicious, he helped with my mixing and mastering. And shout out to my whole Vault family because they're the ones who helped me make this record. So let's get it. Week 2. We beat a bad team like we were supposed to. But this time, we got to get back to the basics. So let's run it like this.
Hit 'em, rap 'em, let's make the talents come. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, pack 'em up, rap 'em, make the talents. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, get 'em, keep up the momentum. Stop them pre-snap flags, boy, that's all up in your mental. The defense charged up, and the offense about to click to. The way they about to beat these boys is gonna be detrimental. Set John in the motion, they handed it off the bill. If a Packer in the hole, he gon' be roadkill. That's gonna set up that play action. You know Jaden throw them dimes, hit Debo on the slant, put Terry on the fly. Hit 'em, rap 'em, let's make the talents come. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, yes sir. Rap 'em, make the talents. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, pack 'em up, 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 and ship 'em. Let's go out here and make some cheese doodles. Y'all remember those chips? Let's make some cheese doodles out of these guys. Some mozzarella sticks. Cause in the end, they real cheesy.
I like it, Jeff. I love the cheese doodles mozzarella sticks line. They love cheese up here, man. I walked through that Packers team shop. The amount of cheesehead hats. The Packers team shop is the most unbelievable team shop I've ever seen. You know what it reminds me of, B?
What's that?
You know when you're at Augusta, like the gear shop at Augusta? It's massive.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the Packers team shop reminded me of. It was that big and that, like, well done. Jeff, I always like to write down lines from the song that stick to me. I like you said, hand it off to Bill. If a Packer in the way, he going to be roadkill. I like that verse a lot, but I wonder how advantageous as a rapper is it that Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt prefers to be called Bill? That seems like a lot easier
Yeah.
than Jacory Krosky Merritt.
No, Jeff, show me how good you are. Next week, I want to see you take Jacoby Krosky Merritt and make it rhyme with something.
I would, but he prefers to go by Bill.
Hey, good cop out.
Bill's got to be a lot better than Jacory. Certainly a good song, and you're right, dude. Fundamentals in this thing, clean up the penalties. I like that song, Jeff. Maybe we play it again.
Hit him, wrap him. Got to make that tackle, huh, Jeff?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
All right, why don't we play that again at 1:45 as we're going off the air, getting ready for Grant and Danny. Just a reminder, anybody looking for something to do tonight, you can go hang at Honor Brewing Company in Sterling. Our guys, Linnell Willingham and Denton Day, will be doing the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. That all kicks off at 6:30. B, what time's your show tonight? You're probably on around then?
What time is the actual game?
Man, I don't know. So it's
I think it's 8:15 kickoff, which is 7:15 here.
Yeah.
We start at 6.
Okay. B's on at 6. I'll be on all afternoon on NBC4 with live reports from the field. I did have some folks asking me for injury updates, specifically with Tress. They didn't elevate the other punter last night, so it's going to be Tress punting.
Yes.
Otherwise, they would have elevated my man from Australia last night. I think the rest of these guys that were on the injury report, Noah Brown was a DNP, but my guess is that is more just resting him because he was limited the first 2 days.
So yesterday, you mean DNP?
Yeah.
They didn't do nothing yesterday. They traveled. They had a walkthrough.
Yeah.
So that DNP don't mean nothing.
Tress was limited. Dietrich Wise was limited. Tress and Wise are questionable. Wise proved pretty damn important.
Very.
Sunday against the Giants, but I think you see Wise tonight. Don't you expect him to go? And then you have Noah Brown was a DNP yesterday. I'd expect to see him. Eckler was limited all week with the shoulder. I would still expect to see him. And then Bates, Daniels, and Deron Payne landed on the injury report. Basically, Payne got a DNP on Tuesday, so they had to put him on there. They listed it as calf with an NIR, which is a rest day. I think you see everybody tonight.
Yeah. I'm expecting that. I think short week, you put people on it, let's be real, bro. The NFL makes these guys have to put all these injury reports, and they put them out. But it's creative sometimes.
Sure. If you choose to be alarmed by such things, I don't advise it, but Dietrich Wise going from full for 2 days of practice with the knee to limited on Wednesday, and then they list him as questionable. That's a bit of an eyebrow raiser, just something to keep an eye on. I know I'll kind of watch. One thing you can really get a tell on.
I'm coming early. I'm coming to the game early.
Right. Well, dude, we're going to be there early, so we'll see if he's getting like extended workouts early to test anything, and we'll keep you updated on that all after.
I'm going to go there. I'm going to get there early just in case they need another body, you know what I mean?
You never know.
I got the mindset of Jeff these days. I'm going to be ready to play if they need me.
What's a game check nowadays?
I'll take it.
I'm your agent. I'm your agent.
Hey,
look at Jeff trying to get a piece.
Jeff, you're not getting a piece of this one. Listen, so I'm going to just say that the least amount I could probably make is 1.2. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm just getting ready for it.
But that's for the year.
JP, can you let me handle my business?
AP, I'm hitting your phone later, man.
Cool.
That's $70,000 a week. I think I can
Catch
squeeze
a couple punts.
I can squeeze out a week.
You have expertise catching punts in this building.
Oh, yes. I can squeeze out 1 week.
Here's what I want to do. Phone lines are open for the rest of the show. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We'll get official predictions on the books. I also want to run through what Vegas is expecting tonight, what the player props are at, where they see some of these numbers. One number that really stands out to me, and you know how my brain works, B, if something's really low, makes me think Vegas is asking you to go over it. Let's take a look at Bill, Jacory Krosky Merritt's rushing yards prop from the experts in Vegas. It's interesting. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Micah Parsons is questionable for tonight's game, but if last week proves anything, it's that we're likely going to see him on the field. And if he has it his way, it's going to be a lot more than anticipated. Apparently, Micah Parsons talked his way into more snaps in week 1, saying he was fighting for his right to play after dealing with a back injury and the quick turnaround from the trade. So what does that mean for tonight's game with the Commanders? Well, Micah Parsons said he's not sure if that means that his role is going to increase for Thursday's quick turnaround. But after the Packers defensive coordinator said last week that he's drawn up all kinds of new plays after the Packers acquired him, Parsons said he wouldn't be surprised if some of those are introduced this week, meaning we're going to be seeing a lot more of Micah Parsons than we did in week 1. And Tampa Bay Buccaneers wide receiver Chris Godwin, who suffered a serious ankle injury in week 7 of the 2024 season, is expected to return to practice today as a limited participant. He began the year on the PUP list and has not returned to the field in almost a year. His return to practice does not guarantee he's going to suit up for Tampa Bay in the near future, but it does track along with the timeline that Coach Todd Bowles set ahead of the regular season. Right now, they're targeting week 5. Looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we will come to you to design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
This song has me intrigued, Landfill. Sounds intense. Brooding.
It's great.
What do you think about this song, B?
I haven't been paying attention to it.
Found this article from SI previewing tonight's game, and it's kind of breaking down all the position groups. Commanders passing offense versus the Packers passing defense. Obviously, you got to factor Micah Parsons into that.
Oh, yeah.
Pass defense, a lot gets driven by the pass rush. I like Washington's receivers in this game. Xavier McKinney's a really good player. I think that's a pretty good, fair matchup. They've got a good pass rush, but Washington has a fellow by the name of Jaden Daniels. I like the Commanders' receivers. But Green Bay's got a good defense. Yeah. I like the Commanders' offense going into this thing.
I do too.
Not
don't hurt yourself. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot.
Not everybody does, though, B. Washington was able to run the football really well last week.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the numbers, they averaged 7 yards a carry. Obviously, Jaden's rushing ability is a huge part of that. Through the air, it was a little bit more limited, but I think they missed some big plays by, feet, not yards. But Peter Schrager's a guy I think we both like, both respect.
Mm-hmm.
He was on, I think it was Stephen A. on First Take. And
you didn't know yelling A.
Peter Schrager's comments about what he expects this Packers defense to do, I found pretty interesting.
Are you higher now on the Packers or more down on the Lions after what you saw this week?
I'm certainly down on the Lions. And I do think there's great reason for concern with the way that offense looked without Ben Johnson. But I want to give it a week before we just say that they're awful because of how good the Packers defense was. Now, we have seen the 2000 Ravens and we've seen the 76 Steelers. I'm not putting them in that conversation. But what they did to the Lions on Sunday was maybe the greatest performance by any one unit all last week. And that includes the Bills' offense. 9 tackles for a loss, 4 sacks. And, of course, Micah Parsons gets the headlines, 29 snaps. I look at guys who have been considered busts the last few years in the draft. Quay Walker, unblockable. Rashawn Gary, unblockable. Lucas Van Ness, unblockable. They play Washington tomorrow night, Molly. And I know we're looking at this as like this battle of the Titans. Like, don't be shocked if they come out there and they shut down Jaden Daniels. That is how good this Packers defense is. And I believe Jeff Hafley is operating at such a level right now that this might be the story of the NSC. I don't think it's overreacting. I don't think it's hyperbole. I think that this defense is so good and so loaded at every single position with all this collection of first-round talent that we could be looking at a lot of teams saying, what's wrong with the offense? No. Packers defense is that good.
B?
I like Schrager. But after that one game, he's already made them a notch below the Raiders and the Steelers, in a sense. That's overreacting at its best. That's the 1 week of seeing something at its best. Come on, dog. You have two guards, a center and a guard that's there that weren't there last year, and they're trying to figure out this offensive line. They played great.
New coordinator.
They lost their best run stopper, and now you're trying to tell me that they let him go to get Michael Parsons there, and they're way better now than they were before. If you look at overreacting in a book, in a dictionary, you got Peter Trigger and that comment right there.
Peter is not a hyperbole guy. He is not like a hot take guy. And
on that one, he was.
I got to say, I was borderline shocked for him to inject the 2000 Ravens and whatever the 78 Steelers, whatever Iron Curtain team, Steel Curtain team he brought up. And he did make the point, like, I'm not saying this is that, but by bringing that into the conversation, you're kind of implying it. Green Bay was really good last week. But to me, when you talk about these guys that have been considered, bust might be too strong, but Van Ness, Rashad Gary's been really good for them. I'm not including Gary, but like Quay Walker, these other guys. Mm-hmm. It was one really good game. Quay
you
Walker
said unblockable. No, dog. I'm not going that far yet.
It is interesting, and you brought this up earlier in the week, that Washington's defensive performance is kind of getting thrown out, the baby with the bathwater, because nobody has high expectations of the Giants, right?
Uh-huh.
And the Packers' defensive performance, which was really good, is being celebrated because it was the Lions, who were so good last year.
Yeah.
If it was week 10 and the Lions were 7-2 coming into that game and moving the ball like they have the last couple of years, and then you see that performance, I can get down with some of that. If Detroit has shown they're still Detroit and they're running the ball like crazy and they're one of the toughest teams in the league, and then you shut them down, I'm with that.
Totally.
But I'm kind of surprised to hear that coming off of week 1 where the league is just so weird. You know what I mean?
But see, that's the thing about it. He basically just stated Ben Johnson is no longer there. Ben Johnson was there how many years and they got something going. So in other words, he's saying there's a new coordinator trying to establish something and it didn't work well. But then you go into making it like that Green Bay did everything. That one there, nah, dog. That's like what I saw them doing this morning. They were saying, "Give me like this outlandish, basically like statement or whatever." That was one of those things to me.
I'll ask the boys in the aquarium. Do you think the Packers defense will shut down the Commanders offense tonight? Jeffrey?
You want a short answer?
Sure.
No.
Give me the longer one.
Nobody can shut down Jaden Daniels. That is just my belief. If you try to stop him running, he's going to eat you up from the pocket. If you try to stop him from passing, he's going to run on you. He make the smart plays. So, no, I do not think they are going to shut down the Commanders' offense.
Yeah, it is really interesting because you can't – Jared Goff's a great player, man. I'm not trying to knock Goff. But Jaden is just such a different type of quarterback because if they're that good on the run and then they're able to play man on the outside, they don't have to worry about Goff.
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to shut down the run, I'm guessing from Green Bay tonight we see a lot of zone.
Well,
because they don't want Jaden to beat him with their legs.
Don't do man-to-man because you're going to get in trouble. But what I see.
But, B, if they sit down in zones, you know who's really good at finding the soft spots? Eckler, Ertz, Debo.
But see, the thing about it is there are so many guys on this team right now that has belief in themselves. And I really believe that that comment is more about them just getting Micah, and people are starting to hype him up even more now because, they want to be ahead of things instead of behind it. There's a lot on this squad, too, now that has a lot of belief. Last week, everyone said we couldn't do nothing with the Giants' defense, and they rolled in here, and they could not stop the run, and they didn't stop the pass either.
They did get some pressure on Jaden.
They got some pressure. That's cool. But what I'm saying is you bring in a pass rusher, and you just think that all of a sudden made them become run stoppers. I don't buy that. And I know how the way that you affect pass rushers, you make them uncomfortable. You don't let them do what they like to do. So you put me out there, and I got a big dude. All I know I got to do is run some speed on him, and I'm going to beat him. All of a sudden, when that big dude is firing out on me, and now I got to take him on physically and dismiss him and try to make a tackle, and then somebody else hit me, it make me uncomfortable. I won't be able to handle it the same way. So I believe Washington has what it takes to kind of put them on the defense.
Tom is in Annapolis. Tom, do you think the Packers defense will shut down the Commanders tonight like they did last week against the Lions?
Not completely. Not completely. But what I want to know is the Commanders have a hidden secret weapon on offense that they're not using at all. I'm talking about Ben Sinnott, second-round pick 2 years ago in the new regime's first NFL draft. If you get him the ball, he will rumble. You look at his highlights from Kansas State, and his calling card is yards after catch. These DBs just bounce off him. He takes short passes over the middle and turn them into short, 10, 15-yard gains.
I hear you saying that.
Rumble, young
and
man,
I like
rumble.
Ben. I like Ben. I sat with his mom and his dad and talked to him. You think if Ben had been doing all that and was that good, those coaches wouldn't play him?
I also think it's important. Zach Ertz is really good, and John Bates doesn't come off the field because he's one of the most physical tight ends in the NFL. So I like Sinnott, and I hope he starts to show more and is more productive offensively this season. But it's at whose behest? Like, who do you want to see Sinnott getting looks instead of?
No. Let's just take it straight to the head. People keep calling and saying stuff like that. And my question would be, if he was playing that well, you think this coaching staff wouldn't have him on the field? Because when I think back to the preseason, the guy who I saw rumbling and stumbling and bouncing off people was Yankoff. Okay? And this is not a knock. Sometimes it takes people just a little longer to start to hit their stride. And this could be what it is with Ben. But people have been calling us, telling us, why isn't they going to Ben? Why are they not going to McCaffrey? Because they got guys in front of them right now that's better than them. And when they get to their point, I guarantee you this coaching staff will put them on the field.
You and I, all the hype surrounding Arch Manning as college football was getting ready, you and I both said repeatedly, my only question with Arch is if he was the dude, he would have been on the field last year. Ewers wasn't playing that well. He was injured at times, and all the college football experts would be like, "Oh no, that's not the case. That's just not how Sarkisian rolls." You know how football coaches roll? Put the best players out there that will give me the chance to win.
Mm-hmm. Right now, man, seem to have a hurt shoulder, and Sarkisian's putting him out there again.
So I just think with Sinnott, you got to recognize they like what they're getting from the other players.
Yeah.
Drew is in D.C. Drew, do you think the Packers could shut down Washington's offense tonight like they did against the Lions last week?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? Keep up the great work. There's no way, man. There's no way. And the one thing I would like to say, Jayden done already played against premier defense. And what I go back to from the first time when they played Tampa Bay last year, and you look how he did his homework and how he handled that blitz in the playoffs. So far as with the Michael Parsons, the Green Bay defense, we already played good defenses before, man. And like I said, they've been in that system for a while. We in our second year with this system. And look, and I want everybody to understand, we the only team last year that averaged 30 points against Philly. And you look back at that championship game, even though we lost 50 to 20-something,
We had 5 turnovers, and 4 of them was on their side of the field. So, Commanders, I'm not scared of them. They need to be scared of this offense, man. Y'all keep up the great work.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the call, man. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Packers had a great defensive performance last week. Do you think they can do the same thing tonight against Washington? Mark is in Charlotte Hall. What's up, Mark?
What up, Mark?
What's going on, boys?
What's happening?
First, let me say I'm pumped for the night.
Should be.
Excited. I love what y'all are saying right now. And look, on the last point that B. Mitch just made, how Ertz is in front and Bates behind center. Listen, that's a great thing to be talking about right now.
Mm-hmm.
You got these vets talking to these young guys, Bobby Wagner, Von Miller, talking to these young guys. It showed last week. We showed nothing on offense to the Green Bay Packers. We could have beat the Giants by 30. What's the difference if we beat them by 30 or 15?
Mm-hmm.
They came out healthy, rested, it almost looked like, to me, in my perspective, it's my opinion. We came out healthy. Our defense was amazing in that game. And everybody's going to be ready to go on a short week. Green Bay played Detroit, which is a great team. They exhausted many weapons. We did. It almost looked like a practice to me. This is my opinion, my perspective. And Senate, whatever. Hey, I'm looking for a win. Now, I'm not saying blowout, but I'm looking for a comfortable win like last week. And if we're complaining about a 15-point win, boys, we're in good shape.
100%, brother.
Yo,
100%.
If it's a double-digit win tonight, I dare somebody to call in complaining about it. You get first call of the day tomorrow is if somebody's calling in complaining about a double-digit win tonight. I don't know that it's going to be a double-digit win. I do know this. If it's tight late in this contest, I know that I like JD5 with the ball in his hands.
Totally.
Jordan Love is a very good player, but as our friend Derek pointed out, Jordan Love turns it over. If you look back at his career numbers.
Talking about bald head Derek?
Bald head Derek, yeah. I put him on the stream for a minit. If everybody's on this, Derek, let everybody see your head. You just keep catching shrapnel.
No, it's just he's starting to lose it up front, up top. Yeah, it's starting to go.
Jordan Love in his career has thrown, in the last 2 seasons, 11 picks since he's been the starter. JD5 had less than that last year. I won't be shocked if Washington's able to generate a turnover tonight. And I trust JD5 late in this game with the ball, man. Let's go to Commander Tequila. Commandante, do you think the Packers can I'm good, buddy.
No,
you think the all right, fire away.
I got +5. I don't see over 10. That's crazy to bet like that. I'm looking if I could bet. I got 5 on it all day with anybody with the Commanders because I see 24 to 29. I don't see a 30s in it. I see a real close game, and we'll be winning by 5. That's how I see it.
All right, bro.
All right, thanks, Commander. Enjoy yourself tonight. I got a feeling you will.
Enjoy yourself tonight. He already doing that.
All right, when we come back, we'll keep these phone lines going. 800-636-1067. Packers had a really dominant defensive showing last week against the Detroit Lions. Do you think they can do that again tonight against the Washington offensive attack led by Jaden Daniels? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. We are under 7 hours away from kickoff in Thursday night football, but some non-NFL news for you here. The NCAA just announced that 13 men's college basketball players from 6 different schools were all involved in gambling schemes, including point shaving and game manipulation. Players formerly associated with Eastern Michigan, Temple, Arizona State, New Orleans, North Carolina A&T, and Mississippi Valley State are all under investigation for gambling violations, according to the NCAA, which declined to name the athletes until these infractions have concluded. Now, none of those players are currently enrolled at the schools where the infractions occurred, according to the NCAA, but they are investigating other players on the team and the schools themselves. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
Whooping ass tomorrow. You know it right now.
I took a little walk through the comment section on the stream. If you want to watch us on YouTube, 106.7 The Fan page. I never know what's going on in here. Locked On Law says, I don't even know if I can say this, Landfill. I need a girl who can do a log toss. I assume they're talking about firewood. And that created a whole heck of a lot of comments. Brian, do you have any expertise on the matter?
I have no comment about anything you just said.
I'm just telling you, the stream is a weird place that has its own
that's
conversation.
why you ever notice I leave everything that's said on the stream. That's where it's supposed to be.
Shout out
that weird place right there.
Shout out to the stream.
Don't bring it to life.
Locked On Law said you should say it in a Scottish accent. Sadly, my father, rest in peace, I can't do a Scottish accent. I wish I could. My Scottish accent's terrible. My kids laugh at me.
You'll mess it up anyway.
I'm not very good at accents, B. I kind of can only be myself.
I know. When you try to give us that one before, you sound like Pepe Le Pew.
I'm good. That's my French accent is very good.
You sound like Pepe
Commanders,
Le Pew.
Packers at Lambeau
You
Field.
sound
man.
like a skunk with an accent.
All right. Peter Schrager says the Packers defense could be historic, and they could shut down Jaden Daniels tonight. I'm curious if folks agree with that. I want to sneak in a couple calls before we get into some props. We're going to play Jeff's song again. Andre is in Alexandria. What's up, Dre? You think the Packers could shut down the Commanders' offense tonight?
No, I'm with Jeff on this one. I got to ride Jeff's coattail on this one. No, they're not going to do that. Jaden, I think we're going to blow them out. I don't think it's going to be close, but I do want you and B's opinion. My son and my best friend say I was delusional because I told him I got a gut feeling we're going to have, at the end of the year, 3 defensive linemen in the Pro Bowl and 3 offensive linemen in the Pro Bowl, and they say I'm delusional. So, am I delusional?
It could be, because I've never seen that many from one team go to a Pro Bowl. And there's been some damn good teams out there.
For sure.
But you know what? First time for everything.
Appreciate the call, man. Let's go to Lonnie in North Carolina. What's up, Lonnie? You think the Packers will shut down the Commanders' offense tonight?
Absolutely not, man. That's why we went in the offseason and built this offensive line just to protect our quarterback. And I have faith in our offensive line. And to be honest with you, I just don't think that the Packers can really match up across the board with us. Too many points of the field you're going to have to cover. And I think our offense is just too powerful for Green Bay's defense.
Let's hope you're right, man.
All righty.
shut down is a relative thing. I just don't think this team's getting shut down tonight. They got weapons. And also, like a lot of things, as this bald dude I know from Louisiana has taught me many times over the years, comes down to your O-line. And I really like Washington's O-line in this game.
I do. But I think this, like, come on, man. That the Bears defense, the Ravens defense, Washington in 91, go all the way back to the Steelers in 76. No one thought that in the first game. They developed into that. There's no damn way that team in the first game, and then just because they did that well against a division opponent who they really know, who now has another offense, another coordinator, that you can think that they're that good that soon. I don't buy it by no stretch.
So we got options from 106.7 The Fan tonight. Whatever you are looking to do for the game, of course, you can go out to Honor Brewing Company in Sterling and hang with Linnell and Denton for the pregame show, the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. That will start at 6:30. And then on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, Grant Paulson is going to be streaming the game from his basement. So if you want the second screen experience, check out the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page tonight. Now, listen, nobody expects you to not watch the game, but it's the second screen, man. Everybody's on their phone watching anyway. So check out what the boys are watching. Let's go to Lawrence in D.C. Lawrence, you think the Packers could slow down Washington tonight like they did to Detroit last week?
No, sir. Ain't no way. And happy birthday, JP. And
Thanks,
B-Mitch, thank you. B-Mitch actually came out the booth to come sign my son's helmet on the first day of training. Good look on that, man. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you,
yeah, man. Hey, no thing. But look, no, they can't see our. I don't think anybody in NFC North can see our offense, honestly. I think they really just kind of take us for granted. Everybody always gasses in NFC North, but the NFC Beast, man, I don't think anybody can see us. I don't think Chicago can see us. I don't think Detroit can see us. So I'm going to take the guess that Green Bay and Minnesota can't see us either. But that's just what I feel. I feel as long as we don't have any penalties, we're going up by 2 touchdowns tonight.
There you have it. Thanks,
All right,
buddy.
bro.
I love the optimism, man.
My man.
Professor Landini, do you think the Packers D could shut down Washington tonight?
I do not. I think that since we got Jaden at quarterback, the only times that the offense has really been shut down were when Jaden's ribs were broken. And to the best of my knowledge, his ribs are solid tonight, looking good.
I believe the ribs are good to go. Let me get one rib. I think it's premature to think that they will just get completely shut down.
Yeah.
I really do. Last call of the day. Let's go to Shane in Tennessee. Shane, do you think the Packers will shut down the Washington offense this week like they did to Detroit last week?
Hey, absolutely not, JP. And happy birthday to you, B. Mitch. Nice talking to you guys. Hey, look, absolutely not. I don't think there's no
It's
way.
JP's birthday.
It's a high-scoring game. I know. That's what I was saying. Happy birthday, all ears. Hey,
Thanks,
look, here's the thing. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I think it's going to be like 34-31. I think it's going to be close, but I think Jordan Love goes out there and does his thing, and I think Jaden Daniels does his thing. But I think we win, and once we win, now we got to start talking about, Jane Daniels is the MVP. Like, right, he's what? Just winning the tough plays. But he's got to play better than he did last week. I mean, he missed some wide open balls out there. Of course, he's rusty, but you can't have that tonight. If they're there, you got to hit them. And Deebo Samuel is going to be the difference maker. I mean, I hate to say it, and I hated the signing, but you know what? So far in one game, he looks okay. But you know what? Go Balls, and we're going to upset Georgia this week, and it's going to be a great weekend.
All right, man.
There you go. Thanks for the call, man. B, I want to run through some of the numbers for tonight before we play Jeff's song and make some official picks.
Okay.
I'm surprised. There's one number that really stands out to me. Our guy, Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt.
Bill.
Depending where you're shopping it, his yardage total is around 40 yards.
Okay.
40 and a half. He went for 80 last week. Now, what I do find interesting is basically all of the betting websites have his number of carries at 9.5. Mm-hmm. He got 10 last week. I understand folks wonder about the usage because he only was on the field for about 33% of plays last week.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that going up, especially if they're able to sustain longer drives.
Yeah, it can go up. I mean, but let's be real. If he get 9 yards to carry, and he get 9 carries and he ends up with like 45, 50 yards, that's not bad either.
Right.
But I listen. He had some big runs in that game that made that yards per carry go way up. That could happen. But hey, I don't know. It's depending on what Eckler does.
They got Eckler at 21.5.
I asked this question.
Rushing yards.
I asked this question. Could this be like? We don't know why Rodriguez was down last week. Why he wasn't up? Could Rodriguez be up this week and somebody else be down? You never know with this team right now, and they have 4 running backs where, depending on the defense and the style, you may have somebody up there. One week they might be up, might not be up the next week.
So they got Eckler at 21.5 rush yards, Bill at 40.5. If I had to bet,
they got 40.5 rush yards.
40.5 rush yards for Bill,
and they said 9 carries.
9.5.
Okay.
So they got him at
3.6, 3.8 to carry.
Yeah. With 9.5, so it could be 10 at 4 a pop.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If I had to bet one Commanders player's rush yard over, it might be JD5. Now it's a little high, 46.5. But if this defense is as good as everybody says, I think you see Jaden on the ground like rushing a fair amount.
Yeah.
Now Josh Jacobs last week, it's just funny how people view everything in that, like, the Giants were a JV team and the Lions were the varsity. Josh Jacobs last week against Detroit went 19 for 66. Not the most impressive numbers, about 3.3 a carry, something like that, right?
Yeah.
They got Josh Jacobs' number this week at 77.5. The Giants couldn't run the ball.
Are they not giving any credit to the Washington's defense?
It would appear that way. Not to mention, we had Bill Huber on yesterday that has covered the Packers for 20 years. And Huber said the biggest question for Green Bay, they might be down 2 linemen tonight.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, bro. Listen, bro. That's why all that stuff is just strange to me, where people can look at one thing and think one thing. I can tell you this. I see a team that I've been covering play a certain level last week. I saw them last year play, and I think they're better than they were last year. I don't think what we saw last year just was smoke and mirrors. I don't think it's going to just automatically stop. So we're going to find out moving forward, though. I guarantee you that.
The Packers might not have their starting right tackle. My man's last name is Tom. What's his first name? Zach Tom.
Okay.
So, that's a big deal, man. He's a Pro Bowl level player. Passing yards in this thing, they got Jordan Love at 233.5, Jaden Daniels at 229.5. I think those are about right. Running through the receiving yards, Terry McLaurin at 54.5, Debo at 52.5, Dobbs for Green Bay at 41.5, Kraft, the tight end, at 41.5, Ertz 33.5, Eckler 23.5. Interesting stuff. Jalen Lane 5.5. I kind of like that as a sneaky. You telling me Jalen Lane catches one pass for 8 yards?
Mm-hmm.
What did he do last week?
He had one pass.
I know he caught one, but what was the yardage on it?
Like 11?
11 yards. I kind of think Jalen Lane is going to be way off the grid in that. I think that could be pretty interesting. I cannot wait for this freaking game tonight. Last year, week 3, Monday Night Football in Cincinnati, everybody thought the Bengals were going to win. This year, week 2 in Green Bay, it seems like everybody thinks the Packers are going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure. Yeah. When we come back, our guy Jeff makes killer songs every week for the games. We're going to play Jeff's song, make some predictions. Here's what I can tell you. Football is finally here, and if you decide to get in on the action this season, hell, you decide to get in on the action tonight, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. Bet with legal sports books only, know the odds, stick to a budget, and keep your cool. The result of a bet is never an occasion to criticize an athlete or a coach online. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. That's brought to you by 1067 The Fan's proud, responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. Ooh. Landfill playing my jam on my birthday. I like it.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. All right, you can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Starting at $30 for your first year. That's just $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
All right, here's the game plan. We're going to play Jeff's song one more time, then we're going to make our picks. Jeffrey, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, man. Once again, shout out to my Vault family. Shout out to my engineers, my producer, Sean Minotti, Cross, and Jake Vicious. Let's get to it, Landini.
Week 2. We beat a bad team like we were supposed to. But this time, we gotta get back to the basics. So let's run it like this.
Hit 'em, rap 'em, let's make the talents come. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, pack 'em up, rap 'em, make the talents pack 'em. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em,
Get 'em, keep up the momentum. Stop them pre-snap flags, boy, that's all I speak your mentions. The defense charged up, and the offense about to click you. The way they about to beat these boys is gonna be detrimental. Set John in the motion, they handed off the bill. If a packer in the hole, he gon' be roadkill. That's gonna set up that play action. You know Jaden throw them dimes, hit Debo on the slant, put Terry on the fly.
hit 'em, rap 'em, let's make the talents come. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, yes sir, rap 'em, make the talents. Stay disciplined, it's the little things that matter. I say hit 'em, pack 'em up, 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 and ship 'em.
Let's go out here and make some cheese doodles. Y'all remember those chips? Let's make some cheese doodles out of these guys. Some mozzarella sticks. Cause in the end, they real cheese.
I love it. Jeff, the way you're just talking at the end and insulting them reminds me of Tupac and Hit 'Em Up. Don't one of y'all got sickle cell or something? That's the edited version. But I like it, Jeff. I hope you're correct. Let's all, I don't know how we do this, but if they win tonight, let's have a mozzarella stick party tomorrow.
Nah.
Landfill, where can we?
You can. I don't like mozzarella sticks.
Somebody has to get us mozzarella. If the Commanders win tonight, mozzarella stick party tomorrow on Half Street. Can Mark make mozzarella sticks?
No.
Who knows how to make mozzarella sticks? We're going to need a bunch of them tomorrow.
Just order it from a restaurant.
Dude, maybe. Landfill, what's the best plan to get mozzarella sticks tomorrow?
Order them from a restaurant.
I mean, we could just go to a store. They sell them there.
Yeah, but they're frozen, and we can't cook anything at that place.
We could get an air fryer.
Okay, I probably won't go. I will not be much help tomorrow. I'm going to be coming from Milwaukee on a red eye straight to the station. So you boys are in charge of the mozzarella stick party. White Brian, you're in charge. Ask Rose for help.
He not showing up on time.
White Brian,
we're going to leave Green Bay and probably be there before him.
That's true. All right, we're making bets. Let's play the music, Landy.
Heard it here first. Heard it here first. Love. Gather round. Let's heard it here first.
All right, White Brian, how we doing this week?
Yesterday, I won. Everyone else lost. B-Mitch is still in the lead for the week.
Okay. Let's
You believe him?
I don't know.
You know he lied last time.
He does lie. He's a liar. He's a known liar. And Glizzy Goblin.
You're a gobbler.
2 bets each tonight. You can parlay them or not. All have to be on the Commanders game. Jeffrey, lead us off.
Okay, I'm going with my live action parlay that my live parlay right now that I've already sent the money in for. Okay. I got. You want me to just tell you all 3 since it's only 2?
Hell yeah. Do whatever you want.
I have the Commanders over 10.5 points by halftime. I have Zach Ertz 5+ receiving yards on the first drive. Austin Eckler 5+ rushing yards on the first drive.
Jeff's going to know if his parlay hit before halftime.
Yes.
Maybe by the end of the first quarter.
Drive, yeah.
All right, Landy, what do you like?
I'm taking the Commanders plus 3 points, and I'm taking the under.
I don't hate the under. I think that might be smart. White Brian?
Bill over 40 rushing yards and the over.
Brian Mitchell?
I'm taking Austin over the 21, 22, whatever it was, and I'm going to take.
You taking Eckler rush or receiving?
Rushing.
Okay.
It was 20-something, wasn't it?
23.5, but yeah, roughly around
I take that. And what was his receiving?
I'm sorry, the rushing's 21.5, the receiving's 23.5.
Give me both of them.
Okay, I like that.
I'm going all number 30, baby.
So the actual play I like tonight is the money line. I think if you think the Commanders can win, just bet the money line and not the points. For our purposes of betting on the show, I will take the Commanders with the points, and I will take Jalen Lane over 5.5 receiving yards. I like that tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the show today. It was a fun one. Cannot wait for tomorrow. Let's hope we're having a mozzarella stick party. Turn the cheese into cheese doodles. I hope everybody enjoyed Jeff's song. Thank you very much to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you very much to Antonio Freeman for joining us. Thank you to everybody for the birthday wishes. Grant and Danny coming your way next. If you made it this far, I owe you some mozzarella sticks.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. 8:15 p.m. The Commanders and Packers battling it out on Thursday Night Football. Packers have 7 players on their injured report, led by right tackle Zach Tom and left guard Aaron Banks. Neither have practiced this week. Both are questionable for tonight's matchup. Micah Parsons also listed as questionable, but he was last week as well, so don't read into it too much. Week 1, Parsons, though, only played 30 of 67 defensive snaps, but he was still efficient. We still saw him. Expect to see a lot more of him tonight. For the Commanders, they have just 2 players listed on their injury report. There is a low level of concern that Tressway is unavailable for tonight. He did not participate in Monday's walkthrough, did kick on Tuesday and Wednesday. Commanders defensive end Dietrich Wise Jr. also listed as questionable after dealing with a knee injury earlier in the week. He was a full participant on Monday and Tuesday, limited on Wednesday. Also happening tonight is the series finale between the Marlins and the Nationals. 6:40 p.m. is first pitch. Mackenzie Gore back on the mound after a very short stint on the IL. You can listen to that live right here on 106.7 The Fan. Maybe a little pregame for the Burgundy and Gold. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Thursday. What's up? Welcome in. It is game day. The Commanders and the Packers tonight on Thursday Night Football. Grant and Danny with you. Excited to be keeping you company, taking you up to 6:10 or so on The Fan today. A very rare opportunity for us to do a show on a game day because the locals are in prime time.
The good guys play with the whole country watching. GP, I don't feel very good today. Remember Jordan's flu game against Utah?
I'm familiar.
This is nothing like that. I'm just talking to my pal Grant and whoever's listening, so I appreciate that. But if this was a different day, I might have stayed home, might have snuggled up in that bed. Not today. Not this day. All I want to do is go to sleep, but I'm not going to. You know why? Because they play. Washington plays some football that counts against another NFC rival. This is one of those who's king of the hill type situations, not the show where they stand around drinking beer, looking at other people do yard work. No. I'll sell propane and propane-related products. Nope. This is foosball.
Today we skate with them. Today we run with them. Today we go to Lambeau and we beat the Packers. And Danny Ruge is going to be right there every step of the way. Yeah, it's going to be a fun night. This is a telling game. This is a revealer early in the season. This is a massive test. I don't really know when Green Bay became the bee's knees. I think it was right around the time Micah Parsons was acquired via trade.
Right at that moment, I think there's a before and after.
But they were really good last year, and they have been really good the last couple of years. They've got a very good coaching staff led by former Washington Redskins assistant Matt LaFleur, who I covered here during the Shanahan era. They've got a very good, well-respected front office. Brian Gutekunst was right about Aaron Rodgers, and they've gotten a lot of things right along the way. Jordan Love among those items, who is on his big contract now. And they got good football players. So if you look at their recent results over the years, this is absolutely one of the teams to be reckoned with as a playoff caliber club in the NFC. 11-6 last year. You add Micah Parsons, you're more talented. People think coming out of a buzzsaw division, they could win 12 or 13 games. So you've already handled a bad team in your division with seeming ease, winning by 15 points when you didn't play great. And now you get to level up a weight class. You beat up on someone that had no business really fighting you, based on what it looked like. Although we heard the entire week leading up to the game, be careful, they might knock you out. Nah, they didn't.
Yeah, not so much. I was wrong about that.
Now you get to fight a heavyweight. And we get to see in a more revealing sense, I think, how do you stack up with a team outside of the Eagles? Take Philly out of the equation. The reigning Super Bowl champions that are the perennial front runners, not only in the East right now, but in the conference. Who's the next best team? This game tonight will determine that for a lot of people. Green Bay, Washington are among the best of the rest in the NFC.
On paper, Green Bay's getting the adulation, attention, the celebration universally across the league that Washington was getting kind of post-NFC championship run, right? With, undermanned at times, under-talented at certain spots, just sort of this JD5 magic sprinkled little pixie dust over everybody, making oft-injured older players, have career years, with him, and kind of the energy that everybody's pulling the rope in the same direction, and it was a magical run. It was so much fun. They were getting that kind of attention, and then Green Bay sort of started to steal some of that spotlight. This is a chance to steal it back. Listen, Green Bay's favored. They should be. Green Bay's really, really good. What they just did to Detroit in week 1 is the same thing kind of that Washington just did to the Giants. There's nobody around that thinks Detroit and the Giants are the same. Now, we'll see what happens with Detroit without their 2 coordinators. I imagine they'll probably play better football than they did in week 1. But the one sample we've got, Washington beat up somebody that isn't very good, and they deserve credit for that. Green Bay just throttled a Detroit team that is excellent at running the football, didn't let them run it. They kept them out of the end zone. They disguised coverages. They were aggressive. They were tough. And that's only with Micah Parsons playing about half the snaps.
Well, and on top of that, it wasn't even that the Lions didn't have a great game running the ball. They couldn't get back to the line of scrimmage. They had the highest percentage of carries that were plays that were dead on arrival, where you're hitting the backfield or sub-line of scrimmage, and there's just nothing doing. Yeah, this is a fun defense. They've got a defensive coordinator in Green Bay who a lot of people feel like right now is the next head coaching candidate on the defensive side of the ball in the league that everyone's going to be talking about and talking to at the end of the season. And Jeff Hafley was the head coach at Boston College before he decided, this college thing's not really for me anymore. I'm going to go coordinate in the National Football League. And he's a rising star. Tonight's going to be fun. Cannot wait. We're excited to celebrate and share this with you. We only get 17 of these, people. There are only 18 weeks, and there's only a few of these. Nighttime, everybody gets to watch. Primetime, nationally televised, showcase-type games. How many years has it been, Danny, where Commanders fans will call up, and before that, Redskins fans will tell us, we just don't get any respect. And for so long, it was because they played like crap when everybody watched.
Yep.
I mean, the fact that you have a bad record and you never win and you go 30 years with dysfunction and losing, also a factor. But when you were okay, when they were pretty good for years, people would say, how are we not top 5 in the rankings? Why is no one ever talking about us? And it's because the time you were on Monday Night Football.
Every time the national sample happens, you play like hot garbage.
You go to the bathroom down your leg. You just couldn't handle it. The lights turned on and you got tight. You puckered. They didn't really do that very often last year. They really did respond. Think about that Bengals game in what is effectively this week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Week 2, it was Monday night, not Thursday night. But that was the coming out party for Jaden Daniels, who seemed to really thrive when he was healthy, other than the Eagles game when he's playing with a broken rib, and he played terribly in Philly. But for the most part last year on primetime, Jaden Daniels was unbelievable. Another reason why I feel like they've got a really good chance tonight. So this is going to be a blast. We've got Steve Zabin, the former DC radio personality, who is now based out of and works out of Green Bay, covering the Packers. He will be joining us on G&D coming up at 3 o'clock to scout the opponent. We'll also check in with Nikki Javala, who covers the Commanders for The Athletic, longtime writer for the Washington Post covering the team. She will be with us on the show from Lambeau Field at the press box, 5 o'clock tonight, so I'm looking forward to that as well. By the way, quick lay of the land. It's a busy, busy day for your boys. We're busy bees.
Yep.
So we've got the broadcast here until 6:10 this evening, and then you can watch us watch the game. That's what we're calling it, right?
Isn't that the official title?
Watch us watch the game?
Watch us watch.
We might need to run that up the flagpole with Clary because this is kind of his baby and his operation. But watch us watch the game on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream from kickoff until the final seconds of the ball game. We will be in my basement on couches enjoying Commanders football. There will be food. The wife was at Wegmans just before I left today.
Unbelievable. The Paulson hosts.
So,
unbelievable.
Chocolate chip cookies, Ryan, are going to be available for you. There are gigantic pretzels and mustard. She's putting together a cheese program. We are theming this thing very Wisconsin-y. And the MVP, Sneaky here, in addition to the wife, who's been working very hard behind the scenes. There are even balloons, by the way. She got like football and helmet balloons.
Oh,
and
my
stuff.
gosh.
She's like decorating with the kids. Toby, a.k.a. Toki, a.k.a. Wokey. Toby Altizer, right? Toby brought in the brats. They're in the fridge right now. I saw them. They were gigantic.
20 feet away.
What, 5.5, 6 inches? They were huge brats.
And they're curved?
A little bit of a curve to the brat.
Yeah.
A little crescent moon kind of shape.
Oh, yeah.
So, Toby, what kind of brats will we be consuming this evening I know they're in the fridge right now, still thawing. They were freezing in your freezer for an extended period of time.
Yes, so they are Sheboygan brand. So that is kind of the traditional brat that you would think of, where it's got that traditional brat flavor. It's no cheese or anything extra in there. It's just a traditional Wisconsin brat from Watertown, Wisconsin.
Now, does it matter what beer I use to throw them in the pan with, which is actually probably going to be the wife? I'll throw them on the grill to finish these suckers. But I think you got to boil them in beer. That's what we're going to do.
That's a play, right?
Yeah, that's the Wisconsin play. I've never quite done it that way, but that is the Wisconsin play. I don't know that it matters, but if you're going to go with a Wisconsin beer, that might be appropriate.
Now, is everybody okay with this? Danny, I know you're very dry at this point in your life.
That's true.
Is that going to be an issue?
I will allow it.
You're not going to fall off the wagon on me or anything like that?
No, I mean, you saw it. I mean, that's the kind of content people want. The fans of the show remember what happened when I had a couple of sips of hard kombucha at lunchtime a couple years ago.
Drank hard kombucha.
Didn't know it was hard kombucha.
And by the time the show ended, you couldn't put sentences together.
I mean, I was intoxicated. It was an embarrassment.
Is that why you stopped drinking altogether?
That's one of the big reasons.
How bad that, did you get in trouble from CK for that?
Yeah. It was like, dude, you have to understand that kombucha is different than hard kombucha. I just thought it meant like really good kombucha or like extra kombucha. I didn't know anything about it.
Hard kombucha.
Hammered.
Is kombucha with alcohol in it.
How embarrassed would you be?
That's bad.
You see what I'm saying?
That was live on the radio.
That's on the air, Grant.
Think about that. Driving home, hearing Danny talking about
Unreal.
Taylor Heineke like that.
Is kombucha with alcohol in it.
So these are going to be beer boiled. I think I'm looking for boiled.
Beer battered. No.
Beer infused, pan cooked sausages.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to throw the brats on the grill to finish them up. Although Clary talks so much about his grill game, maybe we'll put Clary on the grill tonight.
I'd be more than happy to be on the grill tonight. I mean, this is something that, again, I've talked about a lot, so I feel as if it's time to put up or shut up.
The wife actually grabbed a gigantic, what appeared to be some kind of ribeye steak, maybe.
Okay.
Like a big T-bone looking thing.
Wow.
It's in the fridge, and she's going to cut it into small slices, and we'll be able to just
tomahawk steak situation.
Just grab a bite as we need to of some red meat. Just a bunch of men watching football. So if you wanted to cook that up to a nice medium rare, I think we'd all appreciate that.
I'll do that. I will do that.
Grill run's a little hot. Bill is your rookie of the week, Danny. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt comes into play tonight with all the momentum. 8.2 yards a pop, number 2 in the NFL rushing yards over expected per attempt. He had a banner debut, and he was rewarded, Jaden Daniels style. This is now a theme for Washington.
Love it.
Seemingly every single week last year, their guy Daniels was the rookie of the week as named by the fan vote. It was like the Pepsi, whoever sponsors it. Used to be the FedEx Aaron Ground, right? Now I think it's the Pepsi Rookie of the Week. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 1-for-1, keeping the tradition alive, taking the torch from Jaden Daniels.
Slightly different pick 2 versus pick 245.
Right.
But you still, as you said, you passed the torch. It's awesome, man. He fits this system really well. I don't expect, and we'll talk about this as the show goes, a similar night this evening. I think Green Bay's really, really good. And I think, I just watched Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, a group that, everybody casually ran for 1,000 yards and double-digit touchdowns last year, not be able to get out of their own way.
Well, what if, though, to that point, if Merritt has a big night, huge night would be, 16 carries, 107 yards, touchdown, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now I think we're throwing a party because they got themselves a back.
Yeah.
But even if it's another 9 to 11 carries at 6 or so, because he pops one off for 27 or something, and he comes out of this game, and for the season through 2 games, he's averaging 6.5 yards per carry, and twice he's been really effective, then we're kind of ready to slam the gavel, I'd say.
100%.
You got yourself a 7th-round pick that has turned into a quality NFL tailback.
Without a doubt. And to me, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't know that they're going to go full, let's give this guy 20 carries. I don't think anybody in this offense is, because of everyone has to eat. We think of Daniels running the football, giving a smaller back like that breaks. Deebo Samuel needs his touches, etc. I don't know they're going to have a 250 carry bell cow, even if Merritt's the featured guy. But to me, that 10 for 50 range would be outstanding tonight if we got that.
So to me, those games are just going to be so rare to what you're saying. I think for them to get a running back to over 20 carries in a game, which has happened, but it's been rare over the last couple of years, you're talking about, first of all, winning decisively.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the Giants game when they were never in doubt, that Merritt got most of his carries toward the end of that game. You would have had to have around 13, 14 at halftime, and then he would have crept up close to 20 based on salting the game away. If he didn't rip off the 40 and then they bring on McNichols to finish it and he gets those 4 carries at the end of the game, now all of a sudden you're talking about 14 attempts. If he had 3 or 4 more in the first half, now it's 17, 18 attempts, right? But the other thing is, I think it needs to be that they're leading throughout and they win big. And they also probably have to run a ton of plays. So there might not be that many explosives in this situation.
Yeah.
There is no 42-yard run. There's probably not a 65-yard touchdown somewhere. It's like a day where they run 65, 72 plays, which is going to be as high as it gets over the course of a season, and Merritt goes for 22, 23 attempts because B-Rob would very occasionally, scarcely and very rarely, but he would get those every now and then.
Yeah, he had 220 here. Talking about Robinson, had 220-plus carry games last year.
Wasn't one of them that Saints game where he couldn't get any yards?
Arizona, where it's let's all get out of here, you know, because we're throttling you.
But that was the one where they won by $1 million, and
40.
from basically the first quarter on, it was never a game.
Totally. And then the New Orleans game, where they were like, we're going to be able to run the ball, and they ran out of time before that actually happened. His only positive carry, by the way, was on a pass that was just backwards enough to call it a run. Outside of that, he was, probably 1 and change per carry in that game, 21 for 65 in that ball game.
But that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about, because that was one of those games where
they couldn't do much.
It felt like Scott Turner's Washington offense with Heineke, where every 3 plays they'd get 10.5 yards to move the chains. So it was like first down, they'd get 3 at 2nd and 7. Second down, they get 2, it's 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5, they get 5.5, it's 1st and 10. But you quite literally, doing it that way, could, in theory, run 30 plays on a drive. You know what I'm saying? Because there just weren't the big chunks. And that honestly is how they would get a guy to 20 carries. But congrats to Bill. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt 1 for 1. He is your Rookie of the Week out of the 7th round. So where we want to start today, and we'll open up the phones on this. We want to hear from you guys. Game day, we know you're fired up. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. What are you most confident in tonight for Washington against Green Bay? And what are you most nervous about? Specific to this matchup with the Packers. Something that you feel really good about that will go the Commanders' way, and then something that you just cannot see being a benefit to them as this game goes on. 800-636-1067. So let's start positively, Danny. Let's go with the thing you feel best about tonight.
I like this receiver group that includes Zach Ertz against Green Bay. I like their ability to find soft spots in the zone. To me, just in terms of pure coverage, forget about Jaden Daniels for a second. I think last year you could man them an awful lot. Zach Ertz not a great separator at this stage of his career. It's not as if Terry McLaurin has great separation scores. You go down the list to Noah Brown, Jamison Crowder, Lamedy Zaccheaus. These aren't great separators. Green Bay plays a ton of zone. And you're going to see a ton of zone against Washington because of Jaden Daniels' leg threat. Enter him back into the conversation. I like Ertz finding soft spots. I like Eckler finding soft spots. I like everybody on the roster being able to find some places in zones against Green Bay. If it's blocked up well, which is I'll get to in a second, but I think they're going to be able to move the ball through the air.
This is a bit of a cop-out and lazy, but I feel best about Jaden Daniels. The story about Daniels' performance on Sunday was kind of led by, he wasn't that sharp. That's what everyone was saying after the game. You look at the box score, and it's 230 passing yards with another 70 rushing yards, and a guy who was very difficult to defend and in stretches kind of took the game over with his legs. And it feels almost like, I don't want to say the floor, because he didn't turn the ball over. The floor would be you lose a fumble on a sack, you take 4 or 5 sacks, maybe you throw a pick. That's the floor. But from a passing accuracy standpoint, that's probably about as rough as it's going to get for him. And they still were him hitting on the one throw to McLaurin away from him going for 300 yards through the air on a day where they had over 500 yards as an offense. I feel really, really good about Daniels being able to make Cliff Kingsbury right. That the plays where in this cat and mouse game where you're going back and forth with Hafley and the defensive staff for Green Bay, when they dial up the right zone, they run a lot of it. When they have the right look against what you're trying to do, and Jaden goes through progressions, 1's not there, 2's not there, 3's not there, now I take off because the play's not actually dead like it is for so many guys in this league. So him being able to make them right, the fact that you've got the best athlete, the best playmaker on the field, and that'll be the case in almost every game you ever play with this guy at quarterback in his prime. That's what I feel really, really good about on offense. What about on the other side of the ball for you? What do you feel best about defensively?
Defensively, there's no one receiver that terrifies you for them. They got some good players. All these guys it's like a collection of 2.5s. right? When you think about it, not necessarily a 1 or a pure number 2. They wouldn't go, you wouldn't send, I don't know, you could sort of pick your guy. You wouldn't send Romeo Dobbs somewhere and go, he's the number 2 here, or he's, the second best in Philadelphia or Dallas or otherwise. But it's a bunch of guys that are fine, and they all have kind of differing skill sets. Matthew Golden is as fast as anybody in the sport. Jaden Reed moves around a little bit. I like this group as a whole, but individually, there's no one person where I'm going, you have to shade every ounce of coverage one person's way, which might leave somebody else open. I like Amos. I like this secondary against this group right here. So I think maybe you could play some of those, leave guys on an island here and there, blitz a little bit, maybe get home a time or two, maybe force some turnovers, something that's really the only thing that's been missing from this defense over a couple of years.
So that kind of goes well into what I was about to say. For what I feel good about, Jordan Love is going to give you a chance to make plays on the football. He was graded as having 2 turnover-worthy plays by PFF this past week, where he put the ball in harm's way. He had another that was actually a terrible ball that was negated by a penalty. That would have been a third. There was a 4th play that was kind of dead on arrival. I think it might have even been a penalty on, the defender nearest the throw that would have been in that category as well. He will giveth. He had 4 big-time throws, one of the highest totals in the NFL this past week. He takes risks. He takes chances. There's a little Burt Favre in his game, right? There's some Aaron Rodgers to him who we watched as an understudy where he's going to kind of back foot this thing and just try to force it into a small window. But he loves taking chances and giving a defense an opportunity to make a play. And so I actually fully anticipate at least one, and I think there's a good chance you might get a couple of interceptions tonight. He's that kind of quarterback. That's something I feel pretty good about. What are we nervous about? We will get into that next, and we will hit your calls as well. And that's where you come in to tell us what you're most confident, least confident in about the matchup tonight with the Packers. Thursday Night Football, we are 6 hours away from kickoff. We're with you until after 6. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. It is game day, a burgundy and gold game day, as the Commanders get set to take on the Packers tonight. Thursday Night Football going to kick off at 8:15. Got coverage all day. Burgundy and gold pregame show is going to follow Grant and Danny. That'll be live on YouTube with Denton and Linnell out at Honor Brewing in Loudon. There's the Grant and Danny watch party following on YouTube, and the Burgundy and gold postgame show with myself and Doc Walker following, hopefully, a Burgundy and gold win tonight. NFL Rookie of the Week, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, after an 82-yard performance in his debut. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy going to be out 2 to 5 weeks with a turf toe variant. Mac Jones is going to start in his stead. And in baseball, the Nationals fell short last night to the Marlins 8-3. The final game of the 4-game set tonight in Miami, 6:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore returning from the IL to make the start for the Nationals. Ryan Weathers returns from the IL for the Marlins to make his first start since June the 7th. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tighten up here in the red area. They knew they were going to move the ball, the Giants defense. They got to limit points down here.
Daniels over the middle. Caught! Touchdown, Zach Ertz.
Could this be a big Zach Ertz night for Washington at Lambeau Field against the Packers? A lot of zone coverage, you'd think. A guy that can throttle it down and find some holes might make some sense. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. We told you what we're confident in tonight. What are we nervous about? We'll get to that in just a moment. As a reminder, we're taking your calls right now on that very topic. We'll get to the phones in a moment. 800-636-1067. Something you feel good and feel bad about as it pertains to the matchup with the Pack. So, Danny, what are you nervous about?
This defensive front. And to me, what they just did to Detroit is what scares me, because they're basically designed kind of in a almost like a roided up way that Washington is designed to get you in 3rd and long, right? Their whole idea is if they get you in 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7, I've seen a couple different breakdowns from some really smart people where before the play, it looks like there's 4 guys rushing from one side and 2 from the other, and somehow it goes the opposite, where they're really making young linemen try to figure stuff out on the fly. Even really smart quarterbacks had a tough time processing. And now you add Micah Parsons to that mix with guys like Gary and Wyatt and Van Ness. And this front, I think, is really good. Detroit couldn't run the ball, and that's the part that scares me the most. That group can really, really, really hand the football off and pound you. I don't know that this group can. I mean, they just ran against a good Giants front. They did very, very well. This might be kind of a level up from that. If you're in 3rd and long, despite Jaden Daniels' acumen and his ability to create where Goff cannot because he's a statue, that's what makes me nervous.
So I think everyone tries to make this a Micah Parsons thing with Green Bay's front right now. That's what's hot. But they were really good when he's not on the field against the Lions. They were really good last year without him. The Packers' defense generated the same amount of pressure without Micah Parsons on the field. They just did it in a little bit more time. In other words, when Parsons was on the field in week 1, they had 6 pressures on 22 dropbacks at 2.44 seconds as an average. And without him out there, the numbers were the same in terms of ratio. It was just that it took 3.23 seconds to get there. So all that it meant was they were just more efficient, as you'd anticipate, and that he got home faster than when they didn't have him out there. But this is a defense that held the Lions to 46 rushing yards in week 1. And Lions ball carriers were hit behind the line of scrimmage 73% of the time. Most in the NFL. 73% behind the line. That's not like 2 yards, 3 yards downfield, which is productive. Behind the line of scrimmage. 3/4 of the time. They were just winning all of their matchups up front. So, yeah, that is worrisome. I would actually just highlight Parsons really quickly, too, as maybe lazy as that feels. Josh Connerly struggled with Brian Burns. You want to talk about a really arduous way to start your career. Burns, Parsons, back-to-back. Are those the 2 best rushers, maybe, that you deal with in the conference? It's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, Burns is a complete pain in the butt.
On a short list with T.J. Watt, Myles Garrett and company for best in this whole league.
Yeah, Parsons is a future Hall of Famer. He lined up on the side of the field where Connerly is going to be. Toby dug on this the other day for us. 22 of 29 snaps. I think they're going to move him around. In doing Take Command with Logan this week, we did a detailed breakdown. He watched all the film. He actually thinks they're going to line him up over top of the interior a bunch. Very possible. That's what he does. There was a season where he basically lined up off the ball at linebacker like Bobby Wagner and then just blitzed on every single play, essentially. He can move all over. He's a unicorn in that way. So, yes, I do worry about that, and I just worry about the ability to run the football. Because the difference of 2nd and 7, 3rd and 5 versus, as you said, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, you take a little bit of what Jaden Daniels does so well out of the equation. He can win from the pocket. He's an awesome passer. This is not a Jaden Daniels point, so save your anger with what I'm about to say. But he will be very pedestrian if it's 3rd and obvious passing on 3rd and long. And before everyone tells me I'm a jerk, just know every single quarterback in the league is going to have very average, disappointing numbers when they're in an obvious passing situation. It's just how football is played. You've got to stay ahead of the sticks as a play caller, and if you cannot run the ball, you either have to abandon it, which hopefully Kingsbury would do. I know that is a terrible word, and people hate hearing that phrase.
They get very uncomfortable.
Or you can kind of bang your head against the wall and hope that Jaden makes some hero plays.
So early in the game, Detroit tried to do what Detroit does, which is bully you, eat kneecaps, physicality, Dan Campbell, bench press a mountain, and let's go. They handed it off and got into bad down and distance. They actually started to move the ball as the game progressed. They were held out of the end zone because, again, Green Bay is really good. But when they finally said, okay, fine, we'll pass on first down. We'll take some of the short underneath stuff that you guys are going to give up.
This is what I would do, by the way.
Yes.
Spread them out. I'm talking about empty, by the way. If you want to have a back there out of the gun so you can do a little RPO stuff, that's fine. But for the most part, I am spreading them out, and I am throwing in quick game. That would be my philosophy.
And I'm playing tempo. Whoever's on the field stays on the field.
If it's in that.
Parsons, then you stay. If it's not Parsons, then you're off.
Let's go Shane in Tennessee. First thoughts on the Packers, confident in, nervous about?
Commander, Lieutenant Grant, how y'all doing today?
Hey, buddy.
Doing great.
Hey, look, I'm more worried about the spread that you guys, no chicken, buffalo dip, nothing like that. Come on, guys.
Oh, there will be buffalo wings. There will be chips and dip. Those are givens, my friend. I didn't think I had to acknowledge that the things that are prerequisites for a football game will be there.
Attaboy. Hey, look, here's the thing. I think Jaden Daniels, I'm confident he's going to outplay Jordan Love. I think he's going to outplay him, and that's what it boils down to. What I'm more concerned about is, like you said, running the football. We have to run the football tonight. Number one, just to play action and just keep them humble, right? Because their front four is probably one of the most underrated in football. Now you have Parsons, which, you know what? I'm tired of hearing about this Parsons. Last time I checked, he does not catch touchdowns. He does not run the football. He's not going to be that big of a difference maker as out there tonight. I don't think so. Let's see if he even plays. I know he's questionable, but I'm sure he gets on the field. But you got to run the football tonight.
Can you imagine? Sorry, Shane, I didn't mean to cut you off that quick.
Appreciate you, bud.
Trigger finger there was too fast. Can you imagine if Micah Parsons doesn't play? Now, I think we all know that he's going to. That is a questionable, and then he does what he has to do, and he goes out there for 35 snaps or whatever. But what a godsend that would be.
I would take it.
Every now and then you find out an hour before a game, like that one of your guys isn't available who's important, and that stings. The flip side is twice or three times this season, we're going to find out day of game. Ooh, that was a fortuitous break. I just don't think it's coming this week. I think Micah looked pretty good in the first game. He's questionable like Noah Brown's questionable, right? You're working back from an injury. You're not fully back up to speed yet. Let's go to Elijah in D.C. Hey, Elijah.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
I'm confident in Jaden Daniels under the bright lights. I feel like he's going to make a play tonight that's just going to be like, man, just only that he can make. Now, my concern is that I would, if the offense can't generate or they can't get on track or just extend or just have a better outing than last week, Jaden may have to put on his cape, and that could pose some issues if he has to do it unnecessarily. I would like him to use it when it's not expected, but I don't want it to be like this is the only way that we're going to be. He's going to have to run to be able to make this happen. If it can stay advantageous,
there were games like that last year.
Yeah,
by the way.
think Atlanta. Like every once in a while, you're gonna have to break that out. I'm the best player here. I got it. If you major in that though for week after week after week, it's an issue, and it's a great point.
If you live and die by that, you eventually die. I mean, that's kind of the Ravens, right? I mean, when you got the best in the world, Lamar, Jaden, those types of guys, you're going to do a lot of living. But it gets harder. It's just a really narrow runway to land a plane on. You need something else. But yeah, in a one-off, in a game tonight, in a sequence of 4 quarters and 60 minutes, Could he just take over and run around and make a bunch of plays? Absolutely. We've seen it. We saw it against the Bucks last year in week 1. We saw it against Atlanta. Like, that became the offense, and they were able to move the football for major stretches of those games. I also wonder, though, if this is a Daniels has to win it game. I would bet right now, like, I'll take my chances doing that he can win it because he elevates his game in these sequences, it seems like, on these stages, even against a good defense on the road, short week, all that stuff. But based on last week, their passing game was not ready yet. We took it out of the oven too soon. We threw it back in for a few minutes. Now we're checking it again. Is it cooked?
Do you feel like it's ready 2 days later with one practice day where half the guys were getting rest days?
Clary pulled the steak off, and it was raw.
Yeah.
And we said, hey, go cook it again. And it's been 50 seconds, and he brought the steak back to us. And we're like, you sure, man? He's like, should be good. Let's cut into it. I don't know what it's going to look like when we cut into it. But that was not last year's passing game or his accuracy. I happen to think it was more anomaly, just not a great night, than it was they can't be good yet because they don't have enough time on task on the grass. But we'll know maybe by the end of the night about that. What do you feel good about? What don't you feel good about? That is the question. 800-636-1067 here on Grant and Danny. Our guy Steve Zabin, who forever did radio in the Washington, D.C. market, is now doing radio out in Green Bay and covers the Packers. He'll scout the opponent with us in 20 minutes at 3. Next, let's take our first look at the Week 2 schedule in the NFL. This is The Fan. What's up, guys? It's Grant from my friends at FanDuel, an official sportsbook of WJZ. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you're going to unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays and bet player props. You can ride live lines. You can do whatever it is that's your style that you like on FanDuel. They've got a bunch of options for you. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. Thursday night football. Commanders, Packers, Lambeau Field in Green Bay. A lot of Washington fans going to be there. We've heard from many of our listeners who are making the trip all week long. Great way to kick off week 2 in the NFL. Tonight at 8:15 as we creep up on now 5.5 hours from kickoff. Let's look at the rest of the week 2 schedule, dive into this slate and see what intrigues us. We'll bounce around the NFL here on Grant and Danny. Browns-Ravens should be lopsided, I would think. Baltimore coming off of a loss. Can't start 0-2. Cleveland did play Cincinnati better than expected, but this game is in Baltimore. The Ravens looked great offensively against the Bills. I would think they'll win this with ease.
One would think. 11.5-point spread in this one for Baltimore. They do this thing, though, where they play great, let their foot off the gas, or something where a team kind of gets to hang around against them, even if they're inferior. Wasn't the case this past week against Buffalo, but you would expect the Ravens to not be 0-2.
Bengals host the Jaguars at 1 o'clock. Jacksonville, I don't know that they're surprised 1-0, but they looked better maybe than people would have anticipated in the first ever game for Liam Cohen as their head coach, an offensive-minded wizard who's going to be working with Trevor Lawrence. Bengals barely survived Cleveland. It was not a good performance for a team that talked all offseason about doing everything differently so they could start fast. They won. That was the result. The process was still bad. Joe Burrow had one of the least successful games of any starting quarterback in terms of success through the air in week 1. So they've got to look very, very different at home if they're going to get to 2-0.
Yeah, quite simply, they were not good in week 1 and escaped where they win. They probably shouldn't have won that game, but they did. They need to get going in a hurry. I understand, the fact that they stockpiled the win, and that's awesome for them. But with a team with that kind of aspiration, you can't just give away 5-6 weeks, which is what they've done over the last couple of seasons. They need to start playing well. Whether they win or lose this week, Jacksonville's going to be around, competing with them probably for a playoff spot. Cincinnati needs to get going.
1 o'clock kick in Big D out in Dallas at Jerry's World. I find this one appealing. Giants, Cowboys. Reason I want to watch this game is we're going to know if New York is just bad up front. Like if the Cowboys run all over them, that's telling. If the Giants' defensive front doesn't do anything against the Cowboys line and vice versa, we think we know what the Giants are. We may not know. In the same way that maybe the Lions are a lot worse than they were last year after losing coordinators, so we're crowning Green Bay because they just pummeled a team that we all think's a 12-win Lions team. What if the Lions are just 9-8? What if the Giants are a 4-13 team and we're overstating how good Washington is? You just need more sample to know what anybody is. We get that on Sunday in Dallas.
Yeah, looking for some data. All Dallas did was play Philadelphia pretty competitively. They weren't as good as Philadelphia. That's obvious.
Couldn't finish that game.
Yeah.
They did it right there, had a chance to steal that.
It's who they are and who I expect them to be honest with you. I think they're going to be a pain in the butt. I don't think they're easy to play against or beat, but this is an important game for them to kind of have a season in the wake of the Micah Parsons trade. And for the Giants, you're 100% right. We're going to get a good feel for how good or bad they actually are.
Here's a fun one. Bears-Lions in Detroit, 1 o'clock. Ben Johnson leaves Detroit after years as the play caller and designer for Jared Goff. Now he's in Chicago with Caleb Williams. They got out to a big lead over Minnesota and collapsed for a week 1 loss. Detroit looked terrible offensively without him. I think this is going to be one of the cool storylines of the week.
It is one of, revenge game, homecoming, whatever you want to call it. For Detroit, they need to wipe away what happened this past week to them against the Green Bay Packers, who we've been talking about a lot. And for Chicago, is this marriage going to work? This Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson situation through 1 week? Not so much.
1 o'clock kick in Nolens at the Superdome. We've been there for one of those games.
Yes. We
Good energy in that building, I'm sure. San Francisco will be without Brock Purdy, it sounds like. No George Kittle, no Brandon Ayuk. Already the walking wounded. I have to imagine, even with Mac Jones at quarterback, they'll do enough to beat the New Orleans Saints, who people think will be the worst team in the league. But it's Mac Jones. It's a bunch of backups.
Yeah.
It's very possible New Orleans, who didn't play terribly in week 1, Spencer Rattler was admirable. Maybe they steal this game over San Fran, and we're having the same conversation about the Niners again, where it looks like they're too injured to be any good.
So we were talking about this before the season started with San Francisco, right? This is before the next round of slew of injuries they've already gotten. They're already banged up, etc. The idea was, their schedule is so easy. Well, here's one of the easy ones in theory, right? If there is such a thing, going on the road to the Superdome. But I think New Orleans is terrible, but they might have enough for this beat up San Francisco team. Only a 3.5-point line, a spread in favor of San Fran.
Datelines, East Rutherford, New Jersey. How about the Meadowlands? Jets hosting the Bills. 1-0 Buffalo. Lopsided line, should win with ease over the Jets. But the New York offense was actually a really fun watch in the first week, stunningly. I was at Pupatella Pizza doing a fantasy football draft a couple weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
Co-manage a team with my buddy, and he comes up to me in like round 12 or something. He's like, let's draft Justin Fields. And I just about wanted to say, you're a silly goose. But I went along with it. Justin Fields balled out in week number 1. A lot of rushing yards, rushing touchdowns. Fantasy stalwart.
Fantasy over real life. And what was
By the way, I put him into our starting lineup.
Oh, good for you.
Baker Mayfield, who we drafted pretty early, is like 18 points. Justin Fields is right around 19 points. He's going to be a fantasy baller.
Yeah, as long as he has the starting gig, and you'll take advantage of that for a while. My favorite part about that were the loud guffaws from certain people. I'm not going to name any names besides Ryan Clary's name. I'll name Ryan Clary's name as someone who's like, oh, what? I can't believe it. This is not a real-life quarterback draft. I have no interest in that guy, but for fantasy football purposes, the rushing quarterback can be valuable. Valuable is the word you're looking for there.
We're 1-0.
Yeah.
And I think we had one of the higher totals of the week in the Grant and Danny Listener League, FYI. How'd the producers do this week? Let's check in on the producers team. Darius, how'd you guys handle week 1? You guys are 1-0? Off to a good start?
No. It's the opposite of 1-0.
Oh,
well, you guys couldn't be 0-1. All three of you collectively putting your brains together on a football team, right?
We would be 0-1 to start the season.
But you wouldn't have had one of the lower totals of the week then.
Only 80 points. We were outscored 120 to 80. Yeah.
That's real interesting.
Did you guys get less starting players than everyone else, or everyone gets to?
We had the same amount of starting players as everyone else.
Oh.
Yeah.
That'll do it for this week's update on the Grant and Danny Listener League.
Yeah.
Now, just so you know, on weeks where we have bad weeks and the producers have a good week, we won't do that update.
It won't be brought up.
It's not going to be an update
That's
every
not
single
what
week.
this is.
Only the weeks where the producers have a terrible week are we going to do that week. Can we get that sponsored, by the way? The who sponsors it? Maybe the Broadway show, The Producers? Maybe they want people to like take a bus up to New York and watch the musical or something?
Yeah, let's get on that. The fantasy update only when it goes good for G&D segment.
We got to get our
get a sponsor there.
Kicks in.
A catchy name like that.
One other game, we'll get to some of the big ones, but the huge game of the weekend is going to be Eagles-Chiefs. Super Bowl rematch, Kansas City 0-1, a chance to go to 0-2. Could this finally be the year where the never looking like you're any good, having an offense that's an ugly watch, finding a way constantly to be better than the sum of the parts and still wins in games you shouldn't, where it all catches up, and Kansas City's actually just 9-8, 10-7.
Even if they're 0-2, they're going to Undertaker this thing, and you know it. They're going to stand back up and be around. Rasheed Rice will come back. Xavier Worthy will get healthy. They'll be good again. They will be. They might start 0-2, though, because Philadelphia's good.
Steve Zabin used to do radio here. Now he does radio in Green Bay. We will scout the Packers with him as soon as we return on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. So, for the Green Bay Packers tonight, Matthew Golden, Jordan Love, Jaden Reed, all in the injury report, all are cleared and good to go. Micah Parsons, I know a defensive player. He's questionable. Will he be under a snap count? How will that affect Jaden Daniels, Deebo Samuel, and some of the high-powered members of Washington's offense? That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than Fanatics Sportsbook? It is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football injury prop bets across straights, parlays, SGPs all season long from any first half injury. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, giving you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. So if you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and second quarter for all pro football every single game. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. It's a burgundy and gold game day on The Fan as the Commanders get set for Thursday night football to kick off Week 2 at Lambeau Field tonight. Kickoff set for 8:15. Coverage all day following Grant and Danny. The Nationals will be on our airways, but you can also check out the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton and Linnell live on our YouTube page. They'll be live out at Honor Brewing in Loudon. There'll also be the Grant and Danny watch party live on YouTube, and the Burgundy and Gold postgame show you can hear right here on The Fan, also on YouTube with Doc Walker and myself following Commanders and Packers this evening. Again, 8:15 kickoff for Commanders and Packers. Taking a look at the injury report. Jaden Daniels is off the injury report. He's good to go. Tressway is questionable with a back injury, but they did not elevate the punter that they just added, Mitch Wishnowski, so he should be good to go tonight. Defensive end Dietrich Wise is also questionable with a knee injury. NFL Rookie of the Week, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt wins in his season debut after rushing for 82 yards. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Marlins for the fourth and final game in Miami tonight, 6:40 right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore takes the hill for the Nationals, coming off the injured list to start for the Nats tonight. Ryan Weathers also coming off the injured list to start for the Marlins, his first start since June the 7th. You're busy, we get it. We offer online, evening, and weekend classes. PGCC works around your life, not the other way around. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Just be able to play a night game at Lambeau Field. You know, growing up, you hear about the history of Green Bay and everything, so I'm super excited to go in that stadium and be able to experience that.
Jaden Daniels getting ready for another primetime opportunity. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Reminder, watch us watch the game tonight on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel, live from my basement, Wayne's World style, on the couches. Toby, Darius, Ryan, our producing team's coming over. Myself, Danny. Chris Russell has an invite.
Wow.
He will be in the building as well. It's going to be wild. Don't really know what's going to happen, but you can watch us watch the game. And I do have an update, by the way.
Okay.
I told you we got some Wegmans chocolate chip cookies like Clary wanted.
Uh-huh.
Apparently my kids have eaten almost all of them already. My wife just told me. So she's currently baking more chocolate chip cookies. But the kids apparently got into the Wegman chocolate chip cookies.
They saw them, and that's enough.
You know, we have so many kids. Like, it's a thing that we do.
Yeah.
We just have lots of them running all over the place. And they ate a lot of the cookies. So don't worry, Clary. She is baking some fresh chocolate chip cookies.
I might make a pit stop on the way to the Paulson's household, but we'll see. We'll see.
Do what you got to do. Let's get you to the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, so we can learn about the Packers. And when I think scout, I think stopwatch holding, notebook wearing, with a top hat. Steve Zabin, our buddy, long time DC radio host, now out in Green Bay covering the Pack. Zabe helps us scout the opponent. What's up, Steve? How are you?
You are looking live at I-43 North on an absolute Chamber of Commerce afternoon here in Wisconsin, where tonight it's just going to be a lovely night. No frozen tundra. By the way, scouting report on the Wegmans chocolate chips, an absolute elite talent at chocolate chip.
High level.
There is no better store-bought chocolate chip than the Wegmans tub.
None. And that, look, they're expensive and for a reason. They're worth it.
Yeah, I'll pay for those every single time. By the way, today's one of those days where when the schedule came out, I said, I got to get to Lambeau. It's always a must when it's on the schedule. And then you look at the travel, and I'm flying into Appleton, and for some reason Milwaukee's involved, and it's like 5 a.m. And I'm like, I just can't do this. But as we talk right now, just picturing what it's like over there at that, what do they call it, Champions neighborhood or whatever, I know it's perfect. It's just going to be such a great night.
It's nice. Now, you've been, as I recall, Grant, but Danny, I don't think you have.
Never have.
Oh.
It is my one bucket list sporting experience. All the others, like baseball stadiums, all the meccas, I've been to, done that. That's my one that I really, kicking myself, I haven't done it yet.
It's really cool, but I'll tell you, the locals, some of them bristle at how Disney-fied the Lambeau area has become because, look, the Packers know they've got a gold mine they're sitting on, and You know, they build these structures like this Johnsonville Brat House, which is a indoor football field-sized place to go get a beer and a brat and listen to a band before the game. And it makes sense because it's like, why are we letting the fans bring their own Webers and their own bratwurst and their own old styles? And we should be capturing some of that revenue. So I like it because it's a nice place to be, but the old school Packer fans sort of bristle at it because, you know, they got that, they got a sledding hill, they got this place, that place, but nothing like it in the NFL. Tiny market, people park in front lawns in the neighborhood right across the street from the stadium. It's pretty cool.
Looking at this matchup tonight, Green Bay now is the national darling. I mean, post Micah Parsons trade, they were good beforehand, Zabe. Now with him kind of, working into the fold, was on a bit of a pitch count in week 1. That's going to expand. Who knows how much tonight, but this group is really, really good. Has the hype train kind of gone too far, or is it justified in your mind?
I think it's justified. I think, what they did to the Lions put a real charge into it because a lot of it was sort of wait and see. Parsons was amazing. He also admitted this week that he lobbied the coaches for more snaps because they were going to kind of limit him. And he just said, look, you can run me with all the wind sprints you want, practice stuff, running the ball. At some point I got to play football, and I got to power through it. So he got more snap counts. He wrecked Jared Goff from behind, tracking him down like a lion tackling a gazelle. It was pretty good stuff. I think the magnitude of the dominance of a team, the Lions, that had their number over the last 7 matchups, I thought really changed a lot of perceptions. But it's a week-to-week league.
Yes, it is. I think they're awesome. I think they might be the best team in the NFC with Philly. I also wonder, and I want to get your thoughts on this, we're basing, I know I'm doing this, they destroyed the Lions, and I'm going, man, that was a great win. How sure are we Detroit is still Detroit, and they're not going to be 10-7, 9-8 this year, and nowhere near what they were the last couple of years?
That's a great question. I think they're asking that in Detroit right now, and got reporters basically badgering Dan Campbell saying, just run the old offense. Not all the recipes, don't you? Wait, let's go back to doing what we did last year. It's kind of funny. We don't know. The Packers are deep and they're young. Youngest team in the league against the oldest team in the league. I try to tell some people up here that a number of the players on the Commanders skew the age a lot older. Who are some of the older guys that run that number up on you guys?
Yeah, so Tressway, obviously the punter, is 37. You've got Bobby Wagner is 35. Ertz is 36. I will say, though, while there are old guys like that run the number up, they went out and got 19 guys this offseason that were either turning 30 during the year or were already 30. So there's plenty of 30-plus-year-olds on that team.
Yeah, we got that.
Well, yeah, so I think those 3 guys really drag the average number up because I know that there has been that infusion of younger talent. So, it's a formidable test tonight, and for any Packer fan who was like, kill the Commanders, I go, okay, see, here's the thing. A lot of Packer fans, and this is true in any NFL city, but it's especially true for, I think, Wisconsin sports fans, they love the Packers, they watch the Packers religiously, and they'll glance at the rest of the league, okay? And none of them, not none, a lot of them have never really sat down and watched Jaden Daniels for a whole game. I've been trying to tell them. I'm like, this dude is it. He throws the ball great. He sees the field great. And he is slippery as hell and fast. And you'll be like, why can't we tackle him? I'm like, this is going to be a huge test.
By the way, Josh Johnson's 39, who's obviously the backup quarterback. So Tony Massenberg of the NFL, he has to now repeat teams because he's played for everybody.
Yeah.
So you got that part of the age combo as well. What is your Jordan Love assessment, getting to watch him as closely as you have over the last few years?
I think he's really good. I like who he is as well. LaFleur once said he's about the right bleep, and that's what he likes about him. He sat for 3 years as a first-round pick behind Rodgers. Sat for 3 whole years. Like, that just isn't done in the NFL anymore, and didn't say a peep about it. I was a little bit stunned. I was like, at some point, are you or your agent going to go, hey, you're wasting my guy's career here? But he never did. So I think he's got a great head on his shoulders. I think he doesn't do anything spectacularly, except at the end of the day, you're like, yeah, that guy just knows how to play the position. The biggest question up here has been, do they need a true number one? at wide receiver? Do you need a 12-target guy? And I don't know if, Matthew Golden's ever going to be a 12-target guy because he's a little bit small. He's not as big as like a Jamar Chase or someone like that. But that's a good debate. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, you need a number one. You need a guy you can feed 12 targets and he'll get 8 catches for $135. Other times I'm like, nah, it's okay. A distributed attack is just fine. They got a good mix of youngish receivers that drive fantasy owners crazy because you never know who's going to be the guy that week. They got 2 good tight ends. Actually, Kraft is the better tight end now. He was supposed to be the blocking guy. Musgrave was drafted as the catching guy. He's a little bit been lost in the mix. But, yeah, Love is really good. Is he as good as when he got thermonuclear at the end of 2 years ago and was like 17 touchdowns over 1 INT and then ripped the Cowboys shred, limb from limb? Probably not. But he was hurt last year. Like last year has to be graded on a total curve for him because he wrecked his knee in Brazil, took a couple weeks to get that right enough to play, and then he had a groin in Jacksonville. That wasn't quite right. So we'll see. First game so far so good.
Steve Zabin with us here on G&D. Offensive line, I get the sense that this is a good group. It's, built with maybe some of the less heralded names, not a bunch of first-rounders, but I feel like they're pretty good as a unit, Zabe.
They are, but they're down 2 guys today. Aaron Banks, the guy they bought on the open market this offseason, is down, and I forget who else was down on the O-line. So they're down a couple guys today. Zach Tom got dinged last week on a play. He just got paid by the team, so he's one of their better players. Elton Jenkins is good to move around. And a first-round pick out of Arizona that has been slow coming. He got hurt last year with a shoulder. They hope he comes along. Got a guy named Rasheed Walker, who was out of Penn State's 7th-round pick, kind of fell all the way down. He's been the starting left tackle. He's been a huge find. Problem is he's going to get paid by somebody, probably not them. So it's going to be a little bit of a reconfigured line tonight.
Is Tom going to play? Because he didn't practice all week. He's listed questionable as well.
He might be the other guy they said was down,
Okay.
but I know that Banks is down for sure. So
Banks didn't practice, neither did Tom. So, yeah, that could mean something. I mean, you watch Washington and you see around the league, but the big development here this week, Zabe, was I was skeptical all offseason of their plan up front. Javon Kinlaw got paid like a all-pro, and I'm kind of going, scratching my head, what are they seeing here? He was a monster. Payne was back to getting, trying to look for a contract, look like a Pro Bowler himself. The defensive line was incredible, and we're wondering, is that a Giants offensive line thing, or are they actually that much better?
yeah, it's a great question. I know that Giant fans were bitching like, it's not the quarterback. Look at Daniel Jones.
Right.
Our O-line has ruined 3 quarterbacks, if not more. Figure it out.
Yeah,
but it might be just your guys' D-line made them look stupid. So, yeah, I don't know.
Let's go to the other side of the ball for Green Bay, that defensive front. Obviously, Parsons demands so much attention. Even when he's not in the game, though, you finally got something out of Van Ness. Rashawn Gary is underrated, I think, but I was impressed with Devontae Wyatt in that Detroit game. They were in the backfield constantly, Zabe. How good is that group?
Parsons gets all the hype. Edgerrin Cooper, though, their linebacker, is the secret sauce. He started coming on late last year, first-round pick, and he is just a great linebacker. In a league that doesn't seem to value linebackers anymore, at least tackling linebackers, he's fantastic. So between him, Gary, and Parsons, I'm calling it the triangle of death because they just tormented the Lions last week. Did you know that Jahmyr Gibbs had 10 catches for 31 yards total?
Never seen that.
Well, right. It was a record for fewest amount of yards for a double-digit catch day. They swarmed to the ball. They erased plays. They're the big 3. But Van Ness is part of that pass rush, and Van Ness has been a underwhelming first-rounder so far. And Parsons said after the game, he's like, you know what? Lucas is going to have his best year yet. In fact, I'm going to make sure of it. He's a great guy, great teammate, selfless, and you know what? He's going to be a great part of our package. They use Van Ness, Gary, and Parsons at times, at least they did, in what they're calling their cheetah package, which reminds me of what? The Giants and their, what do they call it? The racer package?
NASCAR?
The speed package?
Yeah.
With Jason Pierre-Paul. Who else was in that package?
Would have been like O.T. Human-Yora, maybe?
Yes, right. There you go. So, one game in, that's what they're talking. But again, it's a week-to-week league, or in this case, it's a half-week-to-week league.
So some numbers just to back up what Zabe was saying about this kid Edgerrin Cooper. I saw this week. He stopped opposing rushers on like individual tackles, solo tackles, on 7.2% of his run defense snaps last year, which was the second highest graded rate since 2018. Like, it was just one of these years where everyone's going, who in the heck? How did we get here? Wow. I mean, he is a big deal. The other guy that I think he's been ejected from like 11% of the games I've ever seen him play. He's been like escorted off the field, and then like another 8% is Quay Walker. Is he? What's his deal now? I mean, has he kind of figured it out and connected the dots?
Well, Grant, he's from Georgia.
Yes, he is.
So you know what they say about Georgia football players. Sometimes don't make the best choices. Yeah, he got ejected from a game against the Lions because he pushed one of the Lions' trainers who was trying to come on the field and help one of their injured players. It's like, okay, Galaxy Brain, what are you doing exactly? Walker's okay, but back to Cooper for a second.
Yeah.
Micah is in some IDP, individual defensive player fantasy league, and said, yeah, man, I got Edgerrin Cooper on my team, man. He helped me win this week. He had 36 points.
That's awesome.
That's funny.
Is he doing a pod? That became an issue in Dallas, supposedly, although we only heard about that after they traded him.
Yeah, the pod, I don't know what he's going to do, at least during the season, because it's harder to get he'll have to get his guests virtually, I suppose. I don't give two rats' asses about the podcast. If it was a problem in Dallas for reasons, I don't know why. He just strikes me, and this could be in the honeymoon phase with him, listening to Micah Parsons, he sounds highly intelligent to me, and he's got high emotional intelligence. And I listen to athletes like you guys do all the time. And there's a lot of them. Some of them are very smart, others not so much, some in the middle. He just strikes me as a really smart guy. But again, one game, big win, everything's gravy right now.
Josh Jacobs, still a burst. It wasn't terribly effective on the ground in game number 1 against Detroit. Not many running backs were, outside of Derrick Henry and a couple others maybe. But kind of your thoughts on him.
He's like a shifty power back. He was awesome for him last year, and they ran the wheels off him, and thank God he didn't get hurt. I think the Packers were like the 4th or 5th highest run percentage team last year, and that accounts for teams that have quarterbacks that run a ton, which Love does not. So they're behind, I think, only Philly, Buffalo, and Baltimore maybe. So they ran a heavy percentage in part because they had to with, Jordan Love hurt a couple games and whatnot. Jacobs is awesome. He's got a good head on his shoulders, good mindset, and he's shifty in that it's hard to get a square hit on him. And he's got some burst. He's got some moves. He won't run away from you per se, but he also is not afraid to run between the tackles and run hard. So as much as I like him, I was saying this off season, guys, with a healthy Jordan Love, I'd love to get back to being a passing team because that's what the league is. It's a passing league.
You got to have that club in the bag. At some point, you're going to have to. There's going to be a suboptimal down and distance where you're just going to have to win throwing the football.
It is a great tool to have. Can I ask a question to you guys because I'm dying to know?
Yes.
Did B-Rob get done dirty by the team?
I don't think so. He had 3 years to kind of do anything other than get 2.8 yards per carry, and it didn't quite work out. He's just a big plotting back. It's a good fit in San Fran where they need an insurance policy.
Yeah, if it would have made contractual sense, I think they would have done it sooner, Zabe, honestly, because it didn't benefit him at all to do it before now.
Why not ride him out to 0 and let him walk? I mean, you might need a back this year,
So what they could have done, honestly, to your point, is they could have just deactivated him, had him on the 53, basically kept him around. I just don't think he would have played nice. Like this, he was one of the few guys in the locker room that took issue with play calling from time to time with the enemy. I just think when they went to him and said, hey, man, this is not great. You're on the bubble. My guess is that conversation didn't go that great.
Yeah. All right. Well, that ends that. So that was an issue. Is everyone in love with Bill?
Oh, they're all.
The hype train is left.
I mean, it's
rocket ship.
So much Bill. Nobody will call him Jacory or Krosky Merritt. It's just Bill. And originally, I think he just had a name. They're like, Danny and I were joking about this yesterday, where it's like, this guy's name's Jacory, but he goes by Bill. That's the coolest thing ever. And so everyone just loved him for that. They'd never seen him play football. Now it's actually turned out like, wow, for a 7th-round pick, he probably should have been a 3rd or 4th rounder, if not for getting kind of screwed by the rules last year. He can actually play.
It's wild. I love those stories, and I love nicknames that are weird, oddball nicknames. He's going to be the best running back name since Ben Jarvis Green Ellis.
The law firm.
The law firm is my favorite for sure. I didn't realize this until today. I've been to a bunch of these games at Lambeau, and I guess it's true that they've lost all those games, although there's been some good ones. There's competitive games there. But they have not had a win in Lambeau since Jay Schrader was their quarterback in '86. I think it's like 8 or 9 games that they've gone to Green Bay without a win. So Daniels is trying to do the unthinkable tonight. But now, a lot of the guys that went there, I remember a Heineke start, a Haskins start. I mean, here recently, it's been a different level of quarterback, but that's a long, long time.
Yeah, Heineke gave him fits a couple years ago. That was a hell of a game. Redskins even lost a game in which Favre threw 3 picks.
That's right.
And that was the late Sean Taylor, rest in peace, Super Sky Point, had one of those where he just covered the entire field, and you're just watching it going, damn.
Yeah, from the other hash mark, ran across, took a deep route.
Yeah.
Well, not from some noodle arm either. That was Brett Favre.
Are you going to be there tonight, by the way?
Yeah, I'm en route right now. I'll be. It's the winter warning game, so they're wearing their all whites, which is also somewhat controversial.
By the way. Do you like those?
I know, but they're so traditional and they're so conservative up here. When they went to the white shells last year for the first time, a portion of the fan base lost their ever-loving mind.
Legit?
I like the white. I like the white out. The problem is I don't have any white gear, so now I got to go buy some damn white gear.
Post Labor Day, Zabe, you're very fashion forward. That's not like you.
You think being the flagship of the team that the Packer Pro Shop, which I think makes $12 million a year, would spiff the radio guys with some free stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I got to ask somebody.
Now, you worked with the legendary Doc Walker for many years over on the Team 980.
Yeah.
Doc has this philosophy where, like, if you're hurt, I don't talk about you. Like, I don't talk about a guy that's not playing. Danny's one Doc Walkerism in that way is he doesn't talk about uniforms. Like, he's just not going to play my game.
I have so little interest, Zabe.
But can we all agree, Danny, if you want to sit it out, you can.
Okay.
The white helmets on the white jerseys, on the white pants for the Packers are sick.
No. That's
a great look. The Bengals white tiger thing is also awesome. Maybe I just like all white.
I know. All right. So Grant, are you going to be excited for the half throwback skins flavored Commander kit later this year?
Oh, 100%. Gibbs era, 91 alts, anything that looks like the team that I cared about growing up and doesn't look like this new thing that isn't that, I'll be happy about.
It's the only uniform stuff I care about, Zabe, is that. Mostly because of the betrayal that they told us it would be like that, and then it wasn't for years. I just want that.
Well, they still say, Zabe, I know you probably don't get all of the briefings anymore in Green Bay, but they not these new guys, that they don't. They know better than to like continue perpetuating the lie. But the group that did this still claims, like wherever they are working for random MLS team and random W MLS team or whatever, they're still telling you it is burgundy. We swear it's burgundy, and people are just holding these jerseys up side by side, going, "This ain't it, bro."
It's not burgundy.
That's
right. It's not the burgundy that was burgundy, which may have been a brick red on the Crayola Crayon 64 crayon box. I don't know. Like, I'm not a Pantone expert when it comes to Sherwin-Williams colors, but it's not what it once was. So what if they, on that throwback weekend, went fully back? The only thing they did was they took off the old logo and had a blank burgundy shell.
Oh, I mean, that's
How
better.
would you feel about that?
I kind of think that's the play. I mean, are they going to go with
Danny?
Yes, that's what
100%. So you'd be like the Browns. It'd just be a color-only helmet, but it would have all the exact matching stuff.
The most I want the fader turned up the most on nothing that has to do with this 2222 stupid Dan Snyder turd in the punch bowl name that I still try not to say. I actively avoid saying it because it makes me mad every time I do. You get rid of all of that stuff, you wash it away, you power wash it, and then you do that nuclear scrub where you're hanging out in like a nuclear zone, and you're like, dude, we can't just let you shower. It's got to be like that super scrub brush shower. That's what I want done to that stupid name that makes me irritated. So yes, get rid of everything.
This. Didn't they wear, I remember them wearing a helmet that was burgundy plain with like John Freeze at quarterback against the Colts in like 94. Like the Schuler era.
You might be right on that. I'm going to have to jog my...
I'm pretty sure they've done this where it was like a throwback.
I think that's quite possible. They also wore that fake leather pebble textured shell one,
Yes.
which
The
was-
brown ones you're talking about with like the
Yeah.
that was like
Yeah,
the
no, it's
RG3
actually-
era.
Yeah, special
throwback.
occasion. They lost by 20, something like that.
It was a homecoming game.
See, Grant, your boy Danny, he cares about uniforms.
He loves
you just
it so
got to get
much.
him going.
You know what? I don't know what you just did, but I need to text you to get insight for the future. We just got Danny. We just got Doc talking about an injured player. Who knew that you could even do it?
Yeah, tarantula, my man,
He is absolutely. He's a fighting tarantula.
cyborg. I miss Doc. I love Doc.
He's here.
All right, I
just
hate you.
saw him in
I
the
hate you
hallway.
guys tonight. I hate you guys for the next 12 hours.
Predictions, Abe, real quick.
I'm young enough to predict the pack. I think it'll be a hell of a game for at least a good 3 quarters. But yeah, tough deal. You know, these games come so quick. It's I don't know if the Skins or Commanders ever had this, but let me tell you, 2 games at home in the first 4 days of the season. Woof. Like nobody needs that.
That's exhausting. That's a lot of sausage.
It's just
that's
too much.
Brats and beer. For
It's
the
a lot
good
of heavy
people.
foodstuffs.
Yeah. Zabe, thank you, buddy.
And then you're welcome. You're welcome, boys. See you later.
See you, bro. There's our guy, Steve Zabin, who's with us, breaking down the Packers, helping us scout the opponent on Grant and Danny. Jaden Daniels' prime-time resume based on last year's work. We'll get into that next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NFL, it is a burgundy and gold game day as the Commanders get set to take on the Packers tonight. On Thursday night, football kickoff set for 8:15. We'll have coverage all day. Burgundy and gold pregame show with Denton and Linnell will be live on YouTube following Grant and Danny out in Honor Brewing in Loudon. The watch party during the game will be live on our YouTube channel with Grant and Danny, and the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Doc Walker and myself follows the game. NFL Rookie of the Week, Corey Krosky-Merritt. After 82 yards rushing in his NFL debut, he was named the Rookie of the Week. Baseball tonight, the Nationals wrap up their 4-game set with the Marlins tonight. 6:40 first pitch right here on The Fan. Pair of pitchers coming off the IL tonight. Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals, Ryan Weathers for the Marlins. Looking to upgrade your office game at PVI, we'll come to help you design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Guys on the field. They're down and 7. This one is launched from McLaurin. He's got it. Touchdown. Touchdown, Terry McLaurin.
Terry McLaurin has had some moments at Lambeau. He has had some big games. If he has a big game in Green Bay tonight, it means Toby Altizer is going to have a big day.
Oh, man.
Tomorrow it's Spanky's Shenanigans in Leesburg. So quick reminder, watch us, watch the Commanders tonight, 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream. Tomorrow, hang out with us, watch the show, participate, have fun, kick it with us as we're at Spanky's Shenanigans in Leesburg for a, hopefully, Victory Friday, but for a Field Trip Friday. But the Toby versus Terry bit that we've concocted is Toby Altizer is going to eat one piece of shrimp for every single yard that Terry McLaurin has as a receiver in tonight's game.
This is tugging at both Toby's stomach and his heartstrings. He loves Terry so much. Terry's his special little angel. So as Terry McLaurin is matriculating down the football field, hopefully with some catches and yards, Toby might be euphoric, but his heart might also sink because he knows that means another shrimp on the barbie tomorrow.
I see 3 games here against the Packers, Toby, for Terry McLaurin in his career. You ready for these numbers? He has gone for 73 yards. That's 73 shrimp tomorrow. That's a lot of shrimp. 122 yards.
Oh, no.
That's I mean, there's just no chance he could do that. I'm sorry. I understand they're not big shrimp, but it's delicious. It's buttery. It's wonderful. That's a lot of shrimp.
That's a lot.
Here's what you're hoping for. Ready? 7 for 57 against Green Bay in 2019. You can polish off 58 pieces of shrimp.
I've been at 2 of those games, the 2 big ones, and I'm hoping Terry goes for the $122 or more tonight.
And then what happens to you tomorrow?
Hopefully I don't get iodine poisoning or whatever you get from eating too much shrimp.
Okay, we all hope that, for the record. But in the meantime, Toby versus Terry, live from Spanky Shenanigans in Leesburg.
What a saga. So as Terry McLaurin's going down the field, pump your fist tonight.
I was talking to Strober, who's running the stream tonight for the game watch and then pregame, postgame with Linnell and Denton. He's looking for like some kind of animation where like shrimp fall down on top of like the field.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I mean it's a real thing, man.
Like he points first down, it's a shrimp in his hand.
What if Jaden gets Terry on the exact same little sluggo look, doesn't overthrow him for like a 68-yard touchdown in this game? That's 7 trays of shrimp just in one snap.
So as the camera, think about this. That Cleveland game, remember when Jaden Daniels should have been sacked and every other mortal, maybe except Lamar Jackson, would have been sacked, and he escapes and heaves it, and you don't know.
The moon ball.
Yeah, there's an instant as the camera's panning or the camera's going to change. The ball's in the air. You don't know who it's to. Toby's heart is going to skip a beat because he doesn't know if it comes down to the hands of McLaurin. That's 70 shrimp he's going to have to eat.
Does a small part of you, I know you always wear the McLaurin
I'm going to go ahead.
jersey.
No. I want Terry to go off tonight. Go off.
Even though you could just comfortably eat, like, if this is last weekend, you could have had 28 pieces of shrimp, perfect amount, over 4.5 hours, walk out of there feeling
Which is
good.
what Grant and I will have just casually sitting down.
I'm offering you as well in a win. So let's just say he goes 3 for 26 in a win.
Nope, need Terry to go off. And I have no motives, by the way. I traded him off my fantasy team. So we're good. No fantasy motive, nothing. I just need Terry to go off.
Toby versus Terry. Tonight into tomorrow.
What a subplot.
Spanky shenanigans. So Jaden's played 4 primetime games ever. Monday Nighter, we were there in Cincy last year in week 2. He was unbelievable.
I thought that one was good.
Against the Chicago Bears, Washington handled business. We're calling that primetime? That was like a 4:05 game, wasn't it? That was the Hail Mary game. That was national TV. That was an A telecast. I'm looking at this graphic
Yeah, it was a 4:25 piece.
Yeah, I don't count that as primetime.
I don't either.
So I'm going to nix that from the list. At Philadelphia, born and raised. That one was not good. That was when he was hurt, and he had maybe his worst game of the season. But then the Atlanta Falcons game, that was a Foo Fighters hero game.
That one was pretty splendid.
Cliff Kingsbury calls a play into the headset, and Jaden Daniels goes, "Oh, that's what you want to run." Cool.
Fine.
Guys, here's what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Someone block somebody. Everybody touch somebody. I'm going to run that way. And he just did that over and over. But in prime time last year, now these numbers are counting the Bears game, which wasn't a primetime game. National TV, 4 o'clock window, close enough. 7 touchdowns, 2 picks on his biggest stages. About 1,000 passing yards in 4 games with an injured poor game in there. 236 rushing. He did his best work against the Bengals, against the Falcons. He did enjoy these environments. There's just no doubt about that. He was one of the guys that proved, slow heartbeat, I can elevate my game with more people watching.
Lights are not too bright. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get lucky with an opponent here or there. And you saw the short rest game, Philadelphia, where he was not right, clearly, with his ribs. I mean, that's the play that I always point to when there was, they weren't revealing what the injury was, or he's fine. He would, go get the wrap around his midsection. That's what I always do when everything's fine. But when he had a linebacker one-on-one, and you go, oh, my God, here comes a huge play, and he kind of gave a half shake and then just sort of fell down to the ground like me trying to get out of bed in the morning. And it just looked so unathletic and so off when you go, okay, there's no way he's right. There's no way that's him. And sure enough, we found that after the fact. But the lights are not too bright, and you don't know that. And you think that SEC superstar played in front of 130,000 people in Death Valley, or all these road games that are impossible.
That's the other thing, too. I'm glad you said that. Some of these guys that come from these big schools and these big conferences, the TV deals now with the national TV and ESPN, I mean, they are superstars. Forget the NIL money and the fact that you're making millions of dollars before you come into the league, which changes your mentality and your professionalism if you're doing it right. Like, you're already a CEO and you're already able to handle more just from a cerebral standpoint. But you're right. Like, how many times did he play with that's a big fan base that's passionate and cares a lot.
Yeah, and it's not a guarantee either. It's not always 1-to-1. I mean,
and there's millions of people watching those games, and if you lose, you're getting terrible comments on social media, and people are yelling at you and your family.
No, the whole deal. And there have been plenty of guys though that have played in those huge environments. I mean, think of like Matt Barkley 4 years ago. I don't know why that name jumped into my mind, but as a freshman for USC, went to Ohio State in front of 110,000 people. Game of his life, they beat Ohio State. That guy can't play under the lights. The guy can't play in the dark, the cold, the light, the wind, the rain.
He just physically didn't have it. Sam Hartman for Notre Dame was that way. He played in huge games on national television, and the whole country watched. But it doesn't change the arm strength and some of the other stuff you need at this level. But Jaden's able to kind of connect all those dots. Double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. 4 o'clock blitz today, and next hour we've got your Commanders Spotlight. We got ourselves a primetime matchup. 2 of the best in the NFC. What a night it's going to be. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant Paulson. I've been telling you about my friends over at the FanDuel Sportsbook. They're an official sportsbook partner of WJZ. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers, that could be you. If you get in on the action now, it is you. Bet $5, get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5. If it wins, unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is here. The only question, are you ready to play? FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, please take that seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The reason you're going to tell them we sent you, you don't have to. I'm just trying to advocate for that.
I would do that.
Because then you'll save money. They're going to take extra good care of you and give you a little better deal if you mention you came via the Grant and Danny radio program. So you should probably do that. Time for our double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. I'll just get out of the way by telling you, tomorrow we're at Leesburg again. We are at Spanky's Shenanigans. We'll be doing a show at the bar out back. That was one of our favorite events last year.
It kicked the whole thing off and it set the tone. It was
Weather
great.
was perfect. I think it's going to be nice again tomorrow. Can I get a weather report, please, show meteorologist Ryan Clary, for tomorrow in Leesburg, ideally after a win. If the boys are 2-0 going into a mini bye.
Oh, can you imagine?
It's just going to be fire.
Scrims for everybody.
Be a great time. What are we looking at tomorrow in Leesburg, Virginia, out west?
So as I'm pulling the weather app up, actually, tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day.
Yeah.
High of 83.
There it is.
Partly cloudy. Should be pretty low humidity as well. And also, when it gets a little darker around 5, 6 p.m., but it's going to dip into the mid-70s. So it's going to be a beautiful day at Space.
Hey, mid-70s, everybody.
Mid-70s.
It's like the Junkies studio in the morning. Right around 77 degrees. Exactly what you want in an indoor facility.
Just set up for a reptile to thrive and survive.
It'll be nice outside. That's going to be
nice
perfect.
outside.
We had such a good time. They took great care of us, and they're going to have a lot of shrimp for Toby to eat. Hopefully more than Terry McLaurin yardage in his game. Also tonight, live stream, 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. If you're watching right now, there's a couple hundred of you enjoying the program. Come on back tonight. We will be from the basement, Wayne's World style on the couch.
You guys are going to be annoyed at this, but this is my double play. Okay. Yeah. What am I supposed to do?
Okay.
So, I understand. I got the one sheet from CK, and there's a million different things on there, and it sounds like I'm supposed to be worried about a lot. I don't know what most of the words mean. What are we actually doing tonight?
Wait, so you're doing the thing now. Are you asking for the actual stream itself, what is your responsibility?
Yes. What's supposed to be happening? Because I usually watch the game in kind of stewed silence, and you want me to do what I normally do?
Right.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
So a couple of things.
Yeah.
Ryan is going to have to ultimately answer this, I would say, because he knows more about it than I do. My understanding, just based on what he's told us several times this week, is all we do is when the game starts, we watch the game. He's going to have a camera on us. We don't have to really do any more than that. If you're asking, do you watch the game like you normally would in stewed silence, I would say no to that.
Right.
In the same sense that I normally watch the game and make no noise as I'm tweeting and I'm on the computer.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have to do some of that. For sure.
Is this a performance? You see what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah, no. So local television stinks in a lot of ways because everyone's doing an over-the-top performance where they're like, we're here with Commanders fans, and they are excited for the big game. No one talks like that, right? So that's not what we're doing.
Right.
I think we're mostly going to do what we would normally do. But I would say, if your fader generally is you watch in silence, turn that up to 2 so you talk every now and then. Or how do you react to a play? What did you just see? What did you think of it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just imagine what guys would do if they were sitting in a basement watching a game and did make some noise.
Okay.
That's what it would be.
Here's what I kind of envision with this. I think it's Grant, Danny, Darius, myself, Toby, Chris Russell, I believe, will be there as well tonight. Imagine us sitting at a bar watching a football game. That's what it is. The banter between us, we're not... It's... Nothing changes.
So this is where I'm going to be a little bit annoying, and this is where Danny's kind of being annoying, and I'm going to do the same.
Right.
His point, I don't know if you're getting, is if you put a camera on me for the game on Sunday that just happened, I would have audibly said 6 words as I'm typing away. That's how I watch a game. Do you get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Danny, I'm actually surprised to hear because he's such a maniacal fan, and his ebbs and flows are so insane. That I would have actually thought he's a screamer and he's a yeller and he's, but he's saying he locks in. He's not that emotional. So
I'm very emotional. I'm angsty and just silent and pissed.
So the point is if we just did that, that would be extremely boring. So there does have to be some performative element of this. I'm not saying where it's got to be fake, but where we maybe for the night, I take my press pass off a little bit and I put on. I'm not going to wear a jersey, but a little bit more of a fan reaction. right?
Exactly.
And that's what. So I think what Ryan's saying is, Danny, whatever your normal angst or whatever that is,
don't do that.
Try to set that to. Well, I mean, that's common sense, right? You would be able to say that it would be boring to watch you not make any noise for an hour.
I would say so.
That would not be great.
So that's why when the idea was pitched, I'm going, I don't think you guys want to see what I do. It's not that fun.
Right. So I think it's nobody's asking you to act. You don't need to be Daniel Day-Lewis, but you also will watch games and have some energy occasionally. I think that's what you're looking for.
Exactly what we're looking for. And again, like people want to see, like, what do you do during the game? Are you a stress eater? I'm a stress eater. People are going to see me and they're like, oh my gosh, like he's killing those cookies. He's killing the wings, the cheese board. Like people are going to be watching for that as well. And that's going to be entertaining. And I think a lot of people are going to figure out a lot about Grant and Danny during games that in places they've never been able to see before. And
I bet it's not as many as you'd think. I think a few people will figure those things out. If you know what I mean.
So my buddy was, who's my age, in our neighborhood was texting me. He's like, yeah, I'm with you because we're both in our 40s and we don't quite understand what all this is and what's supposed to happen. He goes, I am interested to see you eat though. Like that's one thing he actually made sure to say. He goes, I'll be jealous of a good game day spread. I went, okay, I guess there's different parts of this for everybody.
Yeah, they'll have like maybe a little counter of how many.
There's Big Back Danny doing stuff.
Right, exactly. They could do that. I'd like to. You have the ability to put like words on the screen at all?
In some cases, yes.
Like
yes.
you have a chyron when we do our show right now. Essentially, why couldn't you put like my bet up there? Like I've got Ertz under 7.5, whatever it is. Like
it depends on the layout of kind of like where the camera will be angled to see if it like blocks anything. But I think we could do something like that. We could potentially get some stuff on there.
How was the layout look? I know you came over to my house to block everything out last night. Like what did you determine?
Yeah, I did. It was actually
the site visit.
The site
big
visit.
Site visit with the production crew. Darius is dying, by the way. I mean, are you going to use 4 cameras? How many? You got a whole truck
ring
outside
lights for everybody.
Producers just hitting buttons, and someone gets excited, like, all right, take 3, take 3, take. Paulson's eating a wing. Take 2, take 2, take 2. Like, is that what we're doing here?
Exactly what we're doing here. I got my guy Nooms on the scene right now. He's scouting the opponent right now. He's in the basement. He's figuring things out. Wires will be connected.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good night.
Yeah, restroom cam 1, steady, and go.
This is my biggest concern, actually, is so today, like, my kid is so excited that everyone's coming over, obviously. Okay. He's, like, decorating and everything.
So bedtime's not a thing.
Well, but this is my thing, is he's like, Dad, can I watch the first quarter? And, like, how am I to say no to that? But I told him, I'm like, hey, buddy, I don't think you can watch the first quarter. You're going to have to go to bed. And because the thing is,
we're showing up right at bedtime.
Well, not only that, I don't want him on the stream per se. Like, I'd love to watch with him.
Totally.
But the stream is just like people tuning in. Then a kid jumping around doing wacky bits, doing Spider-Man memes and whatnot. So, like, that's not what anybody's, tuning in for. Right. I don't know if I necessarily want him on our stream as it is. Mm-hmm. So my point is, it sucks because I'm like telling him like he's excited for the game, so maybe he could stay upstairs with mom or something for a quarter. But what really needs to happen is everyone just needs to be in bed by 7:45. And I don't know if that's going to happen.
Good luck with that.
But 8:15 kick, a little 30-minute buffer there, that's what would be perfect. But I love the excitement. I want to reward him for he wants to watch the game. He's got his little helmet set up, right? When you guys walk in, you'll see it. The Commanders versus the Packers helmets right in front of the TV there, set up for you guys.
Great roll.
Like, yeah, he did a nice little, brought out some towels and some flags.
He already ate the cookies. He's fired up.
Oh, he pumped. That's the other thing. How's he going to go to bed? He just ate a bucket of Wegmans cookies.
You're hoping for the crash out there, right? Maybe the sugar spike and then the descent.
How do we play this? Yeah. But I think this has a chance to go very, very mediocrely.
Yeah.
Which is really
I think it has
goal.
A chance to happen.
It will
like
happen.
I think there's a good chance this occurrence that people seem to want goes down.
I'm glad Toki's going to be there because I watched a game with Toby in my basement. The boys all did this before. I don't think you came to that actually, but there was a Bears game a couple years ago on Thursday Night Football when they all came to my house. We didn't stream it, and Toby was the most animated. Like he gets into it. He doesn't curse because he doesn't curse.
He doesn't curse.
But you yelled at a lot of the Bears. You were very upset at them.
I'm thinking that I might be the most animated. I generally am the guy that as soon as someone else on the other team touches the ball, kill him! You know, that sort of thing.
Right.
Like that's going to be me.
When there's a pre-snap false start, there's a what the frick very loudly. We get one of those every now and then out of Toby.
Yep. I was watching the game in the studio where you guys are at right now last Sunday, and every defensive play, I'm standing up, I'm barking at Strobes and Denton and all the guys. Like, yeah, I'm going to be animated. That's how I watch games.
I'm going to text the WAF to get a full menu of the spread.
Oh, man.
So we can go over that as a show as well. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Let's blitz next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Staples. It's a Burgundy and Gold game day on The Fan as the Commanders get set to take on the Packers. Thursday night football tonight at Lambeau Field. It'll kick off at 8:15. We'll have coverage all day here on The Fan Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Denton Linnell. Going to be live on YouTube from Honor Brewing in Loudon. A Grant and Danny watch party during the game, and the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Doc Walker and myself after the game. The Commanders elevated center Michael Dieter and punter Mitch Wishnowsky from the practice squad, so maybe not good news for Tress Way to play tonight as he is questionable with a back injury. Defensive end Dietrich Wise is also questionable for the Commanders with a knee injury. Also, NFL Rookie of the Week, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, after 82 rushing yards in his debut, Bill has been named the Rookie of the Week. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy is going to be out 2 to 5 weeks with a turf toe variant. Mac Jones will start in his stead. And in baseball, the Nationals fell to the Marlins 8-3 last night. Game 4 of the 4-game set tonight, 6:40, first pitch right here on The Fan. Pair of lefties coming off the IL to start tonight. Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals. He's 5-13 with a 4.15 ERA and just 8 Ks away from his career high in strikeouts. Ryan Weathers comes off the IL to start for the Marlins, his first start since June 7th. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Let's have a day, shall we? Thursday night football, Commanders-Packers, 8:15 tonight, just over 4 hours from right now. I know they elevated a punter today, but I think it's precautionary based on everything I can gather. It still seems to me like Tress Way is going to do everything he can to play. Practice yesterday went pretty well. Going to go through the motions. So if something happens pregame, you got an option now. Something happens early in the game, you got a guy potentially dressed if they end up doing that. But I don't think this means Tress Way is definitively not punting tonight.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, because that's what it looks like, right? When you start to elevate a guy, you don't want to have what happened to the Giants at Washington last year, where they have one kicker pregame, he can't go, and now you're stuck without a kicker.
And honestly, I would probably have him up. Like, you got him on the 53, just because how do you know the first punt something doesn't happen, or you don't take a hit again, and right away you get re-aggravated. So it doesn't hurt to have, when someone's on 100%, the Giants is such a good example where Graham Gano was unavailable and it derailed their whole game. And week 2, I think that was last year.
It was indeed.
Against Washington. It's time for our Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Commanders, the NFL, and then we'll double dip with the Commanders. Must be a game day on Grant and Danny. Liam Griffin, Washington Times, to get us started. Liam, why don't we begin with Jaden Daniels and his performance in week 1? The story was not as accurate as we saw him all of last year. Why do you think that was, and have they had enough time on the grass to fix that in the days before Game 2?
Well, I think you can attribute a little bit of that to the fact that the man threw I don't think he actually threw a single pass in the preseason. I think that first drive, it was all runs in the one drive he played. So I think you're going to see a little bit of that in his first game action back on the field. And then a lot of those, are just so close. There were a few drops. It's like, yeah, that pass was a little bit high, a little bit behind. There was some miscommunication with Terry. But I feel like all those things can be cleaned up quickly, even when you are on a short week.
So they didn't do a ton of practice either, Liam. What was the schedule like this week in terms of being able to clean up some of those things?
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly limited. So they had the one day off Monday where they go in and study film. Tuesday and Wednesday were both they were very close to walkthroughs. No pads at all on Tuesday. Everybody just in kind of T-shirts. Very similar situation on Wednesday. And then immediately after that practice, they start clearing out to fly out to Green Bay. So the things that they wanted to clean up are going to be things that you can see in the film room. So they were going to be looking at a lot of like the pre-snap penalties, lining up offsides, false starts, snap counts. Those are the kinds of things that they're trying to avoid. And you're just going to hope that things like the drops or a little bit of missteps on routes or timing are things that are going to just rely on the banked reps that you have from training camp.
How big of a deal would a 2-0 start with a short week signature at Lambeau win over the Packers be?
Well, I think that's the second part of it there, is that it's not just, starting off 2-0 against a bad Giants team and a bad Packers team. This is a Packers team that dominated the Lions on opening weekend. You're going in there on a short week. It's in Lambeau. It's on a Thursday night. It's prime time. That's going to be such a huge win and such a great kind of litmus test for where this team is and what they can do going forward, because it doesn't get a whole lot easier. You're not going to have a whole bunch of Thursday night games, but you're going to have a tough schedule going forward. You're going in on a primetime game to play the Chiefs in Arrowhead later this season. That's going to be just as hard. So really, if you can come out with an inspiring performance tonight, that's going to make that team feel a whole lot better going down the stretch.
So, Liam, we haven't talked a ton about it, but I was really surprised at the number of snaps Terry McLaurin played, almost 80%, I think 55 total on offense. How much of a factor was he, and how much of a factor will he be? I mean, and how up to speed is he? How close to being himself is he? Was that just a game that didn't go his way a lot, or was he not quite fully armed and operational, Terry McLaurin?
Well, a thing to remember about that is they are one overthrown Jaden Daniels pass away from having a deep bomb to start the season together. He got incredibly open on that route, and just either Jaden overthrew it a little bit or Terry was just a step slow and couldn't quite catch up to it. So I have very limited concerns about his ability to get back up to speed. It was just kind of a Debo game. Debo was open. They had things drawn up for him that Cliff Kingsbury was probably salivating over to get to all offseason. And so I think you're going to see more Terry this week, especially against this Green Bay secondary. I think they're going to key in on Debo a lot more and see what Terry can do. And I think you're going to see a lot more of him worked into the game plan this week. But I have no concerns about his football readiness or, his ankle or anything like that.
Check out Liam's work in the Washington Times. Thank you, buddy.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Enjoy the game tonight. All right, let's broaden this thing out to the NFL. And we'll start with Thursday Night Football. Andy Herman, Pack-A-Day Radio Show, 105.7 FM The Fan in Milwaukee. Andy, what is the temperature in Green Bay with a chance to beat Detroit and a Washington team that was in the NFC title game last season?
Yeah, so it's a gorgeous day in Green Bay, at least for Green Bay standards. And the temperature from a heat check standpoint for Green Bay is that there is all the confidence in the world that they can take on pretty much anybody. There was definitely a new confidence when they played Detroit last week, came up with obviously a huge victory. Only a garbage time touchdown made it look a little bit closer on the box score than it actually was. But the question is now can they carry that over into week 2, Thursday Night Football? Obviously short turnaround. Some injuries on the offensive line, certainly clouding things a little bit, but should be a really fun fight tonight. Big fight feel to it for sure.
How much of week 1 was great Green Bay, and how much of it was Detroit not being the same or not playing well?
Yeah, I thought Green Bay was fantastic. Going back and watching the film, I thought especially on defense, Green Bay looked so fast to the football. Their linebackers on the second level, and Edgerrin Cooper and Quay Walker were all over the place. Obviously, Micah Parsons, huge impact. It was really impressive to see not only the team speed, but the tenacity that they were playing with. I think Detroit has two flaws, and we saw it kind of come to fruition this past week. They didn't have a pass rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Green Bay focused on Aiden, and they didn't have anybody else that could kind of get to the quarterback. That led to some third downs for Green Bay, third and longs that they were able to convert with relative ease because there was nobody getting after Jordan Love whatsoever. And then with the retirement of Frank Ragnow and the loss of Kevin Zeitler on the inside for Detroit, just the interior of the offensive line did not feel or look the same at all. Tate Ratledge, a rookie, didn't seem quite ready. Graham Glasgow at center, and then a 6th-round pick from a year ago, Christian Mahogany. There was some real flaws inside there. There's question if Green Bay would be able to take advantage of it with no Kenny Clark, but their young guys, Colby Wooden and Devontae Wyatt, stepped up in a huge way and completely dominated the interior last game.
Yeah, a lot's been made of the sack and a few of the, I think 3 pressures and one that led to a pick by Micah Parsons, but the snap count was sub 30. How much do they add to that tonight, do you think, if at all?
I think it's probably right around there. I think 25 to 30 snaps. They said last week that they played them more than they wanted to. Now you're on a short rest week with Thursday Night Football right after a Sunday where they already played them more than they probably wanted to. So I don't think it's going to increase too much. If anything, probably right around the same, if not maybe even just a little bit less. So I would say probably 25 to 30 snaps and then try to get him a little bit of rest on a mini bye week coming up after this game.
What are some of the matchups that are really important for Green Bay if they're going to win this game?
I think the first thing for Green Bay, it's not necessarily a matchup, but I think it's really important for them to get the run game going much better than it did a week ago. Is really the only thing for Green Bay that did not go according to plan. They could not get Josh Jacobs going early in the game, and it led to a lot of those third down situations that I mentioned earlier. And thankfully for Green Bay, they were able to get out of those situations, but it wasn't until later in the game where you started to see a couple runs from Jacobs, but still nothing explosive and still not with the efficiency that you would normally see. And now you're looking at Zach Tom and Aaron Banks, two of their starting offensive linemen, potentially out for this one. They just called up a offensive lineman from the practice squad, which would be their eighth. They wouldn't need to do that if either of those guys were playing, so it's probably an indicator that they're both out in this one. We'll have to wait for those inactives for sure, but I think that's the big one to me is what Josh Jacobs can do. And then on the flip side, as you guys know, Jaden Daniels, insanely talented, can beat you with his arm and his legs. How do you go about containing him? New York did everything they could to try to make it so that he couldn't go right, spied in different ways, and he still was able to rush, pass, do everything he kind of wanted to. I think you really got to try to get him going left if you can. It's easier said than done. They've got some really fast linebackers in Quay Walker and Edgerrin Cooper. Obviously, Micah Parsons got to him 4.5 times as a Cowboy a year ago. We'll see if he can kind of repeat that and cause some chaos for Jaden Daniels.
Pack-A-Day radio show, Andy Herman. He's on social at Andy Herman NFL. Matt LaFleur cut his teeth here for 4 years. I covered him every day with the Shanahan regime, and he was one of my favorite people I've ever covered. He's a hard worker, good family man, just a really, really good dude. What is the feel for LaFleur from the fan base, from the media? What do you guys make of what he's become?
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly done a great job in the regular season. I think if he somehow finds a way to get that Super Bowl win, we'll be talking about him as one of the best coaches in the league. I think right now all vibes are positive in Green Bay coming off, again, an offseason where they got Micah Parsons, a huge win against Detroit week 1. But I do think people are hungry for that, those playoff victories, which have avoided him a little bit. I mean, I think the impressive part is that they went to back-to-back playoffs in the 2 seasons immediately following the departure of Aaron Rodgers. They didn't really miss a beat. I think last year's first-round loss was very disappointing for a lot of Packers fans. So I think a lot of people, organizationally and in the city are certainly looking for that playoff success. But certainly since coming over, he has not disappointed and has been a winning coach pretty much every single season of his career.
Andy, appreciate you joining us, buddy. Have fun.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. Our pal Mitch Tischler from Monumental Sports to talk about the Local 53. Mitch, most important thing for them to do tonight to get a win over Green Bay is?
Take advantage of that Packers secondary. I think the biggest place that the Commanders have an edge here is going to be Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin on the edges and what they can do. I think those guys need to get the ball in their hands early. I think you're going to see a lot of opportunities for yak for them, and they're going to have to matriculate the ball down the field through the air, I think.
Yeah, how do they hold up in pass pro in terms of getting those guys down the field? Do you think it's more quick game, sudden stuff around the line of scrimmage and letting them work?
I'm not as concerned about the pass pro there. Obviously, Connerly had some struggles on Sunday against the Giants, but I do think we'll see a little bit more of John Bates over there trying to help him out, especially when Michael Parsons lines up on that side. But when I look at that Packers front four, just the front four trying to get to the quarterback, obviously Mike is one of the best defensive players in football, but outside of him, I think that Tunsil can hold down the left side on his own, and that's why it was so important to go get a guy like him, because then you can start feeding help to the right from there. And ultimately, I think we're going to see them hold up pretty well, similarly to how we saw them hold up against the Giants.
Can this defensive front beat up on this offensive line here tonight? I mean, they beat up on the Giants, which is nice, which was fun. I had a great time, but you're leveling up a little bit. Even though Green Bay's banged up there, can they dominate in that same kind of fashion, giving the team a great chance to win?
I think they can. I think the difference is that Josh Jacobs is a different level of running back than they saw last week against the Giants, and he's a guy that can certainly hurt you. We saw what he did last week against the Lions, and if they get that run game going, then obviously, all bets are off when you start talking about Jordan Love back there. So as much as last week was a great appetizer for a better defensive effort against the run, today is going to be a much tougher test, and it's something that we're going to have to see, because as much as we like Dietrich Wise, as much as we like what we saw from Javon Kinlaw last week, you got to do it against upper echelon talent, and today's going to be a great test for him.
How about reigning Rookie of the Week, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt? 76% of runs by the Lions against this Packers team led to plays where a back was hit in the backfield last week. Feels like he's going to level up in maybe some competition this week, and we'll get a good feel for him. But what do you want to see?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a much better football team across the board. Maybe Malik Neighbors is the only one on the Giants who really stands out as being, head and shoulders above anybody that the Packers are going to roll out there. But the Commanders averaged not getting their running backs hit until about 3 yards after the line of scrimmage. You said the stat about the Lions last week, so that's going to be a big part of this game. I do think that Jaden Daniels' legs are going to be a big difference maker in this game. Not necessarily that he's going to run for a lot because the Packers have some good spies that can keep their eyes on him, but it takes one defender away in both the pass game and run game. So a lot of that misdirection and stuff that we see from Cliff Kingsbury, I think can be successful here tonight. And I think ultimately that's where we're going to see that success as eyes are pulled towards Jaden Daniels on some of those fakes and allow Jacory to put his foot in the ground and get upfield.
Not much went well for Detroit last week, but Sam Laporta 6 for 79. This Green Bay team plays a lot of zone. Do you feel like a couple guys, maybe thinking Zach Ertz or some of the dudes working underneath, might be able to find some soft spots there?
I do. I mean, Zach Ertz is such a big part of this offense as a safety blanket for Jaden. Zach does such a great job of reading zones and knowing when to sit down. And I think when you look at the receiving core, now that you have both Terry and Debo there, veteran guys who know how to read defenses, that can help a whole lot. But Ertz being able to lock down the middle of that field and use his big body to wall off defenders is going to be a big thing to help this passing game get going.
Mitch, you're at the stadium, right? You just got to Lambeau?
I literally just walked through the doors as you guys called me.
I mean, you've been there a bunch. It's my favorite place, honestly, to go. But for people who haven't been, what would you say about that experience and just that iconic building? Yeah,
I mean, it's as special as any building in sports, I would say. It's incredible when you walk around here, every which way you look. There's history. It's so much fun, and the town around Green Bay or around the stadium is incredible. The people are so nice. Everyone's out there to have a good time. It's awesome, and I've complained a lot over the years because as a big-bodied fella, I like cold weather, and I want to come down to Lambeau for a true frozen tundra type game, and we haven't been here for one of those games yet since I started covering the team in 2007, but. The fans are the team is doing a whiteout in the stadium to make it look like snow, I guess, or whatever their selling point is. So that's as close as I guess we're going to get to a frozen tundra Commanders Packers game this season.
It's true. I haven't been to a bunch of those. That mostly are all in the fall. Even the first one I went to was like week 2 as well, 2013, when Rodgers sliced him and diced him. He's still throwing for touchdowns, I think, from that game at this point. Are you a brats guy, Mitch?
I'm not as much of a brats guy. I don't know. Have you ever done the Butterburgers up here, Grant?
I'm familiar with their work. Yes, they are so good.
I figured you would be.
Culver's.
That is a spectacular part of this trip. We actually just ate lunch at Culver's on the way up here today, and
fantastic.
I'll tell you what, that might be the best fast food restaurant in America. It is incredible.
So wait. I got a problem with that. First, it's amazing. I'm not going to knock that. Is there a window? I remember going in and sitting down. It's like a Five Guys, right?
The one that we went to was a window with a drive-through and whatnot. I would say it's somewhere between like McDonald's and Five Guys.
That's all I would need
clarified.
clarified.
More towards fast food than it does.
Because I think it's fast food as opposed to fast casual.
If fast casual
Right.
is Five Guys, I think of Culver's as fast casual. But are we saying?
I think it's fast food.
Is there a window and drive-through? That's what you went?
There is a window and drive-through. Yes.
Damn. Well, I mean, it's not even on the same level as some of those other ones. It's so much better. So good.
It's incredible. So, yeah. Listen, they do the food right up here between the cheese curds and the Butterburgers. It's a great town to be in.
Now, Danny, you still seem upset about what he said about brats. I mean, that clearly changed your whole tone.
Listen, I mean, what ends up happening is you focus on the positive. Mitch said a bunch of positive things about Butterburgers, about Culver's. I'm excited about that. We just dismissed the fact that he was like, "Yeah, I don't like brats." What?
I'm not a big brat guy. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize to me. Apologize to the brats.
You know what? I don't, because I eat enough Butterburgers, I eat enough cheese curds, and I drink enough Spotted Cow that I make up for it.
Yeah, that's true. Enjoy the Spotted Cow for all of us. Mitch, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thanks so much, guys.
Under the lights, Lambeau Field, Packers hosting the Commanders tonight. I'm getting a little FOMO, boys. I know Toki is. You're a Wisconsin guy. You've probably been to Lambeau way more times than me. Did you go to a lot of games there or just Washington games?
I've been to the last 2 Washington games, but the last year I was up there, the 2 games I went to combined to be 41 degrees. It was 18 and 23.
Ooh.
It was a Monday nighter with Baker Mayfield for the Los Angeles Rams and a Thursday nighter with Derrick Henry and the Titans. I think the Packers beat the Rams and lost to the Titans, but yeah, it was good.
God, I love that place. I remember I took a tour of Lambeau. So they have an amazing team store. They've got this incredible part of the tour is what would I call it? Like a museum, essentially. But the best part of the tour is you go down on the field eventually, and all the tour guides are like, 70-year-old lifers from Green Bay, right? And you go down on the field, you come out of the tunnel, they play this music and this like cheering, and then you walk out of the tunnel, and they are so serious about you cannot step on the grass. Like the idea that anyone would get near the field. I'm not even doing a bit. If you got within 5 feet of the area you're not allowed to go to, someone will run over and possibly tackle you. And they don't do anything on that grass year round. Packers are the only people that will ever touch. They don't do concerts. They don't do soccer games. They don't do college football.
I love that so much, by the way.
Nothing but the NFL
It's so
on that
precious.
field.
I get that people want to make money and it's a different time, but that's what's beautiful about that is it's a throwback.
Yeah, their priority is not the money. It is the Green Bay Packers being the only show
The
in town.
game in town. Yeah, literally.
It's amazing. All right, Commander Spotlight for Thursday Night Football in Green Bay next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside, iced teas and lemonades with vodka. Burgundy and Gold game day on The Fan as the Commanders get set to take on the Packers tonight. Thursday night football kickoff set for 8:15. We'll have coverage on our YouTube page and live on air all evening long. Burgundy and Gold pregame with Denton and Linnell will be on YouTube at 6:30 up until kickoff from Honor Brewing in Loudon. We'll have a Grant and Danny watch party live on YouTube, and the Burgundy and Gold postgame show with Doc Walker and myself follows the game. The Commanders today have elevated center Michael Dieter and punter Mitch Wishnowsky as Tress Way is questionable with a back injury. Baseball tonight, Game 4, the 4-game set in Miami, 6:40 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mackenzie Gore returns from the IL to pitch for the Nationals. Ryan Weathers returns from the IL to pitch for the Marlins. Heading to the tailgate or watch party, bring Surfside iced teas and lemonades with vodka. Real brew tea, real vodka, smooth, refreshing, and perfect for game day. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Man, you know their fans are going to be super excited for the game. You're going to hear go, Pack, go. No, you know what I mean? You're going to hear that all game long. And I think just the keys for our offense is just to be able to take care of the football, man, which I think we did a great job of last week, and just executing on the little plays that we may have missed. You know what I mean? I felt like we were moving the ball great. We may have had a penalty here, a missed opportunity there. But if we could capitalize, it really puts pressure on their defense.
Terry McLaurin, welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. All of our football discussion is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's like $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Danny, game day, generally Fridays ahead of Sundays, but even better when we do the show the day of the game. We're going to give you a Commanders spotlight, opportunity to go bouncing around different players who have to show well tonight, who have something on the line. Let's get to it.
Spotlight, Josh Connolly Jr. Sorry, bud. Tough draw. Brian Burns out of the gate. Micah Parsons, maybe Van Ness, maybe Rashawn Gary, maybe a whole bunch of mix and match, maybe a whole bunch of complications. This is not an easy get your feet wet time in the NFL. This is two really good sets of pass rushers coming your way. You're going to have to be really, really clean, sound, good tonight for Washington to be effective on offense, keeping Jaden Daniels upright.
Spotlight Terry McLaurin. First game, he did play the exact amount that he played on average last year, about 80% of offensive snaps last season, 79% in game one on Sunday against the Giants. So there was no real snap count.
Yeah.
Was not as effective. I think most of us would say 2 for 27 is not very Terry-ish, although there's a lot of those games sprinkled in his games log. This is not a knock on him, but I mean, he is a guy that occasionally is just not overly involved. This is
especially early in seasons.
It's not a weekly 12 to 15 target guy. He doesn't have like Randy Moss rules where you have to involve him. They got plenty of production in the passing game without him. Now, had Jaden Daniels have hit on a deep shot to McLaurin where he toasted a guy, might have been a 3-catch, 100-yard or so game, and we're talking very differently about his opener. But spotlight's on him tonight, second game after a lengthy holdout. If you have 27 and, let's say 3 for 33 tonight or something like that, well, now this is officially a slow start. And through 2 games, especially if the team doesn't get a win tonight, they're 1-1, and you've got 5 grabs for 50-some yards. Well, it would seem like the offseason's carrying over a little bit to sting you out of the chute.
Spotlight Zach Ertz. The only person with a decent stat line from Detroit this past week was Sam Laporta. Went 6 for 79. Kind of speaks to where the vulnerability might be in this Green Bay pass defense. They're going to play a lot of zone. That's who they are. It's what they do. Now they mix and match and make it really complicated on both pass protectors and quarterbacks and the like. So you've got to be really astute, and Zach Ertz is that. Really, really smart guy. Not about catching and running anymore. It's about finding that soft spot, maybe falling forward for a yard or two, but he's going to be an outlet. I'm hoping they don't just wait till third down to involve him. Give me that first down for 7 yards to Zach Ertz here and there. Stay ahead of the chains. Some early down passing, I think, would do this team very well. Kind of, maybe go against type a little bit to keep the chains moving. You want to stay out of third and long? I think Ertz can help.
Spotlight, 2-time Pro Bowler Tress Way, a punter for Washington for 12 years now. Believe it or not, Tress Way got here in 2014. punted the ball 77 times, and it has been an absolute mainstay and a stalwart on special teams for this team ever since. For Tress Way, he is banged up. Got hit on a blocked punt last week, has been getting treatment all week long. He's listed in question. They have now today, as you heard Toby say in the update, elevated the punter that they brought in this week who might play. I think Tress is probably going to go if I had to bet. He's going to try it out pregame, see how it works out. Now 35 years old. That said, he needs to be 100%, right? Otherwise, you just shut him down and tell him we'll try again against the Raiders. The one thing is someone tweeted me and said, why would they push it? It's just punting. Well, first of all, just punting could be a game changer. Like, are you going to field the snap cleanly before the punt? Are you going to get the punt off correctly? Are you going to out-punt your coverage? Are you able to kind of just get in where you fit in if you're a punter who's been here for a couple of hours and not do anything to cost them? The other thing is, generally, Tress Way holds. A lot of the time, you would just have whoever's going to punt hold. That could be a huge deal. You know, a holder on a game-winning 52-yard field goal, what if that doesn't go well? So if Tress Way is close to 100%, I think they're going to ask him to go out there and play, and I know he would want to.
Spotlight Austin Eckler. This feels like an Austin Eckler game to me. Now, the risk, of course, is it's short rest. It's a guy that you can't afford to overuse, but they're going to need some easy offense. You need to punish the Green Bay Packers for sending extra pressure so that sometimes he stays into chip, other times he's an easy outlet. I want those linebackers, defensive linemen chasing Austin Eckler out into the flat, make that secondary make a few plays here and there. I would expect some early involvement, kind of what you saw this past week for Eckler. Just again, this is what Austin Eckler does. 57 total yards. Doesn't sound like a ton, but he makes things easy for this offense. They could use some easy.
Spotlight Javon Kinlaw seems to be still ascending. You know, interestingly, it's his 6th year in the league. He's only 27 years old. We had Adam Peters on the show a couple of weeks back now almost, and he said about Kinlaw that he thinks his best football is still ahead of him, and he went through a litany of reasons why he thought he would be kind of a slow-developing, slow-maturing player. Well, so far he looks really good for giving him $15 million. He was ultra impactful in a 4-tackle performance with the TFL, couple quarterback hits, couple stops at the line of scrimmage in week 1. I want to see if Kinlaw can make it 2 in a row, because if he does that again, that's just now the expectation and the norm, and that's who we think he should be for the rest of the year.
Spotlight Frankie Louvu. 7 tackles in game number 1, but not that kind of everywhere Swiss Army knife, do a little of everything that we've seen in games past. This feels like a game where he's going to have to be impactful, whether it's knocking down a pass, whether it's sacking Jordan Love, whether it's a TFL here and there. I need him to make a play or two tonight if Washington's going to maybe force a turnover or be big.
Spotlight Dietrich Wise. Sounds like he's going to give it a go. He's questionable. I guess we'll get more information as we get closer, but I'd be surprised if he didn't play. I really liked his first game with the team. Love the leadership he brings. He's only ever played in New England. From 2017 to 2024, while they were still a really good program, was part of a Super Bowl team, played under Belichick, really well-coached defenses, and I thought he brought a lot to Washington in the opener. I'm curious to see what that looks like for him tonight.
Spotlight Von Miller. This is why you're here. Here we go. Games like this. High-level NFC foe. Banged-up offensive line. Maybe Zach Tom, their starting right tackle. Maybe goes. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's banged up. Either way, I need you to have a nice night. Be a factor. Be a guy that's in the backfield. Be a disruptor. You don't have to do it 50 times, but in the snaps that you do play, get upfield and wreak some havoc.
Spotlight the corner tandem of Marshawn Lattimore and Trey Amos. You want to make it a triumvirate? We can add nickel corner Mikey Sanristil to the equation. Lattimore, Amos, Sanristil. That is a sneaky, solid trio. There's a chance it could end up being a strength defensively. Amos, so far, 1 for 1. I thought he played well against the Giants. Gave up a catch where he gave a little too much cushion on a chain-moving 3rd down that was frustrating, but that's rookie stuff. It's going to happen, and it was far from a bad play. It was just, not a great play, let's say. Lattimore, healthier. Sanristil looks like he could be a stud. They got a chance to be in a really good spot at corner, and this is one of those games where you're not dealing with the Malik Neighbors. There is no A.J. Brown on the other side. Green Bay's got a lot of okay wide receivers that are fine, as we've talked about throughout the show and as you mentioned, but they don't have a wide-out one type. So let's go out there and get fat a little bit at corner.
Spotlight Jalen Lane. This would be a hell of a night to have a difference-making play on special teams. Really good opponent. They're building. Take the air out of that place with a big return. Do something special. Use that speed and ability to matriculate up and down the football field, whether it's as an underneath receiver or as a punt returner or maybe kick returner, hopefully. Do something special on special teams.
Nikki Jabvala of The Athletic will join us from Lambeau with a preview of the game at 5 o'clock. We're looking forward to that. Next, though, our confidence points picks for week 2 of the NFL season on Grant and Danny.
going to be a heavyweight bout. You know what I mean? And I look forward to it. I look forward to the heavyweight games, the ice bar games. I look forward to it.
Javon Kinlaw is ready for a stiff test tonight. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Nikki Jabvala of The Athletics going to join us. So you guys know that each and every year on the show we do confidence points picks. If you win, nobody remembers. We don't even know who won last year. We just know who lost. And for the second time in as many years, it was Darius Dameron, the man they call Dad.
Hate to see it.
He actually could have lost 3 straight years. But you and him were going head-to-head in the Super Bowl challenge.
Yep.
Loser of that particular game, and it was like one Joe Mixon stat on
Seriously,
rushing
it was Joe Mixon's over-under, and he hadn't gone over in, I think it was, I'm trying to remember the exact amount, 7 years. I think, numbers approximate. And, of course, he went over that time, and I lost, and I had to be the intern for the day.
So back-to-back years and almost 3 straight years, Darius has been the loser of the confidence points picks. Dad, is this the year that you get your act together?
I hope so, because it's not fun losing. As you guys know, I'm not a great loser. You know, I kick people out of Madden leagues when I lose. So,
Seen that. Yeah.
So we've added Toby, so there's now 5 of us for confidence points picks. In the interest of time, instead of doing 5 picks, decreasing in order from 5 to 1 point in confidence, we're going to do 3 picks each every week, 3, 2, and a 1-pointer. Think hoops. Free throw, a 17-footer, and then we're stepping back behind the arc for 3. So let's go around the horn here and get things started with our confidence points picks. Week 2 in the NFL season. We took week 1 off, wanted to watch a little football and see what was what, and now we are ready to get things going. The confidence points picks on Grant and Denny. Do you not have the open anymore? Or do we? There it is.
There it is, yeah.
All right, so we'll start with our 3-point plays. Danny, why don't you go first? We'll go around the horn. It'll be Toby, Ryan, Darius, and myself.
Early on in the season, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing in the middle of the end either. But I pick against teams that I think stink, and I think the Giants stink. Give me Dallas at home minus 4.5.
Toby, 3-point play.
All right, with my first pick for confidence points picks, give me the Carolina Panthers plus 6.5 against the Arizona Cardinals.
What do you like there?
I think Carolina's a little friskier than what people give them credit for, and Arizona's not particularly good, so they keep it within a touchdown.
Okay, very good. Clary, you and I jockeyed for the win last year. You've been very competitive the last 2 years at the top of the board. What is your first 3-point play of the season?
I've got the Lions minus 6.5 at home against the Chicago Bears. Actually, in the Dan Campbell era following a loss, they are 10-0 against the spread. And man, do I love it this weekend. Ben Johnson and the Bears come to town. Jared Goff rolls.
I'm wondering what the record is without Ben Johnson, though, covering the spread.
Yeah.
And
they've never lost a game. Never lost a game.
Right, but they probably have like 2 games.
But they've never lost a game.
That's true. They are 1-0 without him during that stretch. Now, they're 0-1 as a football team this season. But, hey, you're sticking with the Lions. You're going down with the ship, or up with the ship, as it were. By the way, Clary starting with a Detroit pick is like,
doesn't feel good.
We are in midseason form.
Doesn't feel right.
All right, Dad, what do you got? 3-point play.
I am going to go with Kansas City being 0-2 to start the season. I have Philly minus 1.5. I think that line's pretty low, and I feel like I want to take advantage of it because I do have confidence that Philly's going to go into Kansas City and get that W.
Wow, how about the confidence on the pick'em game against the Chiefs? 3-pointer for me. The LA Rams are only 5.5-point favorites at Tennessee against the Titans. I think the Titans will be one of the worst teams in football. You saw the struggles they had in week 1. Now the Rams this is still good, healthy Matthew Stafford, I think. I know they had a tough go of it in the first game of the year for them to score points and move the football. But LA, a 5.5-point favorite over Tennessee. I like that. I think they cover that and win by a touchdown. 3-point play.
2-point play for me in my app. I don't want to jump the queue. I've been known to do that on occasion. I think the Dolphins are terrible. I think they're quitting quitters. Give me the Patriots plus 1.5.
Patriots need this one. A little disappointing start for them against the Raiders.
100% disappointing.
Everyone thinks Vrabel's going to be able to elevate them. They're kind of the sexy team coming in. They could be better than people think. And then they laid an egg against Vegas. So you don't want to start 0-2. And it would look like a bad loss, too, because the Dolphins were dreadful last week. Toby, 2-pointer.
Cincinnati played their starters in the preseason. Didn't seem to matter in week 1. It'll matter in week 2. Give me Cincinnati minus 3.5 against Jacksonville.
Jags 1-0 under Liam Cohen hitting the road to take on the Bengals. Zach Taylor needs a hot start. 2-0, better showing on offense. Be a big deal for him.
My 2-point play, I have the Browns plus 11.5 going against Baltimore. Listen, this doesn't look good on paper. Again, they are 11.5-point underdogs for a reason, but the Browns play the Ravens real tight all the time. I think it's going to be a close game, so I think they cover the 11.5-point spread in Baltimore.
My 2-point play, I'm going to go with Denver, bringing the Colts back down to earth. The Colts got fat off of the Dolphins. They won't get fat off the Denver defense. Denver minus 2.5 into Indianapolis.
Kind of like that.
I love it.
What if Daniel Jones puts on a show against that defense?
Now what?
That would be a whack.
Can you imagine?
Back-to-back games, and he's just completely restarted his career in Indianapolis. I'm going to go with one of the 2 Monday Nighters. Can we clap it up for staggered Monday Night Football start times, by the way? We've got an early game.
Early game's good. Early game's good.
Danny, we got exactly what you've always wanted, a late 10 o'clock start.
The early game is great.
Plus 2.5, Tampa Bay against the Houston Texans. I guess this is actually, Sunday Night Football here? But this is Bucks at the Texans.
That's Monday Night Football.
It is Monday night?
Yeah, it's early piece.
Okay, this is the one you're okay with then.
Yeah, this is the really good one.
I actually think the Bucks are going to win outright. I kind of like them plus 120 on the money line, but I'm going to take them catching 2.5 points in Houston.
Jacksonville plus 3.5. I've seen enough from Cincinnati. It's September. They can't play well. I don't care what they tried in the offseason. I don't care what they tried in the preseason. I don't care what they do. They cannot figure this out. This is their bugaboo. This is the time where they just stink. Jacksonville plus 3.5.
So you're already basically punting on the Bengals.
Early season, they will come roaring back and kick everybody's butt when the clock turns to October.
1-point play here. These are going to make the difference at the end of the season, guys. This is where championships are won, Toby.
Yeah, I'm going to roll with your pick. Rams minus 5.5. They're going to beat up on the Titans. Seems like a low line for a much better team going on the road to beat Tennessee.
Boring pick, but I also have the Rams minus 5.5 as well. I think the Rams are very good. I think the Titans are very bad. I think they cover.
Dad?
I have Tampa Bay plus 2.5. I do think that Houston's going to start the season 0-2, unfortunately. I think Tampa Bay wins that game outright. Houston just did not look good in week 1. I don't think they can bounce back in their home opener.
You should go full Kevin Sheehan smell test this year, by the way. Whenever we all are on something, it means we're probably going to be wrong.
We're totally going to be wrong, yeah.
So you need to, when we're all going with the Rams, this is a smell test.
It's a classic smell test. If you scratch and sniff, what you want to do is smell it. If you smell potpourri, go against the public. Hold on, let me say this. This is a smell test pick. Tune in Friday.
So, Darius, I think you need to consider that in the future. We're just trying to get you off the schneid here, figure out a different strategy. When we all think we know, that's where you got to zig.
There's a point in the season where I'll hit the panic button. I'll have that in my back pocket.
Okay.
Yeah.
The smell test for Dad could be looming.
It's early on.
1-point play for me. I'll round things out with, I'll go Chicago Bears covering 6.5 against the Detroit Lions. Head-to-head with Clary.
Right there. That's a 4-point swing right there.
That is, very much so.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big swing,
That's a big
potentially. I don't think the Bears can win this game. I do think the collapse that they had is ugly. I think you get some added motivation with your coach going back to Detroit. And I just don't know about the Lions yet. They could hang 40 and win by 22, and I'll say, okay, it's still the Lions. But right now, I go into this week going, are we sure the Lions are still the Lions? So why not? Let's figure that out together. 1-point play, Bears in Detroit. That is your confidence points picks report for week 2 on Grant and Danny. You can follow along on Facebook. Darius always posts all the picks going into the weekend. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny to monitor everything. Nikki Javala from Lambeau Field on the Commanders and the Packers next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Staples. It's a burgundy and gold game day on The Fan. The Commanders getting set to take on the Packers on Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 2. Kickoff set for 8:15 this evening. We'll have plenty of coverage for you right here on 106.7 The Fan, also on our YouTube channel. Burgundy and Gold pregame going to be on YouTube with Denton and Linnell live from Honor Brewing out in Loudon. We'll have a watch party with Grant and Danny live on YouTube, and the Burgundy and Gold postgame show following the game with Doc Walker and myself late into the evening and early morning up until 2 a.m. The Commanders elevated center Michael Dieter and punter Mitch Wishnowsky. Tress Way is questionable with a back injury. Something to watch whether Tress is able to play tonight. Also, NFL Rookie of the Week, voted by the fans, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy going to be out 2 to 5 weeks with a turf toe variant. Mac Jones will start in his stead. And in baseball, final game in Miami of the 4-game set. 6:40 first pitch right here on The Fan. Pair of lefties coming off the IL to start for each team. Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals, just 8 strikeouts away from his career high. Ryan Weathers also coming off the IL from a lat injury. His first start since June the 7th. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends 9/13. And save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I mean, it's just game 2. They're a really good opponent. You know, they're coming off of a really strong division win as well. And, you know, going in Lambeau is a tough place to play. So, offensively, we just got to take care of the football like we did last week. Try to keep the chains moving, not have as many negative plays, and score when we get in the red zone. So just taking advantage of the possessions we do get. But they're a really strong offense and defense. And then playing at Lambeau is definitely an advantage. But, you know, we're up for the challenge.
We are 3 hours and 13 minutes from the kickoff of the Commanders and the Packers on Thursday Night Football. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. That was Terry McLaurin at his press conference this week. Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And let's welcome onto the show Nikki Javala, who covers the Commanders for The Athletic, has done a great job covering the team over the last several years. Joins us now from Lambeau Field. Nikki, you covered the Broncos for many seasons before you came here. I can't imagine you went to Lambeau a bunch, but I'm sure you've been there a few times. Just curious for your thoughts on still how cool it is to be in that environment. It's just so unique and unlike anything else in the league.
Oh, it's awesome. Yeah, I've been here a couple times, and I've been here both like in like fall weather like now and in like the heart of winter just to get both, feels. And it's awesome. I mean, you just realize the history here and the neighborhood around it is just amazing. I mean, you got houses that are right up by the stadium, so people, they turn their driveways and front yards into parking lots, and it's unbelievable. And the development they've built up around it, Titletown, they've done a really, really nice job.
Nikki, it's a rare time where I would lead off with a question about the punter, but here we are. What's going on with Tress Way and maybe an active punter to replace him? What do we know?
Yeah, so he was listed as questionable because he got crushed by Abdul Carter in that punt that was deflected on Sunday. But Dan Quinn has indicated throughout the week that he would probably be able to go. They just want insurance and a backup in case. So they added Mitch to the practice squad, who, come to find out, he has a nickname of Boomin' Onion. He's Australian.
Okay.
So there's that for you.
I kind of like that. That's another
guy. I do too. I mean, it's a...
Boomin' Onion is awesome.
I think I still want Tress Way to play tonight, but not as convincingly, and it's not as big a necessity as it was before I knew that. Does that make sense?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Boomin' Onion is pretty damn good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
Nikki, what we've been debating all week, and I guess we won't know until getting some more data tonight, is how much of Washington's defensive front's dominance was about them being that much better and that good, or was it about the Giants? What's your guess on that?
I think it was both. I think they are that good when they all play together in sync, and the communication is down. I mean, there's kind of loaded up front. I mean, I know everybody looks for that elite pass rusher. They don't have that guy. I mean, I would argue otherwise. I mean, Von Miller only played a limited number of snaps, but I would still consider him fairly elite even at this stage. But I don't. I want to believe that's not a one-game thing or a fluke. I mean, I think when they're healthy and in sync, that's what they are, and it was really freaking good.
Nikki Jabal, The Athletic, with us here on G&D. So about Von Miller, not a huge impact in Game 1, but defensive line was outstanding. Do you expect more from him tonight against a beat-up Green Bay offensive line, rather?
Sorry, you broke up right at the start of the question. Say it again?
Do you expect more from Von Miller tonight than he did in Game 1?
We'll see. I mean, maybe a little bit more. But, I mean, I know they're going to have him on sort of a limited number of reps at this stage in his career. I thought he would play a little bit more in the opener than he did, maybe on specialized downs. But, I mean, the defense was rolling, so why risk it at that point? So we'll see.
Nikki, I just saw the stat you posted today. It's really good. So Jaden Daniels, it looks like, with 199 passing yards and 41 rushing yards in this game tonight, would become the first player in league history with 4,000 passing, 1,000 rushing in his first 20 games, which is one of 8 million examples of just how good he's been, how transcendent a figure he's been. But other than when he was hurt against the Eagles, he's also saved some of his best for prime time under the lights.
Yeah,
you've gotten to know him very well. Like, what is it about these environments that seem to be, even dating back to college, where he seems to be at his sharpest?
Yeah, he's just got that clutch gene. He thrives in the spotlight, and when the game is on the line, he doesn't seem to feel the pressure. He's able to compartmentalize better than most any human I've been around, and he just has so much fun out there that I don't think he feels the pressure like any normal person would. To him, it's exciting. To me, I would want to curl up under my desk and run far away or something, but. He thrives under it. I mean, we saw it countless times last season. I mean, it's pretty remarkable, especially for somebody at that age.
Nikki, Josh Connolly Jr., baptism by fire here, right? I mean, week 1, Brian Burns. This week, it's Van Ness, it's Parsons, it's everything under the sun. How was he kind of post his first test here in the NFL and kind of his demeanor and what you expect from him tonight?
Yeah, I think he did pretty good. I think the strength of that line is definitely on the left side when you got, 5-time Pro Bowler and Laramie Tunsil. I also think Brandon Coleman is underrated. I know it's so early and he's just now shifting inside the guard, but I think he's one of the best athletes on this team. But this is a hard test for a tackle, let alone a young tackle who's just, getting started with a team. They're playing a number of really good teams and right off the bat. So I think he's held his own pretty well, and, they hope he continues to develop. I can't have, better mentors than what you have on that line with Tunsil, Coleman, Sam Cosme, who's still in meeting rooms, just not on the field, and Biotish. So he's got a good group around him.
One of the stories you should check out that Nikki wrote in The Athletic that dropped today, I read it, was about John Bates, the blocking tight end who unlocks the Commanders' offense, was the headline. They paid him a 3-year deal at like $7 million per, and that's when I knew how much they loved him. I guess it should have been obvious before that. But Dan Quinn has called him at different points like one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. Is he a weapon for them that just doesn't get talked about a lot?
I think so. I mean, when you got a tight end that can essentially be an extra lineman and who can also catch passes, they just don't do it much because you got Zach Ertz. But if everybody just assumes he's blocking only, then you can throw him out and, try to get a first down or something. But I think he's a huge weapon. I mean, how many of their biggest runs have come off blocks by him? There's been, I recounted at least 5, 6 of them in that story. So I think it's a huge weapon.
Nikki mentioned running the football. How do you expect the running back rotation to go tonight and maybe kind of rest of the way? Do we see Chris Rodriguez active and what's his role going to be? But more specifically tonight with their rotation.
Yeah, I would expect to see a little bit more of Bill, just based on what he did last game. I think that fourth running back will be somewhat largely dependent on kind of their needs elsewhere on the roster for the active roster, for the game day active roster, So if they need to have somebody else up on the line or another punter up just in case, then he might be sacrificed and kept down for the game. So I think that'll be a huge factor going to each game for Chris Rodriguez. But it's a really, this defense they're facing is pretty tough. We saw what they did against the run last week. So it may be a good time to, let Jaden try to air it out a little bit, but, we'll see.
I'm pretty sure you were the one, Nikki, that asked Dan Quinn this the other day. Something I've been harping on is, while I get why they want Deebo Samuel back on kick returns because he's a threat to break one anytime he touches the ball, it does seem like unneeded shots being taken by one of the most physical, violent ball carriers in the league who's never fully healthy. Yeah. Are they just kind of doing that and going down with that ship, or do you think it's going to be selective, like Santana Moss back in the day would go back for a punt here and there, or is he their kick returner, do you think? I think he's their kick returner. I think Dan Quinn really views the kickoff return, now that it's been changed, as an opportunity to gain an edge on folks. They were really aggressive with their kickoffs last year, and then with their returns, they finally feel like they have somebody, and there's not as much of an injury risk now that it's the way that it is with a new dynamic kickoff. So they feel like they have an opportunity to break couple off with him. And I think they're going to stick with it, but we'll see. The circumstances could always change, It depends on the rest of the receiving core, too. If they're down folks and they feel like it's too big of a risk, maybe they, look elsewhere. But, they said they want a speed guy back there, usually a running back, but he's sort of both, a running back and receiver. So, yeah, I felt the same way you did. He views it differently, Quinn, that is, that, it's less of an injury risk, so we'll see.
Nikki, I was kind of surprised, I don't know if you were, at the amount of snaps that Terry McLaurin played. I thought he'd be on more of a pitch count, but he was out there. Not a huge factor, maybe a misconnection here or two with Jaden Daniels, but is this kind of slow start? Is it holdout/in related? Like, if he doesn't have a big game tonight, what are we attributing it to? Just kind of give me your thoughts on Terry.
Yeah, I thought he would play as many as he normally does, and they didn't play a ton of snaps on offense. So I think he had 50? I want to say 54 and Deebo had 53 or something. Yeah, something like that. It was kind of what I expected because the conditioning that was never an issue with him. There was never an ankle thing. Let's be real. It was a matter of just being in football shape and then kind of getting things down with Jaden. And if he does have a big game today, then any talk of they need more time to build on their connection from last season, that'll go away. But I don't think it helps you to miss. And I totally understand the reasons that he did hold out and then hold in. But when you miss an entire off season and all of camp with a quarterback, even if you do have a year with him, I think it might take some time to sort of get back in the rhythm. He says it's riding a bike. He would certainly know better than me, but it felt like some of the timing was a little bit off. It also felt like that with Jaden with a number of his guys. Like, he's just fraction late on some of his throws. So I think they just need, knock some of the rust off and they'll find their way.
So, Nikki, we'll let you out on this. We know you got pregame duties to tend to in the press box. Are you team cheese curd? I know you're a healthier person than I am. Are you into the cheese curds?
I've had it, and they're exceptional and delicious. My cholesterol doesn't love it.
Right. Okay.
So I try to refrain. But this is when I'm the healthiest, is in week 1 and week 2. It goes downhill from here.
That's true. This is you still have the motivation and the ability to say no. Like week 11, the grind is getting to you. You're getting run down. Maybe that's in a weak moment where if they were in Lambeau, you might get a cheese curd or two.
Yeah, I lose 20 pounds in the off season to gain it back during the season.
That's so funny.
Like a big league manager.
That's right.
They always say I lose the 25 pounds, and they know they're just eating late at night. They're just grinding through 162.
Tough lifestyle, yeah.
Nikki, thank you. Great job as always. We'll be reading in The Athletic.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Nikki.
There's Nikki Javala from Lambeau, where the Commanders are getting ready to play the Packers. A couple of things notable about that. McLaurin playing the same number of snaps in week 1 as essentially he would have based on the percentages last year was notable. I do wonder, though, how much of that was quite literally getting cardio, right? The joke that he used back in the day. He was not heavily targeted. Was that just because of how the Giants played them? Was that just that, as Kirk Cousins always used to say, I went where the read went and it wasn't him on those plays? Or was it just, I have to believe, Deebo Samuel and Jaden Daniels practice together every day for hours and hours and hours. It's not a coincidence to me that he got the 7 targets, the 7 catches, the 77 yards.
That's right.
They're just further ahead right now than Daniels and McLaurin. Does that change tonight?
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, again, so my initial hypothesis was wrong that he'd be on a pitch count because I listened to really smart people who said that that's what they thought was going to happen, and he was full go. Now, was he himself just yet? Probably not. But to your point, it's like in order to get him to be himself, he's got to be out there. He needs the reps. He needs the blocks, the downfield stuff, all the engagement. Whether or not he's the guy that's going to be here in 3 or 4 weeks. Kind of getting himself up to speed. I don't know just yet, but yeah, who's to say he wasn't open a ton, but the read went elsewhere, right? I mean, if that's the case, you'd expect some bigger results tonight.
If you guys didn't know this, maybe you're just jumping in the car, leaving the office. Today, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt was named the Rookie of the Week in the National Football League, picking up where Jaden Daniels left off every single week just about last year. But that was a 10-carry, 82-yard touchdown performance for him out of the backfield that garnered him the Rookie of the Week award. She mentioned that she thinks he could be more involved tonight, and I actually completely agree with that. I think in week 1, we saw Eckler out of the chute, where he was, over the first 2 drives, the only back to touch the field. He got, I believe it was the first 5 carries of the game for Washington. In the end, Krosky-Merritt gets to 10 rushes. If you set the over-under tonight at 10.5 carries, I would take the over for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt on that. I think they had to have liked what they saw. Going back and watching him, he was so good. There was a 4-carry stretch where he only had 4 yards of his 10 carries. But like his first, I think it was 4 or 5 carries of the game were all awesome. It's like blocked for 3, he got 6. It was blocked for 6, he got 9. Pile moving, pile pushing stuff, and then the 42-yarder that was the icing on the cake. There's no way they watched that and didn't think, this was really good. We got to get this guy more involved. We got to give him the football more.
You would think so. Yeah, I mean, they did it, got their feet wet in the game with Austin Eckler because that's a known quantity, right? That's somebody we know exactly what we're getting right there. We're not going to feature him 25 times on a night, and they certainly did. And they gave him a drive or 2, but early on they went with the kind of the steady hand. I think it'll be the opposite tonight. I think Krosky-Merritt will kind of start, maybe get some looks. Eckler will supplement.
The Packers defense, to me, at least coming out of the first game, how they played against Detroit is scarier than their offense, which is odd to say because they've got some weapons. Jaden Reed, as an example, moves all over the place. Only Deebo Samuel had a higher percentage of plays at more places in a formation than he did last year. He's kind of Deebo-ish in his usage. We talked about Josh Jacobs earlier in the show, but he is a violent runner, a physical player. He has been a league leader in rushing in a season under John Gruden with the Raiders before. They've got decent football players. Jordan Love is one of the most gifted athletic quarterbacks in the National Football League. He checks a lot of boxes. But the defense was kind of where the scary performance came from. I mean, I keep coming back to the number that 75% of the time, ball carriers got hit in the backfield. They dominated at the line of scrimmage. And if Washington can get through this game up front, looking competent and looking like they got the better of the Packers after really crushing the Giants up front, then how could you not go into week 3 still without Sam Cosmi thinking this offensive line is going to be a huge strength?
Yeah, I mean, who are the best offensive lines in football going over the last couple of seasons?
Eagles, for sure.
Eagles up there. Detroit has been often been mentioned. I know it's a little bit different than it was last year, but still,
they lost a couple starters.
Yeah, that's a on paper has been a dominant run group with Penei Sewell, maybe the best lineman in the sport. Taylor Decker's a first-round pick. You're missing a couple of guys from times past, but it's not to the point that you think they'd fall apart and let everybody buy them 3/4 of the time. I mean, that team is built on that offensive line, knocking people around, running the football. Their 2 running backs went for 40 yards on 20 carries. I mean, a dominant performance.
Dan Quinn's birthday today. Celebrating his birthday with his team in Green Bay, Wisconsin at Lambeau Field. How old do you think Dan Quinn is?
61. Is that too old? 58?
55.
55? Oh.
He does kind of look older than he is. I think it's the white goatee.
Yeah.
But sneaky, not that old. 55 years old.
Not that old. 10 years older than me. Actually, 9. That's gross.
That's really
I do some quick updated math there.
That is.
It was used to
really
being 45, but that's wrong.
Not anymore.
No.
What's your line you always use? I'm the oldest I've ever been.
Oldest I've ever been.
You love that. That is a dad joke, by the way. Every time you tell, like on stage or just with us, when someone says, how old are you? You go, 46, oldest I've ever been. It sounds like a Jim Carrey line from Liar Liar.
46 years old, oldest I've ever been. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Let's go over and under some of the Commanders' player props individually. Get a little game script working here. How do we think this thing's going to play out? We'll do that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders and the Packers tonight kick off Week 2 of the NFL season at Lambeau Field for Thursday Night Football. Kickoff set for 8:15. We'll have coverage all evening on our YouTube channel as well as here on the Fan Burgundy and Gold pregame with Denton and Linnell. That'll begin at 6:30 live on YouTube. Grant and Danny watch party during the game, and a Burgundy and Gold postgame show with myself and Doc Walker will take you from the end of the game up until 2 a.m. Punter Mitch Wishnowski and center Michael Dieter have been elevated from the practice squad. Something to watch if Tress Way isn't able to go. He's questionable with a back injury. Baseball tonight, Nationals and Marlins, 6:40 right here on the Fan. Mackenzie Gore comes off the injured list to start for the Nationals. Ryan Weathers comes off the IL to start for the Marlins, his first start since June 7th. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Oh, here we go, Dad. The Amazon Prime theme. Thursday Night Football. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Remember, you can watch us watch the game. This is a Wayne's World style watchcast tonight on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube channel. Introducing the crew watching the game. You will have Darius Dameron, our producer.
Oh, we're not. I thought my fault.
I thought the audience was going to be involved, but they're not.
They're not into it.
Let me try again. Ladies and gentlemen, watching the game in my basement, live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, Darius Dameron. There we go. The mastermind of this operation, whose baby this is. If it goes well, you could give him some credit.
Yeah.
If it goes poorly, he gets all of the blame. Ryan Clary, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the tap and applause for corporate. Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
That is. I didn't even know Darius had that applause. Toby is actually, listen to the miles my guy's logging. First of all, he brought in brats from Milwaukee. Okay?
Yeah, audience loves that.
He's got post-game with Doc Walker tonight, deep into the evening. So he's going to leave here. He's going to go watch the first half with us. Then he's going to come back here for the second half of the game. That is commitment. That's Toby Altizer.
That's Toby Altizer.
Also in the basement, hopefully having a good time, but we're all behind the scenes pretty sure he's going to have a miserable time. He's going to hate everything about this. Danny Rouillet.
I got a chuckle. Got the sitcom chuckle.
Of course, it is my house in the basement, so I will be there as well. But introducing maybe the star of this show. No pressure, but we're kind of hoping that he makes this whole thing sing. Chris Russell, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
On the Grant and Danny Rooster cast. I don't think his microphone's on.
Microphone glass.
That's all right. What's going on over there?
My microphone's on.
Now it is.
Why would you ever be counting on me to make this fun?
We just feel like you're the kind of guy that can mix it up, bring some energy.
By your own brand is provocative. Like that's what you say you are. You stir the pot.
So Danny and I, when we watch games, you watch games with me a lot in the press box.
Yes.
Very quiet, very calm.
Yes, you are very professional.
I am. Press box Paulson.
Yep.
I'm going to have to turn up the faders a little bit tonight to do what I can to get the people moving. But I feel like on the first 3rd and 9 for the Commanders defense, Reenie's going to be standing up in front of my TV going, "It's third down." I mean, we need that, Reenie. We need to, we need something.
I need to channel my inner Mark Fratto.
Yeah, you're Mark Fratto. Like, come on. They get off the field. Reenie's got his fist in the air saying it's 4th down. Let's punt. I can imagine you just shaking your ass all over the basement.
I mean, maybe we could jump, like we could run up to each other and hip check each other.
Ooh, that's good.
For a little celebration.
Okay. That's very good.
And break each other's hips.
You excited for the big night?
I am excited. I didn't know I was doing this until this morning, but I am excited.
Yeah. But can you imagine the first time they throw on first down, how pissed he's going to be?
I can't wait to just Joan on Reenie all night long. Every 1st and 10 run for a half yard or less, you are getting worn out.
Or when they run the ball 7 times tonight with the running backs and lose 38-10, everybody's going to be like, "Hey, they should have run the ball
They
more."
lose 38-10. I'll let you steal my car.
How fun will that stream be?
You could have my vehicle and drive it out here at 3:07 in the afternoon.
That's awesome. I can't wait to have that happen to me again.
Yeah, well,
Deal with that.
It's me. You don't have to.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
We want to go over under
Thanks
Thursday
for the
Night
invite.
Football. We'll do that in a second. We're excited about it.
Yeah.
I did say to Rini, he was like, I need your address. It's like a couple of times I come to your house, whatever.
We'll just wait. We'll give it on air.
No problem.
No.
So I said, I'll give you my address. But the bit was, I said, how funny would it be? Clary, you'll love this. My zing was going to be, and I want Rini there, and he's my guy, so I'm not going to do this. I just thought it'd be but funny for the awkwardness, and that's what I live for. If I gave him Danny's address. And so he just shows up at Danny's house.
Imagine my poor wife.
Danny's not there. His wife comes to the door holding a newborn baby.
Russell.
And she's like,
Russell and
"Chris?
Russell.
And what are you doing here, Chris?" And he's like, "I'm here for the watch party." She's
Well,
like,
what are you doing here? At Grant's home. With a baby whose bedtime is right now.
I did have a serious question, though.
Yeah.
I just went into the refrigerator in the kitchen, and I saw one package of bratwurst, like 4, addressed to Toby from Wisconsin. Is that all the bratwurst that we're doing here, or do we have like...
That is all the brats, I believe.
That's
Now,
it?
that is.
Well, then you
There
keep
were-
telling me I don't have to bring anything. I think I have to bring more brats than 4.
Okay, so 2 things. One, there's a lot of other food. Brats is just one of the items.
I know, but brats are important.
I agree with you. I think was there 6 in that sleeve?
Yeah, there's 6 of them. If I would have known that we were going to have a few extra people, I should have grabbed my other pack that's at home.
I didn't want to be the one saying this. I thought 6 was a little light. When I saw one package of brats, I was like, "Oh, that's
I
it."
assume there was a second package.
Okay,
That's it.
So
That's all.
here's the thing. I'm going to be the responsible adult in the room, and I'm going to go, instead of getting dessert, which you seem to be nonchalant on.
I'm never nonchalant on that. I'm
going to get
Colbert
more.
Paulson is just I'm just behaving.
Well, brats are relatively low in carbs if you don't eat them with the bun.
Of course,
That's my plan tonight.
So I'm gonna get some.
But Toby's brats are from Wisconsin.
I understand that. I can get like Johnsonville. That's Wisconsin, right? Isn't that from Wisconsin?
But were they mailed to you from Wisconsin?
No, they were not. And Leroy Butler didn't send them to me either. Nor did Steve Zabin.
Man.
Zabe on the Grant and Danny radio program today.
Whoa.
I'll have you.
Yeah,
know.
we were able to book him.
What?
We got him.
How'd you guys negotiate that?
We got him.
We were
on the
told we
board.
had to. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, Zabe made an appearance on
Wow.
G&D.
Wow,
So
how about
you're going to
that?
get some brats then?
Sure.
I don't think it would hurt to have a few more brats.
Do you want
I
brats
could
and
probably
dessert,
run
or do
by
you
the
want just
house.
brats?
Your
No,
house?
no,
Yeah.
you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, Chubbs,
That's
no.
plenty of time.
Earned it.
No.
Plenty of time.
No.
Plenty of time.
No,
Oh my God,
no,
stop.
No.
No.
Plenty of time. I'll run by and grab the rest of the brats.
Stop.
No!
Oh my God,
No,
stop.
No. Guy, do you know how far that is?
It's not that far.
Oh my God, stop saying that. I love you
It's
so
not
much,
that
but you
big a
can't do
deal.
that.
No.
Oh my God. You're already doing like a triple-double super
There
commute.
will be more
No.
brats. It's
Lindy.
fine. We have the 6 brats so we can get a taste of Milwaukee, and then Rini will do other brats for us. This is gonna work out.
There'll be plenty of tubular meat there.
Yeah, where are you gonna get your
You
brats?
said there's a Food Lion near your humble abode,
You
right?
could-
Near your mansion, right?
There's all kinds of stores. Yes, many a store.
I mean, they got to have brats, right?
They will. So you're good on that.
I mean, should I get extra
Get a
buns
get a
too,
two-pack
right?
and
Should
see
I
if it
get
gets
some
weird.
spicy mustard?
I would get
What
a
should I
couple
get?
extra buns. I think we have some buns for brats at the house, but I would do some buns.
Okay. What about some spicy mustard? Because you know yellow mustard is not acceptable.
I'm not a spicy mustard kind of guy, but maybe you guys are.
I am.
I'm a yellow mustard kind of guy. So if you want spicy mustard, we probably don't have that.
Why
at the
doesn't
Paulson
that
house.
surprise me that you're a yellow mustard kind of guy?
That's what else
Basic.
do you need?
You know what I mean? No complications.
You need something
How
else?
about some key lime pie there, Pally?
You can bring whatever pie you want. Again, pie's not going to get eaten by this guy. Okay, you want pie? Bring pie. You can bring whatever you want. Your world is your oyster.
How about some rhubarb pie?
Are you just going to name a bunch of types of pie?
I'd be so steamed.
You won't
But I
just
can't
keep
though.
naming.
I'm weighing in tomorrow, so I have to give it all the Heisman.
Minced meat pie?
See, that's the thing. I'm going to have to behave myself a little bit tonight.
Right.
That's the other thing. But you guys have a good time.
Okay.
Colbert Paulson will just watch you and live vicariously through you.
All right.
Everything all right over
I
there?
mean, I've got to watch myself too. I mean,
All right, well, let's all just eat some kale. and
Diet
watch the
soda,
football
okay?
game. Diet soda's great.
okay. I'm going to bring some diet soda.
I've got dozens of chilled Coke Zeros waiting for you.
I
at
got my
house.
password count up, so this way I can entertain your kids for 3 hours.
We're hoping they'll be asleep.
Oh, okay.
That's going to
I
happen.
mean, there's no way, right?
Yeah,
They're going to hear us
whenever,
coming in.
Whenever
Yeah.
they see Uncle Rooster, like all rules go
That's
away.
true. They're packed house. Dad's friends coming over. That's not conducive.
They hear that front door close and
yeah,
and they come running down the
My
stairs.
guess is you might see the football pajamas make their way down to the basement at some point tonight. All right, let's go a little over under here. Thursday night football. Reenie's going to go score some more brats. Get us ready. By the way, Reenie already looking at the brats. Toby was trying to label them just to make sure that Reenie didn't get into the brats.
That was literally the purpose of the labeling.
Reenie was literally like going over the brats to see what they were all about.
I just happened to open up the refrigerator and I saw a package of like 3
Why
brats
did you open the refrigerator?
for Toby?
But why are you
Because
open-
I got a can of my diet soda in there. Am I allowed?
You keep your own soda in there?
Yes.
Is that weird to anybody else?
Why should I pay $2.98 for a can of soda in the stupid machine when I can bring it in for 50 cents a can?
There's a mini fridge right over here, though.
Where?
Right in CK's office.
It's not like I have access to CK's office.
You could just say, hey, I'm going to put my soda in there.
Sometimes it's locked and I need a soda.
I guess, yeah.
Good enough.
I can see that.
It takes a lot of caffeine to fuel this Temple of Doom.
Well, we can't wait for the Temple of Doom on the Grant and Danny Watchcast
Fully
tonight.
caffeinated.
Watch Reenie
Throwing
watch the
bows.
Commanders. Here it is. Ready? 3rd down and 7. Jordan Love's breaking the huddle with the boys. Jaden Reed's in motion. It's third
Mother.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Family programming here. I don't know. Maybe it won't be family
I
programming.
guess it may
tonight.
not be after the first quarter. A couple of diet sodas in there.
That's right. Dad, where do you want to start with our over-unders for the Commanders?
Let's start with pass yardage from QB1. Jaden Daniels. FanDuel has his over-under set at 235.5 passing yards.
I like an under tonight. I think Green Bay's pass defense is really good. I think he'll scramble around an awful lot. I don't see a prolific passing day in store.
I'll say over. This is about where he was last week in a bad passing performance where he missed a bunch of throws, and if he makes those throws, it's a 300-yard game, basically. I just think this offense is that good. They stay on the field. They move the chains. He was 233 this past week. You hit on 3 of the 5 or 6 balls they could have. I don't even mean the Terry McLaurin home run ball. And now you're 22 of 30, and 233 became 275, 280 pretty easily. So I'll go over.
On to the rushing totals. Jaden Daniels' rushing total set at 44.5.
This is an over for me. I don't think he runs for the 68 he did last week. I think the Packers defense is active enough and their linebackers are fast enough and good enough up front that I don't want him running all over the place. But I think 45, 47 yards, something like that makes sense. Again, 68 in week 1 against the Giants. It will not be nearly that high.
I got over. I don't think this will be a great prolific passing day. I don't think the huge rushing totals because they're playing a lot of zone. I think there'll be a lot of flush out of the pocket, scramble, 4, 5, 6, 7 yard type stuff. Try to keep the team on the field.
Your reigning rookie of the week, Bill Krosky-Merritt, 41.5 rushing yards.
Under. I just saw what happened to Detroit last week. Wow. I don't like a good rushing day at all for this front against this offensive line.
You're going under that. Is that a low carries total thing, or just you don't think they'll be able to run it?
Both.
Wow.
I think they're going to have to abandon early.
I'll go over that. I think he's going to carry the ball more than he did last week, 10 times. That would mean I'm saying he's going to average under 4, which I get. They had a great day against the Lions. Lions were without a couple of their linemen from a year ago and still trying to find their way without Ben Johnson. I'll say it's not going to be by a lot, but I think it's like 14 carries for, like 3.5 a pop, right around 52 yards, something like that. I'll say over.
Austin Eckler, who you can hear Tuesdays at 5 o'clock here on the Grant and Danny Show, 20.5 rushing yards.
Slightly under on this one. I think he's involved more in the passing game.
Yeah, I'll say under. I just don't know how many carries he gets or how many opportunities there are. The thing with these totals that are so low like that, it takes one good run.
Mm-hmm.
Like he rips something off on a 3rd and 20 or something for 13, and now you're knocking on the door on a give-up play where you're just trying to get some space to punt. But I'll say under because I don't – if I'm saying Krosky-Merritt's going to handle the football, 10 to 14 times or something, 15 carries as a max, what is it? 4 or 5 carries for Eckler probably in that math. So I would say under.
Couple of receiving ones before we get out of here. Terry McLaurin, 51.5 receiving yards.
Under. I don't think he's going to be terribly involved. I don't think he's himself yet.
Over. And Toby's going to have to eat some shrimp tomorrow at Spanky Shenanigans. They're going to want to get him going. After a game 1 where they couldn't, you're going to have to involve him more. It's going to happen early. I also think putting on tape everything they did with Deebo Samuel, the Packers are going to try to take him out of the game more than the Giants were able to, they're going to watch the tape and go, their best player on offense is Debo. That's who we're accounting for. That's who's not beating us. And if you do that, this could be a seesaw thing all year long, then I think Terry McLaurin has success that he wasn't able to in the first game. So I'll go over. I think it's a 5-catch, 60-yard game for Terry McLaurin. Not going to be huge. Toby's not going to necessarily have to get wheeled out of Spanky shenanigans. He's going to have to eat 60 shrimp.
Over 4.5 hours, Tobias will have his fill of shrimp, is what you're saying.
If they serve it by the dozen, he's going to have 5 of those plates.
Oh, buddy.
We'll finish up our over-unders predicting the Commanders' individual performances against the Packers. Plus, what are we going to learn most about tonight? You're listening to The Fan. Football coverage on the Fan today, presented by Paramount Plus. It's a game day. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Stream your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long, starting at just $30 for your first year. That's $2.50 a month. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We're creeping up on 2.5 hours from kickoff. Commanders, Packers, Lambeau tonight at 8:15. We're working our way through some individual player props from FanDuel Sportsbook right now, trying to figure out how we think the Commanders will perform. Darius, we got through Jaden Daniels, Terry McLaurin. What's up next?
Up next would be Deebo Samuel. He was wide receiver 1 in week 1. This week, FanDuel has him at 49.5 receiving yards.
Over this, big time. 77 yards led the team. I think when he's healthy, he will be heavily involved as a receiver. You saw those deep overs. I call them like the dig routes, the in-breakers, basically. The old Kyle Shanahan stuff behind linebackers who are coming up to play pass on this read option pistol and shotgun stuff. That's going to be there for them all year long, in my opinion. 17 to 20 yards at a time for Deebo. I think this is a 6-catch, 75-yard day for Deebo Samuel.
I got the over here as well. There's one of a couple overs I'm going to have in terms of the pass game. Soft zones. This is what the deal is, right? To prevent Jaden Daniels from running and getting some of those big plays off, Green Bay mixes and matches a lot of coverages. They disguise things really well. They disguise where the rushers are coming from, disguise who's going to be in different zones. They had a huge key stop intercepting Jared Goff on a play that looked like a safety was going to be 25 yards off the line of scrimmage, ends up coming up into a zone that he thought was safe and sound, turns into an interception, a drive-killing play. But that's going to result in opportunities for Samuel, Ertz, I think Eckler to a degree. Give me the over for Deebo Samuel.
There's 3 guarantees in life, and one of them is that FanDuel's going to have Zach Ertz at around 30-ish yards or so. 34.5 yards for Zach Ertz.
So this is actually maybe my favorite play of the night. You referenced already the one guy for Detroit that did anything with Sam Laporta. And it's a very small sample to try to say, oh, well, tight ends are just going to feast. But the Packers play so much zone. This is what Ertz does. He's 34. He's about to be 35. He's been in the league since 2013. He can read this like whatever your favorite book is. When you open it back up, you remember what page certain things are on and where on the page the words are. That's what he does with zone coverage. He and Jaden Daniels have a way of getting together and beating some of those things with him just kind of throttling it down and them being in unison. I think Ertz could catch 7 balls tonight. I think this is a 50-plus yard game for him. Over that number. It's one of my favorite plays of the evening.
Same here. I think he's the guy, and I think there's not going to be anything dynamic because he doesn't have that in the bag anymore. There's no huge catch and run, etc. It's those 5, 6, 7, 8-yard plays, maybe at early downs just to keep the chains moving, third down conversions and the like. I think he'll settle into some soft zones. He'll have 5 catches around 45, 50 yards.
Here's another thing, too. I do think they're going to have a bunch of third downs tonight. Because they're playing a better defense, because it's going to be a couple yards here, a couple yards there. Who's their best third down receiver? Who's the guy they're going to on some of those choice routes and one-on-one stuff? It's Zach Ertz. So that's another reason for an Ertz kind of night. Now, he did have 2 drops and a penalty after playing 0 in the preseason. I would say he looked rusty to me. He did not look anything like he did at the end of last year. But I think he'll be plenty good enough in this matchup to put up some numbies.
One of those other options on third down could be Austin Eckler, 23.5 receiving yards.
Like the over for him. I think they're going to go do that thing they did against Cincinnati last year, Philadelphia last year, where just to slow down Green Bay, they'll catch him in a couple different looks, run some tempo, they'll just flip it out to Austin Eckler, a screen pass, a dump off, something designed, a bubble, something like that. I think he will have a nice day through the air.
I could see it. On the road especially, I remember against the Bengals, like they came out and like
that's how they started
right
the game.
Away, boom, 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 Eckler out of the backfield. First play of the season, remember, was like a just complete design. Hey, let's just get a completion. Let's just get you into the flow of the game. Eckler out of the backfield. I could see something like that to settle in tonight. Does he hit one, though? He had a 15-yard catch last week with a bunch of missed tackles. It would take something like that. I'll say under narrowly. I think it's 3 or 4 catches, probably 3 for like 19.
And the last remaining option would be Noah Brown, who they have set at 20.5.
I don't have a great feel for this one, to be honest with you. I'm going to say under. I don't think there weren't enough plays to get him a good look. But all it takes, really, as you pointed out earlier with something else, is one 14-yard catch to kind of set you on the path to having you over there. I'm going to say he has 2 catches for 18 yards, just under.
I'm going to say over, 2 for 30. Because The play that he's going to run the most this year that's going to help them the most is when he's on the backside and runs that dig that has kind of become his thing. That's 18 yards when he does that. You know, boom, just put it in pen and drop it in. So I think 2 for 30, something around there. Like that's a easy bet. You just need, as you said, enough plays because they got to spread the ball around. Like I went with more overs than unders. They got to run plays. If the quarter ends and you've had 2 3 and outs and the Packers have dominated play, you've run 6 plays, you're a quarter of the way in and nobody's done anything. The whole way that you get your overs and everybody feasts and eats is when you can run a bunch of plays by staying on the field. So it will take some of that to hit a bunch of those overs. What do you think we learned the most about tonight for the Commanders?
The offensive line. This is a group that's improved on paper. They've made some adjustments, they made some shifts and changes, etc. Josh Connolly, a rough beginning, honestly. We remember the couple of sacks, one not his fault necessarily, but had some trouble with a really good pass rusher. Oh, here comes another set of really good pass rushers, and maybe the best pass rusher of them all. For at least some plays tonight, Micah Parsons. You're going to have to deal with an awful lot. This past week, Detroit got shoved on by this Green Bay front. Washington's offensive line, this is as tough a test as they're going to face all season long. And to do it when they haven't had much time together, I really wish this game was in week 4, but it's not. It's tonight. So I think we'll find out a lot if they're ready to roll.
So I'm going to go to the other side of the ball. We will learn the most tonight about Washington's defensive line, both as it pertains to stopping the run, which was my biggest question coming into the season, honestly. They were amazing in that regard against the Giants, 15 carries, 30 yards for backs. But this last year, this Green Bay team was number 6 running the football, 4.75 per play. They're number 5 overall, 147 yards per game. And that's not cheap. That's not a running quarterback who's adding to those totals. Not that Love can't scramble a little bit, but that's earned. That's Josh Jacobs. That's coming downhill. That's pulling guards and smashing you in the mouth and really trying to beat you up. I mean, Matt LaFleur wants to run the football. This is also, just in terms of the Washington defensive front, a team that doesn't give up a lot of sacks. Last year, they were number 3 in the NFL at not allowing sacks. Basically 4.5% of the time teams got to Jordan Love. Now, they are missing 2 linemen tonight, but I just think it's a much truer, better test than an immobile Russell Wilson behind a very pedestrian Giants offensive line and a team that wasn't ready to run the football in week 1 probably. Doesn't mean I'm taking anything away from Washington's defensive front. It was amazing, but that's where I think we will learn the most in this second game. Let's make our final game predictions before we say goodnight. We're taking you up to 6:10, Grant and Danny, on a game day ahead of Thursday Night Football.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders getting set to kick off against the Packers tonight at 8:15. Plenty of coverage to come here on The Fan. Also on our YouTube channel, Burgundy Eagle pregame with Denton and Linnell coming up at 6:30 from Honor Brewing in Loudon. Check that out on our YouTube channel. Also, our Grant and Danny watch party coming up tonight during the game, and Burgundy and Gold post-game show with Doc Walker and myself on YouTube, also right here on 106.7 following the game until 2 a.m. The Commanders elevated center Michael Dieter and punter Mitch Wishnowsky. It'll be something to watch whether Tress Way will be able to go for this one. Baseball tonight, Nationals and Marlins, 6:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Matchup of a pair of lefties coming off the injured list. Mackenzie Gore for the Nationals, 8 Ks away from tying his career high in strikeouts. Ryan Weathers making his first start since June 7th for the Marlins. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
You know what I need to properly get myself in the mood for the Commanders game tonight? I want to end the show with We Ready, Archie Eversole and Bubba Sparks. You know Bubba Sparks. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
I know Bubba Sparks.
Yeah. You know We Ready then. Stadium Anthem?
I didn't know that was him.
Yeah. Well, he's just featured on it. But yeah, that's them. Let's see if we can fire that up before the end of this here segment. Every single day on the show, we give you a poll of the day on Grant and Danny. It's presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Our poll of the day today, aptly, I would say, asks you about tonight's game with the Green Bay Packers. We want to know from you, who do you think is going to be the most impactful, important player tonight outside of Jaden Daniels? Javon Kinlaw, Josh Connerly, Deebo Samuel, or Bill Krosky-Merritt? Who's the most important player to shine?
It's got to be Josh Connerly. If he's good, they got a chance. This defense was so unbelievably dominant this past week against what we think is a good Detroit offense, and that's where it starts. You got to pass protect. You got to be good in the run blocking game. Connerly has to have a big night.
If 44% of people agree with you, that's the number one answer right now on the board for our poll of the day. About 20% of people are saying Javon Kinlaw, 19% are saying Bill Krosky-Merritt, and very few going with Deebo Samuel among the options who's most important for Washington outside of Daniels to shine tonight against the Packers. Thursday Night Football, we are less than 2.5 hours away from kick. With that in mind, let's give you our player to lock in on. Presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com.
I'll go Terry McLaurin again. What's it going to be? Week 1, full allotment of snap counts. He was on for almost 80% of plays. Is he more involved this week? This is a game where if you're going to win, some of your big-time players have to do what? Step up in big-time type games. That's what this is. This is an NFC power. This is a Super Bowl contender. Maybe you are too. What does Terry McLaurin do tonight?
I might break the rules here. I might do something that's never been done before on this show. My player to lock in on is Micah Parsons. Doesn't have to be a Commander.
Wow.
How do you slow Micah Parsons down? Can I do that, Darius? Micah Parsons, my player to lock in on.
Allowed to?
Can they slow him down? 22 of 29 snaps over top of the right tackle position. Last game. Now you move him over the interior. They're going to move him all over the place. He had 3 pressures. 1 led to a pick. He had a sack. Even though he played sub-30 snaps, it couldn't have been a louder debut for Green Bay than it was at home, and they love this guy. You know, we do the Terry thing here in D.C. They're chanting Micah's name already. He's become the belle of the ball out there, so I'm locking in on him this evening. I want to see what kind of night he has and just how much attention Washington pays to him, because as we talked about, he's not the only guy up front that is scary for this Green Bay team, and that's the beauty of adding him. It's why you gave up 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
Everybody else now gets to do a little bit more. This Lucas Van Ness kid, the second-year player who was a first-round pick last season, He had a great first game. He could be in for a huge breakout year.
Yeah, and again, they can mix and match, and they do. Their coordinator, is it Hafley?
Yes,
is
former Boston College.
Yeah,
head
former
coach.
BC head coach, is now one of the darlings of the league as people are kind of tuning into what he did in Week 1 to confound Detroit in their pass game and their run game. Just that, again, an elite offense coming off of last year. I know without Ben Johnson, but still, the mixing and matching of stuff, the personnel groupings. This to me is a Kingsbury. You've got to be on your P's and Q's, number one. But number two, if you find something that you like, you don't let them substitute. Tempo is to Washington's advantage in this game. Like if you've got a personnel package where you got the advantage, you press it and press it and press it. You go fast. Don't let them substitute.
There was a time in radio where during business hours, you could turn on the radio or in your car, like move the knob to the right and you would hear voices. And then when the day ended, we went home. And everything was over. Those days are over, though.
Oh.
106.7 The Fan has you covered all night long. If you're out and about in the Loudoun County area, the Burgundy and Gold pregame show is live tonight starting at 6:30, coming up in about 23 minutes. They're at Honor Brewing in Sterling, Denton Day, Linnell Willingham, keeping you company out there. They'll also be streaming that pregame show live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well. So make sure, live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, pregame from Honor Brewing in Sterling. And speaking of YouTube, for the first time in the history of 106.7 The Fan, a watch us watch the game opportunity for all of you.
Get involved. How do they do it, by the way? Is it are the regular 106.7 The Fan YouTube?
Of course. The people that are watching right now, it's a click away. You go to YouTube, you punch in 106.7 The Fan, you click the stream. We'll be right there, sitting on couches, eating, drinking, being merry, and watching football.
This is all part of the new age of media. That's what everybody is doing. We're jumping in kind of at the end of the line of the trend, but we're jumping in nonetheless.
Like the train is not here anymore. We're not on the train. There's a train somewhere up there. We're just jumping on the track.
We got that thing they do in the cartoons where you do it up and down the seesaw and it makes us move forward.
Oh, that's so funny. Yeah. Do you guys have any idea, by the way, before we get to the Nats leadoff, are you guys aware of what Dave Jagler did yesterday? He apparently fractured a bone in his knee.
Yeah.
Went and got an x-ray, found out he ruined everything in his knee. And then just was like, well, that stinks. And then went and called the Nats game and got there by the third inning for his scheduled inning with Charlie Slows. On the road, mind you. Not like with his doctor here, an emergency room he's used to. Just casually in Miami in random rooms. Like, what a machine. That's a hockey guy right there.
Yeah, seriously. That's the way to put it, right? Is a tough guy, sports guy.
Let's get to the leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom.
Hey, Hardy, welcome back to Mackenzie Gore on the bump tonight. Leading off playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting second to right field. That's Dylan Cruz. Batting third, doing the catching, Riley Adams. Hitting fourth, your cleanup hitter. That's Dalen Lyle. Andres Chaparro at first base, batting fifth. Brady House hitting sixth at third base. Paul DeYoung is your DH tonight, hitting seventh. Naseem Nunez in the lineup, hitting eighth at second base. And Jacob Young playing center field, batting ninth.
Going to be a fun night. Commanders, Packers. I've got a field goal game. I think Washington covers 3.5.
I think they cover 2. Unfortunately, losing into this one, 24-22. But a great game. We should have our heads held high and be encouraged going forward.
Watch the 106.7 The Fan live stream. Grant and Danny with Rooster. It's going to be a good time. You're wanting to be there, I promise. Commanders, Packers tonight under the lights at Lambeau. Enjoy yourselves.